Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had the Cloud Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No. Kaken, stop. A young green-haired boy tells his friend, who had already gotten his quirk. Shut up, Deku. I do what I want. This is my quirk, not yours. The ash blonde replied, small explosions popping in the palms of his hands. A younger child, around the age of 3, puts his hands up defensively as Kaken walks up to him, extremely intimidating. The kid also has his quirk, and Kaken said it looked freaky, being a mutant-type quirk. Kaken pulled on the younger's tail, the named boy squeaking in surprise. Izuku suddenly felt lightheaded, and he looked fairly sick. Kaken, please. He calls out, leaning on a tree as he holds his head, feeling quite nauseous. Kaken glances towards him, and ignores him a moment later. Katsuki, please. He's not as old as us. Izuku repeats, not using the silly nickname his friend had. Katsuki rolls his eyes and rounds up on Izuku. Oh, shut up. You don't even have your quirk yet, and you look sick as hell. You're so weak, Deku. Izuku felt himself be harshly shoved, and his hands started to feel tingly. To his surprise, he landed on a large, fluffy object which was big enough to fit his entire class on. Izuku sat down on it, feeling strangely comfortable as Katsuki gasped. He felt himself barf up his lunch on the side, but he was fine with it. That's a cloud. Your quirk is dash, Katsuki spluttered, immediately knowing it was the greenette's quirk. Izuku smiled at him. Hop on Kaken, it's fluffy. He stutters, more clouds forming over his arms. Katsuki grins at him and does as told. They zoomed around the park, Izuku apologizing about Katsuki's behavior to the kid beforehand. The greenette found it natural and very easy to use his quirk to his surprise, and more than one kid wanted to get on it too. His fun was short-lasting though when he and Katsuki were picked up. Izuku looked over and saw his mum, a nervous look across her face. Hey brat. Come you, we're walking. Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku directed the cloud over to them, both being the only ones on it. His mother looked shocked. Oboro. She mumbles, blinking twice before Mitsuki snapped her out of whatever trance she was in. Inko smiles at the pair, and Mitsuki grinned at Izuku's newly found quirk. Congratulations on getting your quirk, Izuku. Inko sighs, the grin still on her face. You know, your uncle had the exact same quirk. Let's just hope you don't go to class NDE with only a cloud on like he did anytime soon. Izuku and Katsuki giggle. No way, mama. I won't be bad. You better not be, mister. Izuku glanced around the examination room, a pen at his side as the examinees started to hand in their test papers. He could faintly see present Mike's spare looks at him, which he could only assume was just a mistake. Katsuki sat somewhere at the front of the room, nowhere near Izuku, so he couldn't chat while he waited for everybody to check through their test and hand it in. Through the years of having his quirk, Izuku found out he got nauseous if he used his quirk, but his mother quickly supplied an answer. Since his quirk was air-based dash, which is pretty rare, dash, the air he breathes in makes him get sick because his body is now 60% of modified air and 10% water. He was given some sort of band-aid-like strips to put on his face, and he usually slapped them either over his nose or on his cheek. So far, most of the examinees have finished, Izuku being one of the first few done. He ran a hand through his light green hair, which he dyed blue in some places after finding out what happened to his uncle, who he had inherited his quirk from. Izuku heard he even got some habits Oboro left behind, which made him smile. Soon enough, after a certain amount of time, everybody was directed to the auditorium and got given a seat to sit at. Izuku had gotten a seat next to Katsuki to his pleasure, and skimmed through the pamphlet he had gotten. Nobody else seemed to do so, murmuring to their friend groups on what they think they'll need to do. Some people thought it was fighting a teacher, while others thought it was some type of rescue-based one. The students were quickly hushed as the presentation started. Can I get a yeah? Izuku smirked. Yeah. He yells back, earning a whack on the head from Katsuki. Kakin please dash, he giggles. He looked back at present Mike, who grinned even wider than how he usually did. Now that's a kid who likes fun before battle. Then the presentation went on, and Izuku instantly saw a flaw and raised his hand. What's wrong, kid? Something I forgot? Present Mike asked, easily heard even when not yelling. Yeah, I see a few flaws in this whole test actually, mind if I voice them? The blonde shrugged. I'm fine with it, what do you want to address, kiddo? Izuku cleared his throat. Well, this is irrational, because some people want to become rescue heroes or medical-based ones, and may not have a good quirk for battle because they plan to stay on the sidelines. Not to mention mental kind of quirks, which only work on let's say humans and such, or like mine which is physical and our brute strength won't work on solid iron. It's pretty stupid if you're only looking for fighters. Oh, and you forgot about the last robot. Present Mike stared at the boy, before clearing his throat. Well, okay, what about those whose quirks were somewhat mentioned? Stay behind, we can figure out another test for you all. And thanks for addressing the robot I forgot. The 0-pointer is a large robot I'd suggest you try and avoid, because you won't get any points anyways. Izuku clutched his bow staff, fairly nervous about what he'd need to do instead. After the majority of the examinees left, present Mike walked off stage and called the remaining over to get closer. Izuku sat down almost directly in front of him. Alright, is anyone aiming to be a fighting type of hero? Izuku was one of the only two who put their hand up. Mike sighed. Alright, you're both either going to be going against one of the teachers, either Snipe, Midnight, or Ectoplasm. Anyone who's aiming to be a rescue hero will go with 13, and they'll assess you on what you already know by going to the USJ with them. The rest of you who I assume are to be medical-based heroes will go with Recovery Girl. You'll all be given points for what you do right. They'll be going on right after the other test. The small group listened closely, and Izuku was sure he'd seen a girl almost barf from excitement. He glanced around and saw Midnight at the side of the room. In the meantime, while they waited, Izuku had struck up a conversation with two others, named Hitoshi Shinso and Achiko Uraraka. Yeah, my quirk is gravity-based. I make stuff lose weight and mostly float. Achiko smiles. Do you get any sickness from it? Izuku asks. The brunette nods, stopping when Izuku passes her a strip of what he usually has on. The band-aid? Izuku shook his head. Nope, put it on, it stops any sickness and nausea from our kind of quirks. They are hard to find, so I'll be probably giving you a packet when I see you next. You can only have one on for the span of a week, it's waterproof. He explains. Shinso stared at him. What is your quirk anyways? We told you ours. Izuku suddenly realizes they don't know his quirk yet. Oh dash. My quirk is cloud. I take the moisture in the air and make a cloud as big or as small as I want. They're really soft but you can actually sit on it like a chair and stuff. Izuku waved his hand and a fairly large cloud appeared. He smirks, grabbing his bow staff. You can also do this. He slams the staff down on it, and it fogged the area, but the majority was amused on how he decided to demonstrate his quirk. Izuku's eyes flashed white as he made all of it turn into separate clouds. He flopped down on one, to the amusement of Achiko, who had placed the strip over her nose. The laughter was cut short when present Mike called him and Shinso over for their test. You two are free to take any items, if it helps. Greenie, you're going against Midnight, Mini Aizawa you're going against Snipe. The two nod, following present Mike to their opponents. He walked away once the two teens were led to two different rooms, being separated by a door each. The two pros turned to the teenagers. Alright, this will be like a game, we're going to have pads spread across our body, which are usually used for licensing exams. You won't know which is which, but they'll have different points programmed in them. Since this will be way harder than fighting robots, you both will have the points 6, 9, and 11 instead of 1, 2, and 3. In the middle of the battle, the wall will open and our fights will clash together and you can hit each other's assigned teacher for points, understand? The two unnatural-haired boys nod. Wait, you can also hit them more than once, and there will be this one which takes your score down by 20. Be careful. Snipe warns as he leads Shinso to the other room. Midnight stares at him for a moment before getting ready to fight. As the start bell rang, Izuku formed a large cloud and did his illusion trick which he performed in the auditorium. As the teachers were talking, they didn't say they needed something to hit the pads with, so Izuku assumed they could use anything. He saw Midnight glance around nervously before she tripped from Izuku tapping a pad with his bow staff a little too hard. The fog cleared up and Midnight finally used her quirk, which was a mistake. It was formed into another cloud and Izuku set it over her head, which would just make her sleep for a tiny bit, nothing more. It took 5 minutes before Midnight woke up to being poked, and Izuku assumed his points were high in the 40s at least. Then the fight went on. Izuku dodged her for most of it, making a cloud that would block out her quirk over his nose and mouth so he could breathe freely. After a moment of dodging each other's attacks, the wall came down, and Izuku saw Snipe surprisingly sitting down on the floor, just letting himself get poked. He turned back to his own fight, elbowing Midnight in the stomach just before the bell rang again to end the battle. The fight stopped and Midnight gasped for breath before walking off, followed by Snipe and the two teens. Shinso and him had walked to the entrance with their bags, saying goodbye once Katsuki and Izuku had to go. Izuku tore off the strip over his nose and barfed into a nearby bin. I should have put another on this morning dash. He gasped before barfing again. Okay, so the image for Izuku's hero costume won't show up for some reason. On the first day of school, Izuku turned up 1 minute before the bell, so he had to rush to class. He had ended up passing with 81 points, which would be around 40 if he took the original test. As he finally got to class, he got chewed out a bit for being late by a guy with navy blue-black hair. He mostly ignored him, a bit ruffled and tired from missing his alarm he never woke up to. He just sat down at his desk with a tired expression, laying his head down. He heard the door slide open again, and he heard somebody walk in. The class quieted, but Izuku couldn't be bothered to see who just walked in until they had introduced themselves. He slowly held his head up to look. Already quiet? What a relational bunch you are. Izuku could just sense a bit of sarcasm. Anyhow, my name is Shoyuta Aizawa. I will be your homeroom teacher. The greenette saw his sensei's eyes linger on him for a moment. I won't tolerate coming late or falling asleep in class. He looked a tiny bit pained to say that, but Izuku ignored that fact. Now get up and change. Go to the field behind the school, he'll meet you there. You have 5 minutes. The Ravenet walked out, a bright yellow sleeping bag tucked neatly under his arm. Izuku rubbed his eyes for a moment, before getting up and walking out. He was almost immediately followed by everyone else. He was the first to get to the field, but he was a bit slow compared to how fast he usually was. The next to come was one of the girls with long green hair and large eyes. More followed after her, barely coming in time. All right, before any of you address the problem, you are in my class, and I can make you skip unnecessary events and assemblies. Instead, we are doing an assessment test, a quirk assessment test, and whoever comes last will be expelled. The black-haired teacher turned to Bakugu. Bakugu, what was your furthest throw in middle school quirkless? 65 meters. Bakugu answers, taking the ball he was offered. Aizawa explained a bit more on what they were doing, so once asked, the blonde threw the ball as far as he could using his quirk as creatively as he could too. Aizawa held up a screen, showing the results. 805 meters, not bad. He comments, putting it back in his pocket. Izuku calls Bakugu back to his spot as Aizawa explains what they were going to do, like the 30-meter dash, grip strength, and so on. The 30-meter dash was a breeze for Izuku, literally. It had gotten fairly windy before his turn, and once he sat on his cloud dash, somehow with a pack of chips he ate during his turn, dash, the wind had blown his cloud to the finish line, only a few milliseconds after Ida's time. For grip strength, like usual, he got over average. Since his quirk wasn't an actual battle-based one, he had to start training his physical body since around middle school. He started with simple things like lifting weights and running every morning since he was barely 9 when he started. He gained a whole lot of muscle by that. Next was easy, it was a stamina test. The events continued, Izuku usually falling in the top 6. The only thing he needed to get really creative for was the ball throw, which was hard because of his quirk. He caught the ball as it was thrown to him, summoning a cloud to use as he stepped in the circle. He let his mind wander for a moment before deciding he could boost the ball with a small cloud. Cloud formed around his fingers, which made the ball a bit lighter for Izuku due to a cloud holding most of the weight. He stepped back a bit before throwing, using the cloud to boost the ball up and further. He heard a beep and looked at his sensei for his score. As expected from your quirk, you didn't do as well as the others. Aizawa sensei held up the screen, showing the score of 695 meters. He ended up in 10th place for that though, so he was fine with it. After a while, Aizawa sensei had written down the results, and the class passed the sheet around to see their scores. Izuku scans through the paper, grinning when he saw the score he'd gotten. That's 7th. He whispers to himself as he passed the sheet to Achiko. Some girl named Toru Hagakure ended up last, but Izuku assumed it's because her quirk didn't really help. Being just invisible isn't as useful as the other quirks. Alright, Hagakure, go to the office and ask to be sent to general education. I'm not expelling you from the school, just the hero course. The black-haired teacher announces as the invisible girl sighs in disappointment. As the teen left, the rest of the class was ordered to get back in the classroom after changing for their timetable. Izuku sighs, wondering what the school has to surprise them next. Izuku stared up at the tall figure of All Might, nervously fidgeting with a small cloud in his hand as everybody awaited an explanation of this particular exercise. So far, All Might barged into their classroom, got them to get in their hero costumes, and told them they're doing battle training, that's it. The blonde started to talk, doing what everybody had thought he should have done in the beginning, and started to actually explain. All Izuku picked up from the stuttering mess was that they were having a villain and hero team. Heroes would try and get to a bomb, and the villains would protect it. If you both got caught, then game over. If the bomb is touched by a hero team, then heroes win. Then, All Might started to draw lots to make the teams. Izuku wasn't particularly pleased with who he ended up with, but he was fine with it. He got paired with Bnha Ishido, whose quirk and personality wouldn't go well with his. They got to be Team A, and they went against Team D, who is Ejiro Kirishima and Denki Kaminari. They weren't a good pair-up either, so it was hard for both teams to come up with a plan. Izuku and Bnha got to be the villain team, and Izuku was given the responsibility to hide the bomb. Ishido, stop talking. We won't get anywhere if you ramble about nonsense. Izuku groans, frustrated. Oh, sorry Midoriya. Got distracted. Bnha grins sheepishly. It's fine. Anyways, I got a plan. I'll use a cloud to hide the bomb in the basement. The hero team wouldn't know there's a basement because there's certain areas they weren't allowed to see on the map. Bnha nods, agreeing to the plan. Oh, nice thinking, this will be so easy. As long as we both don't get captured, then we're fine. Izuku grins nervously. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I may get nauseous and throw up. I couldn't find the rest of the strips I put over my nose. Bnha's grin falters for a moment. She was about to say words of encouragement when the bell dash, warning them that the time is almost over, had decided to ring. Izuku and Bnha, with the help of both Acid and Cloud, had gotten the bomb to the basement. Bnha had suggested she covers the whole floor and Izuku could use a cloud to avoid it. The Greenette reluctantly had agreed. Once the round had started, Hell had also. The villain team had heard a shriek from the front, which Izuku could assume they met the Acid waiting for them. He quickly pulled Bnha up whenever he saw electricity was about to hit her, or just covered her feet in clouds so she wouldn't be affected, which he ended up doing just before they parted to capture the hero team. Izuku had ran into Denki first, which was lucky for him. Ejiro wouldn't stand a chance against Bnha. The acid would burn his skin, and due to that Bnha could circle him while staying at a reasonable distance. Izuku was good with Denki because the electricity wouldn't affect him if he defended himself with his cloud because it could store the electricity, because it's a quirk it's different to an actual cloud. Denki fired lightning out, knowing it was only them there. Izuku blocked it with his cloud, barely ignoring the upcoming nausea. He easily circled around Denki, using his bow staff to trip the blonde up a bit. He quickly stole the blonde's capture tape from his hands and started to wrap the male up in it, making Denki unable to move. After making sure Denki was properly tied, he formed clouds around his feet and started to walk over Acid to go find the other two, to see how Mina was doing and to see if the redhead had found anything yet. Before he could get anywhere close, a booming voice was heard over the speakers. Mina Ishido has been captured by the heroes. Denki Kaminari has been captured by the villains. He silently cusses, having a feeling Mina had slipped up somehow. Izuku started to skid across the acid, trying to find the redhead that had captured his classmate. He skid to the basement, only to find Kirishima thinking of a way to get to the bomb. Hello. He grins, wrapping the redhead up in capture tape. The mentioned team groans. Damn it. The villain team wins. I got a bit lazy, so for the class rep bit I copy, pasted and edited it from my other Quirk. Decabook on Wattpad only. Today, we'll be electing the class presidents and representative. Aizawa-sensei informs, staring at his class with a blank expression sewn on his face. I don't care how you do it, just have it done before next PRD. The black-haired teacher walks over to his desk and sat down as the class erupted with students wanting to be class president or representative. The class presidents don't represent the class. That's something that has been changed the year before. There would be a class president, vice president, and representative. The first two would manage the class, set rules, and just manage anything the teacher isn't needed for. The representative would just show an example about the class and go to small meetings with the class presidents for stuff like the class setup. Izuku rolls his eyes at his peers, not really wanting the positions. If he did get elected though, he'd only tolerate representative, because he doesn't like being noticed more than he should be. Representative is just when people know how the majority of the class would be close to acting like, and class president just gives you more attention because of the position, and knowing the person is responsible and probably would be a great pro-hero. Izuku glances at Tenya, who was trying to silence everyone. I love Yelia lying. A student laughs, immediately silenced by Izuku shoving a cloud in their mouth. They calm down, and stays like that even when Izuku got it to disappear. Izuku massages his temples, letting out a glad groan once Tenya got the class to hush. Tenya proposes an election using common democracy, and is immediately agreed by the majority of the class. Momo decided to make two, small, separate boxes, one for president and other for representative. She places them on Aoyama's and Mina's desks, with a hole to put in the paper. Everybody had gotten paper and a pen, and wrote down their vote. The papers had been mostly shoved in the box in attempt to make the election go faster. Aoyama had to tally up the votes for class president, while Mina did class rep. Alright, the class presidents shall be Momo Yayorozu for vice, and Tenya Ida for president. Izuku saw a pout on Mina's face. Izuku honestly thought they only voted Tenya because they could easily get homework answers from him, because he'd probably take the role seriously. The class rep is Izuku Midoriya. Mina announces with a clap. Izuku lets out a sigh. Even if he'd settle on it, he doesn't say he likes being elected for it. He honestly thought he should have said he didn't want the role. The following lunch, the group was chatting about it minus Uraraka, who had sat with other girls, with Tenya and Izuku not really glad with their position. They both didn't want it, so it's fairly understandable. I don't think I'm fit for the role, maybe I should wait a year. Tenya mumbles. The thing I hate is the attention class rep will give me, Izuku sighs. I'm probably going to hand it over to somebody. He adds on. Tensei who is visiting the school and wanted to meet his brother's friends, lets out a small chuckle. Make sure you say an actual reason for it, instead of saying, oh, I just don't want it, they can take my place, he informs. It'll make you seem like a JRK who can't take the time in their life to do extracurricular and such, it's coming from experience. Izuku nods. I guess. I hate unnecessary attention, is that a reason? Tensei shrugs. I guess it could be. Who'll you give the position to? Probably Azui. They'll probably give class president to Achiko. She's nice. Tenya smiles. Izuku was about to reply when some sort of alarm went off. Tensei stood up, the speed rivaling how fast his quirk makes him. You all gotta go with the rest, security had been breached. I'm trusting you all to stay calm and collected. He sped off, throwing on his helmet he had brung. The group stood up, quickly scoffing down a bit more of their food, before running with the rest of the students. The hallway clogged, and everybody was running to the exit in a panic. Izuku felt somebody tap his shoulder. Izuku, I need help. He saw Achiko. The rest of the group ran off, knowing Izuku would meet up with them again. I need you to make a cloud and get me to the sign up there. Izuku nods, a bit confused as she points at a sign. It's the press, not a villain. Izuku did as asked, using his clouds to float her to the sign. Achiko let out a shaky breath, holding onto the bars over the sign to stay in the right place. Hey! Calm down! She yells out, making a few students jump. It's just the press. The students quieted down, letting Achiko just talk normally. The press just got in. Let's just go back to our classes normally. I'm sure our senseis won't mind us eating there. She says, grinning when they all did so. She felt nervous as she was brung down. Unlike the other girls, Achiko wore leggings under her skirt, so she didn't worry about perverts when she got levitated. She felt herself calm down from her nervous state and grinned. Thanks, Izuku. She grins, running over. I think I'd have puked if you weren't the one to do that. Izuku smiles. It's no problem. Their peers started to drag them back to class, and once possible, Bnha and Izuku got out of being class rep and president. I don't really like unnecessary attention, so I'm going to give being class rep over to Azui. Bnha got sick but told me to give class president over to Achiko Uraraka. The two given the positions grin wide. Achiko skips up to the front of the class next to Momo as Izuku sat down in his seat. Izuku ignores their declarations and tunes the class out, a confused look in his eyes. As Izuku walked home, he could only think of what kind of trick his eyes were playing on him earlier. Once Achiko was up at the sign, Izuku felt as if something was bothering him, but he didn't know what. Kuroji had a bad feeling all morning. First he mistook that feeling for being nervous about the USJ attack he was performing today with a group of criminals and their leader, Shigaraki Tamura. Although he tried to ignore it, he found it hard to. As the time drew nearer for the raid, he felt his mist flicker from evaporating to back to normal again. As he prepared the attack, he felt a burn on his arm, just to see his mist trying to recover part of his arm. Olive-toned skin was barely seen through it after a moment. He let out a small sigh and got back to work. A few low-level thugs had came early and started to demand some drinks. The cyan-haired leader emerged from the doorway after a while of working, hair as messy as always, and a hand held over his face like some sort of mask. There were old scars littering his neck and had obviously been scratching it again. Kuroji did a mental note to tell Shigaraki to stop after the attack. Soon enough, the time had come, and the Mist Man had to collect all the criminals and transport the groups to the unforeseen simulation joint. A portal flickered, and he kept it open for as long as possible as he and Shigaraki Tamura walked through it. Kuroji, you better not mess this up. Tamura hisses with a glare. He let out a small chuckle before looking up at the class and pro-heroes up near the door. Kuroji did his best to make as much mist as he could and transported himself over, giving the students no way to escape. Hello there, heroes, students. We are the League of Villains. And we are here to destroy your pride by killing All Might. Kuroji honestly thought that was a horrible thing to do, say their intentions right when they arrive, but he didn't comment on it as he started transporting students to different places. Oh goodness, this was going to be tiring. Izuku, despite expecting a lot from getting accepted into Yui, didn't expect a villain group to attack them when they were only in the first week. 13. Protect the students, I'm going to fight. Izuku gasped at his sensei's words. But sensei, even if you can handle yourself, and you're not a one-trick pony, you're clearly going to have major injuries after you satrip getting tired. Your eyes probably can't take such a large group either. Izuku rambles, summoning clouds in his hands. Sure, Midoriya, I'll be fine, just make sure your classmates will be alright, don't worry about me. Izuku could have sworn he was going to say another name, but didn't get time to ask about it as his sensei jumps into action, his gray capture scarf floating around him as he activated his quirk. Chaco, Bnha, we have good quirks for this situation. You can go run outside and inform the pros in Yui. Chaco and I have the right quirks for certain things, and we'll be good here helping our class. Achiko, From beside Izuku, nods. Come on Tenya. You can do it. She smiles, nudging Izuku a bit. The greenette grins, increasing the size of the clouds in his hands. He sent them off, making a small archway the dark-haired teen could fit through. Go! 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 Achiko cheers. Izuku groans. If only Shinso got it into Class A instead of B. Glancing around, he notices what the purple-haired teen could do with his quirk in this situation, but quickly brung his mind from it as the clouds he formed start going gray. The mist the unknown man produced lightened in color for a moment before the archway collapsed into thin air. Tenya had made it through just in time and kicked open the locked door. He sprinted out the building with his engines producing smoke and eventually fire. Izuku turned back to the mist villain, only to come face to face with a portal. It seemed to be rejecting him, and the greenette had been bouncing off it for the past few seconds. That was until somebody got thrown at him, forcing him through the warp gate. Before the duo could be immersed in water, Izuku had shifted in the right position and waved his hands a bit. A soft, large cloud appeared under them, and Izuku got to see who was thrown into him. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Midoriya. No problem, Yaoyorozu. Was anybody else thrown into the warp gate? The black-haired female nods. Yes. Jairu, if I'm not mistaken. But where is she? Izuku glances around, hearing a squeak. His eyes widen and he forms a cloud underwater. A risky move, as it works as a sponge and can be harder to use. He pulls out a soaking wet Kyoka Jairu, and quickly discarded the cloud she was on after putting her on another. My clouds are stiff and are hard to break, so it's better we stay on here instead of that ship. Those criminals might split it or something after too long, they seem impatient. The two girls nod. On the other hand, after way too long I might start feeling a bit sick, so we gotta do this fast. How can we get past them? Momo bit her lip for a moment. Let's say our quirks first, it could come in handy. Mine is creation, as long as I know the materials and such about the object I intend to create, then I can make it using open skin. She explains, followed by Kyoka. Mine is earphone jack. It's great for hearing small noises and such, but noises that are too loud can hurt my ears. I can also use my heartbeat as a maximized noise to temporarily paralyze somebody or a group of people. Midoriya, can you explain yours a bit more? Izuku nods. Mine is cloud. Using my quirk I can make different shaped clouds from all the moisture in the air. The volume makes it okay to sit on and such, but my quirk is great at diversions and such, not just easy transport. I have something I usually use, and it's used as some sort of smoke screen but clouds. Using my bow staff it's easier though because there will be fog lingering around. The two girls nod and get to planning. Midoriya, you said something about a smoke screen, right? Maybe, using your clouds and some smoke bombs we can fog out the area and make the water all misty. The criminals will try to find us. Then, Jairu, you can use your hearing to locate them. Midoriya has a weapon, and you can knock them out and I'll tie them up, Momo explains with a grin. Izuku nods. Let's put one or two in my clouds too. Then they got to work. Izuku made up a fairly large cloud, making the volume a bit weaker so smoke bombs could be put in them. Izuku had also suggested flash bombs so the villains would be temporarily blinded. It had came to having one of each in that cloud. Grabbing his staff from its holster on his back, Izuku set the girls on the ship and took it out, using his strength to both activate the bombs and separate the clouds at the same time. The flash bomb went off, and the criminals were seen ding their eyes as Momo took the opportunity to put smoke bombs in the water which went off at contact. The one in one of the clouds went off too and smoked out the area. Jairu, come on. Izuku whispers, pulling her on a cloud he stood on. The female led Izuku around, just about knocking all the thugs out as all the smoke and clouds faded. The criminals were set to the side, tied in some sort of alloy scarf their sensei had. The trio of students crouched close to the plaza, watching their sensei fight for a moment before two started moving to get away. Kyoka and Momo got back up to where their class was starting to meet, reluctantly leaving Izuku to watch the fight over. The greenette was about to jump in, as his sensei didn't notice the black, bird-like creature started to shift around, ready to pounce. He was stopped by the mist villain, who had transported over to the assumed leader of the attack. Izuku gulped and held onto his staff tight, having no time to attack as the mist started to close in on him. The mist flickered, and it gave Izuku a chance to escape. He took it, and stood up outside the mist, forming a small, hard cloud to throw at the villain using his staff like a baseball. To his surprise, it just vanished, and did it multiple times before giving up on it. He used his staff to whack the villain, sending him back a bit before the cyan-haired villain called on him. Midoriya! Go! Izuku glanced at his teacher, horrified at the sight. His arms had obviously broken, and there was blood starting to form from his nose. Izuku shook his head. No. A true hero would sacrifice themselves and not hesitate to do the right thing. I won't stand there and watch. Izuku lunged at the Nomu, spinning his staff as few times. He had gotten the leader in the stomach to his pleasure, and had smacked the open brain with the wood, jumping on the monster. It sent them both flying, surprisingly. Midoriya, no. I won't allow you to risk your life. His sensei shouts, pulling himself up to his feet to run over immediately after. Keep it like that until you graduate, you problem child. I don't want a student dying on me. Izuku shook his head. Be careful. Just let me help you, sensei. Please. He saw his sensei's eyes widen for a moment through those yellow-colored goggles. Izuku pulled his on to prevent his eyes getting hurt that much. He had used his uncle's hero suit design and modified it, so it would be more. Izuku. He kept the jacket idea but made it thinner and such. A red utility belt matched his shoes, and he wore black pants with a blue shirt. His goggle would usually rest on his forehead with his hair covering most of it. Fine, don't get yourself hurt. Sensei Aizawa reluctantly replies, wrapping his capture weapon around the Nomu. He launched himself towards it and kicked the unnatural being in the chest while Izuku decided to aim for the brain again. Sensei, if you can detract it, I can put it out of order. The Ravenet nods at his student's words, keeping the creature busy as his student climbed it. Izuku waved his hand for a moment, and the Kratyre stopped for a second. He had successfully put clouds under the brain. All he needed to do was pull it out enough that it can't function. He saw his sensei stare for a moment as the Nomu's brain got pulled out of its place, making the creature stop what it was doing and fall to its knees. Aizawa sensei stared at the Kratyre before turning to the cyan-haired villain. No. That thing was supposed to be able to defeat All Might. This isn't fair. You NPCs are ruining my plans. It's not Fidash, the villain exclaims, only to be interrupted by a booming voice. I am here. It had been a disaster. All Might had another Nomu sent after him once he came in, and had completely forgotten Izuku was close by. The Greenette had been given multiple injuries, and it was surprising he wasn't in complete bed rest. Currently, Izuku is laying down in his room, a broken arm laying over his stomach while his cast-covered legs were laying on 2 pillows. He ended up with 2 broken ribs and a concussion too, but having a lot of stamina left, Recovery Girl took care of most of the healing. A fair amount of teachers were worried, since all the injuries weren't exactly minor. At first, he was going to go to a hospital, but he ended up just being laid down in the ambulance. He wasn't sure who refused to let him go to a hospital, but it was one of the pros lurking around. Izuku, somebody is here to see you. Inko calls from behind his door. Izuku could hear the worry in her voice. Let them in, Mom. Izuku smiles. He heard a click, and the door opened. A long-haired blonde walked in, and Izuku could only assume was present Mike. The skin tone matched up, the hair length, and he was sure Mix's eye color is green. Inko left, not wanting to make anything awkward. Hey Midoriya, I'm here for you. Some of us teachers were worried and wanted somebody to check up on you, so I volunteered. Izuku nods. Is there anything I should know about for school? I can't do anything with these casts on. The blonde nods. Yeah, the sports festival is on in a week. It's up to you to participate or not. If you still want to attend but not participate, you're free to commentate with me and Aizawa. We could use your analysis skills we've heard of. Izuku thought for a moment. But isn't there stuff like internships after though? How will I get any requests? Oh, a fair few pros have heard of how you fight and such, and I know you already have 10 waiting for you. Izuku stared for a moment and nods. Sure then, I'll skip out on the festival. I don't think it's good for me to participate anyways. I might hurt myself even more. Mike grins. Great. Now, while I'm here, do you mind if I ask you a few questions for the police? Sure, shoot 'em. Izuku stares down at the crowd below, shaking a little bit at his decision to help. He heard a chuckle behind him and got lightly ousted into his seat. Nervous? Don't be, it's just a crowd of people. They'll appreciate your help, I bet. You're better at explaining quirks. Your mother told us at some point when you were on bed rest. Hisashi admits, plopping down in his seat. Izuku saw his sensei sit on his right, making Izuku be sat in the middle. He saw the business course students help bring people to their seats down below, while others helped with snacks and such while waiting for the sports festival to start. Inside the room he sat in, there were multiple buttons and microphones, as well as a timer. We were late, but that's okay. We still have 10 minutes to set everything up. Hisashi mumbles, starting to set some stuff up. He passes over a mic to Izuku and Shoyuta, Izuku being given one that can clip behind his ear. We need you to explain their quirks at certain times from what you see, so you need to be ready and not just snatch a mic from somewhere. Hisashi laughs. Announce at least the first 10 first round, no more. Alright, ready, show Midoriya? The two nod, and Hisashi breathed in and got ready to yell. Izuku scooted a bit closer to Shoyuta for that. Hey listeners! Welcome to Yui's annual sports festival, where students in different courses will show off their quirks and abilities with combat, logic and more. This time I got two special guests to help with commentating. Class, one is homeroom teacher Tracerhead, and one of his own students, Midoriya Izuku. They hear loud cheers from the crowd, and Izuku finally decides to clip on the microphone, ready for the first event. Now, onto the classes. First up is the class who got through a villain attack, Class A. Izuku saw his classmates enter the field. With their amazing quirks and skills, comes in Class B. 20 students enter behind Izuku's class. Then onto the general classes. With their plainness and determination, comes Class C, D, and E. Hisashi announces, stopping for a moment for a gasp of breath as 3 classes enter to field. He announces a few more classes, excluding business students, before ending. Now, finally, with their smarts and desire to help, comes the support classes, Classes I and H. Another 2 classes enter, and once in place, Midnight starts talking. Alright students. Before we start our festival, we need a quick speech from the top hero course student, Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku winces. Kaken, don't do it, stick to what we made up, he thought. Katsuki walks up to the microphone setup and starts talking. Look, I'm not here to play around. I expect a challenge. Don't disappoint me. Izuku sighs at his friend's words. Not as bad as it could be. Alright, thank you. Now, let's spin the wheel to determine the first event. Midnight turned to a wheel behind her and spun it. After a moment, it stopped on a section. Obstacle race. In this, our first-year students will be running around the stadium and will be going through each of the 3 obstacles. She poorly explains. The students got ready for a minute, then the horn rung out through the stadium. Everybody started running, shoving each other through the tunnel. The first to come out was Shudo Todoroki, who had froze most people into place. Shoyuta nudged Izuku. Shudo Todoroki, quirk, half and half. His quirk allows him to produce ice from one side of his body and fire on his other. His fighting style includes little effort although he's strong, and from what Ive's seen he tends to avoid using his fire unless it's to melt his ice. Izuku explains, looking over a bit to see the screen easier as the crowd, oat. The camera had zoomed close to Shudo's face, and he assumed it would do that to everyone he aliases. Shitty half and half busy was heard even through the walls. Explosions popped and soon enough Izuku saw Katsuki propelling himself through the air using his explosions. Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk. Explosion. Using his nitroglycerin sweat, he is able to make explosions in the palms of his hands which can do multiple things. Depending on how sweaty he is how much of an explosion he can create. Todoroki was seen freezing 2 0-pointers on an angle. The robots have appeared as Izuku was explaining. 2 students, one with red hair and another with silver, attempted to follow the second and third place contestants, but then the robots fell on them. Izuku had seen enough to know the other's quirk. Ejiro Kirishima. Quirk. Hardening. His quirk allows him to harden parts of his body the strength of bricks and concrete, although like that he can chip. Izuku announces as Kirishima punches through the robot, followed by the other. He looked through the student's files he was given for a second. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Quirk. Iron. His quirk allows himself to make himself as hard as steel and more, but he does have a few major weaknesses that can be easily figured out, especially against people with cetane quirks. Shoyuta pat Izuku's shoulder with a small smile Izuku hadn't seen his teacher ever give. He seemed a bit proud. The greenette decided to turn back to the course as Mike announced the next obstacle. He saw a familiar girl float up, with a green-haired female following her. Achiko Uraraka. Quirk, 0 gravity. She can make whatever she touches with all 5 fingers weightless, and even float using the pads on her fingers. To stop the effect, all she has to do is press her fingers together and say, release. Izuku's eyes turned to the other one. Tsuyu Ajui. Quirk, frog. She has all the abilities as a frog, although there is no specific one, so she can seem unpredictable. Although she's a girl, she doesn't hesitate and has good combat abilities using her frog abilities from what I've seen. There was a sudden trail of smoke, and Izuku could just about catch the sight of a support student. Mei Hatsum. She can see extremely far distances with her eyes only, and although not having a combat quirk, her intelligence makes up for it. Being in a support class, it's clearly seen now. There was a dash of blue which headed for the second obstacle. Tenya Ida. Quirk. Engine. Using the engines in his calves, he can go up to race car speeds just by running. It's impressive, and because of that he learned how to not rely on his quirk anyways. Be careful fighting him. Izuku decided that was enough and sat back, watching the rest of the first event. The last obstacle soon came, and Hisashi started to speak again. Last obstacle, landmines. They don't hurt, but you may need a change of clothes after they blast you. Izuku silently snorts at that comment. Know from experience? Shoyuta comments, making sure he was leaning into a mic for that. Hisashi spluttered random words and eventually just ignored his comment as Izuku giggled. In first place, Ejiro Kirishima. Second place, Katsuki Bakugu. And third is, Shuto Todoroki. Tough luck, kid. Hisashi says through his microphone. Izuku just started wondering why he was even given one. Now while the students have a small rest, we have a break for 5 minutes. Take this time to get food, talk and more. Hisashi turned off the microphones and turned to Izuku. You can go join in on the minigames if you want, midnight is starting them down on the field. Izuku thought for a moment and shook his head. No thanks, I'm not that good at minigames, he replies, taking out his notebook he brought with him. And I need to update this. He grabbed a pen and turned to a page, only noticing the outside world when a set of headphones were put on. He assumed they were present mix. There aren't any other set around and it was noise cancelling. He glanced up and saw the 2 teachers talking, with his sensei surprisingly leading it. Hisashi frowned, and Izuku attempted to try reading their lips. He couldn't pick up on much, but tried to put the words together. I swear. Hisashi had mostly said. But it is. Izuku was seriously wondering what they were talking about. 2. Lair. Sure. Soon. The greenette doubted he taught the full word or sentence for that. He turned back to his notebook and started writing again, continuing a page on a villain. Name alias, Kuroji. Role, a mist villain. Quirk, some sort of warp gate. His quirk allows him to transport a large number of people to a specific place. But are there limits? Does it need to be in his line of sight? After a while more of writing, he felt the headphones come off, and just about heard his sensei say something. To him. He ignores that and goes to commentating with Hisashi. Hey listeners. Izuku jumped. Welcome back. While everybody was on a break, Midnight had determined the second event. Only the first 42 competitors had gotten in for the cavalry battle. The greenette grins, he's always like this one. The students were asked to form a team of 2 to 4 people during the break, so now, we can get into it. Izuku was asked to announce the teams and their players. First, with over 10 million is Team Monoma, with Ejiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Nito Monoma, and Hatsum Mei. Next is Team Bakugu with 700 starting points, with Katsuki Bakugu, Hitoshi Shinso, Tetsu, and Izuku looked down at a list of names, pinpointing the other student. Lexi Tanaka. He cleared his throat again. Team Todoroki has Shuto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Denki Kaminari. He honestly thought that was a bad matchup. And the fourth top team is Team Uraraka, with Achiko Uraraka, Tsuyu Ajui, and Tenya Ida. Then the round started. Almost immediately, half of the teams had went for Team Kirishima, who seemed to have a plan. Monoma held up Kirishima with his hand using a quirk and covered over his head, while Mina made an acid circle around them Hatsum Mei could easily get out of by some of her inventions. Izuku was surprised, and it showed how much he was paying attention when he jumped once he was asked to explain some people's quirks. He started with the general studies student after looking over her quirk for a while. Lexi Tanaka, quirk, horror game. From what Eve's seen, she can take up a form of a horror game character of her choice, but there are clearly limits which I want mentioned to be fair. Izuku seemed uneasy looking at her, and he didn't know why. It wasn't because of her quirk, and he knew it. He then went on to a few Class B students as the battle went on. The general studies girl seemed off to him, playing dirty tricks, and was just generally strange. The second event had ended quickly for him, too quickly. It was like he barely got time to analyze. He sighed but announced the passing teams. In first is Team Uraraka, with 10,005 points. In second is Team Todoroki, with 710 points. Then there is Team Bakugu with 420, then the last passing team is Team Monoma, with 390 points. He announces. He glanced to his sides, his teachers had been quiet. Shoyuta was sleeping, and Hizashi seemed to be thinking hard on something. Izuku shook his shoulder, and the blonde jumped. Mike-sensei, the cavalry battle is over. Hizashi sighs and cleared his throat to announce the next course of action. Alright, time for a lunch break everybody. Next up is the singular battles, so those who got in, look for your scores up on the screen. Hey Eraser, wanna get some lunch? Izuku looked up and stared at one of the screens on another side of the stadium. The microphones were turned off and Izuku glanced to see she homeroom teacher had woken up. Okay Midoriya, you can go catch up with your class, you've been up here all day. Hizashi says. Izuku nods and got up, walking out of the room to find his friends and some sushi or katsudon. It took a minute or two to walk there, but Izuku finally got to the cafeteria. Before he could get in line, he felt somebody pull him over somewhere. Todoroki? He raised a brow. Were you trying to get somebody else? Yes. The other boy shook his head. No, I just need an opinion and you seem like a good choice. Izuku nods. What do you need me for? Well, you know my father, the number 2 hero. Todoroki states. And how I got my fire side from him. Izuku nods. Yes, what's wrong with it? I want to win this festival without my fire, but am starting to doubt my decision. You're good at analyzing quirks, so you should be able to help. Izuku frowns. Why would you neglect your fire? It's your power, Todoroki, not anybody else's. If you neglect your fire side, would you do the same to your ice? Todoroki shook his head. No. Why would I do that? Why would you neglect your fire? He stayed silent. You're trying without all your power, while I know for a fact that everybody is trying their hardest. Even Kaken thinks it's stupid. Todoroki sighs. Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Yes, quirk marriages were done early on, by one family bribing another for one member to have a child with the other, to make a child with a powerful quirk. By the second to third generation it was made illegal. Izuku explains. Todoroki thought for a moment. Yes, but that didn't stop my father. You see, he bribed my mother's family to, well, create a child to surpass all might in the hero ranks. And you were the one? Izuku guesses. Yes, but he did have a few failures. My sister, she has the skin for a fire quirk, so she was thought to be it, although she has an ice quirk. My brother, Natsuo, was also a disappointment. Todoroki took a breath and sighed. My oldest brother ran away. He had a fire quirk, blue fire to be exact. He had the figure and skin of an ice user though, and frequently burnt himself before he got sick with everything and ran away. He explains. I am obviously the youngest out of my siblings and was the success. Ever since I got my quirk, my father trained me until I would throw up. He treated me like he was teaching somebody in his agency, and it was horrible. My mother, eventually she had enough of it, and saw my fire side as endeavor. You don't need to continue, Todoroki. It's okay if you don't want to tell anything more. Todoroki shook his head. No, I can continue. I've gotten so far, and I have a feeling you'd keep this secret. You're nice, Midoriya, and I think you'd be able to help in some way, like a therapist. Izuku smiles and nods. I'll do my best. Todoroki then decides to continue the story. Anyhow, my mother had enough of the abuse, and when I caught her in the middle of a phone call, she grabbed a kettle and poured boiling hot water over my eye. She didn't mean to, it just happened. She tried to fix it using her quirk, but that just left the scar. Then, father found out and sent her off to a hospital. I haven't seen her for years. Izuku's smile went away. Todoroki, tell me this, does your sperm donor control your quirk? Todoroki chuckles a bit at the nickname. No, why? Then why have you been implying the fire is his? Because he gave it to me. But Todoroki, it's your own power. Just like mine, basically a carbon copy of a family member's quirk was passed down, but I don't think my quirk is somebody else's. We control our own quirks, you control your fire and ice, while I control my clouds. If my quirk was my uncle's, and your quirks are your mother and father's, why do we have control over it? Todoroki had nothing to say for a moment. Because we manifested it? We did, but do they control our quirk? Who commands our quirks? Who has complete control over it? Us. Izuku smiles. Then ignore your sperm donor. He doesn't have control over your quirk when you're the one who commands it. Todoroki stared at Izuku for a moment. Thanks, Midoriya. Izuku sat back up in the announcer's booth, with his teachers on either side of him as a battle went down below. By now, only 2 people were left, and the other 2 were set in 3rd place. Katsuki Bakugo, Shuto Todoroki, Achiko Uraraka, and Tenya Ida. Currently, Katsuki and Shuto were having the last battle of the sports festival, and Shuto had been using his fire ever since lunch. Endeavor had been ignored as he cheered words of encouragement. Shuto hadn't even glanced his way. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Izuku stared down at the fight, where Katsuki had just received a large wall of ice and had almost got knocked out of the ring. Izuku saw it. Katsuki was forcing himself to sweat more to be number 1. It didn't work, and he was forced to resort to fighting. And Katsuki Bakugo is knocked out of the ring. Shuto Todoroki has won the Yui Sports Festival. Midnight yells out. Cheering erupted from the crowd, while Katsuki made his way to Recovery Girl with a bit of help from Shuto. His arm was broken, so Shuto had froze it to keep it in place. Shuto had been given a new shirt, and Katsuki was healed to receive his medal. Due to a small amount of time left, Achiko and Tenya weren't allowed to fight to see who actually got 3rd place, so they both had received a medal. It had been a great day in Izuku's opinion. Today, you'll be picking hero code names. Aizawa-sensei announces. Like every other year, after the sports festival, every hero student goes out on an internship, or, for 3rd years, work studies. These will be temporary, but they may stick, so you got to be wise about it. Midoriya, I need to talk to you for a moment. The rest of you, Midnight will explain the rules for your code names. Izuku got up, a bit confused, and walked out the classroom with Aizawa. He looked up at his teacher. Do I have no offers? Aizawa shook his head. No, you have quite a bit actually. But, Somebody wanted me to give you this, and I don't like your classmates getting distracted from what they should focus on. Izuku felt something shoved in his hands. A quarterstaff? Aizawa nods. Yes. This belonged to somebody you would have heard of, and if you have an ID, be disappointed. Izuku looks the long staff up and down. He stares at a carving at the top. Uncle Oboro? Oboro Shirakumo? The teacher nods. Yes. Shirakumo. Nizu said it would be better for you to have it. It was originally in the memorial at the back of the school. Aizawa admits. Without another word, he walks back in the classroom. Izuku follows and sat back at his seat, looking over the quarterstaff he was given. His friends glanced at it weirdly before turning to their white bards they were given. Izuku took his marker, deciding to think of a hero name. The staff sat in his lap as he thought. SoundCloud? Nah, that's a music app. He sighs, resting his head on his desk until something caught his eye. Loud cloud. Midnight gasps, and Aizawa seemed to lose his balance on his chair for a moment. Are you sure? You're taking a name of an old hero in training who died. His classmates started whispering to each other. Yes, I'm sure. He was my uncle and I think he'd want me to carry on the name. Midnight nods, but her eyes were still wider than they should be. Accepted. Okay, I got a few heroes for Izuku to internship with. Tensei isn't crippled and instead native is. Now, I need y'all to choose who he will go with. Nizu. Bracerhead. Presentmate. Ingenium. Voting is now closed. I got all the votes in. Izuku shivers as he walks out his apartment building, looking up at the cloudy sky. It started to lightly drizzle as he walked out, bags slung over his shoulder. He felt raindrops his face, some coming more rapidly after a moment. Izuku sighs. He should have replaced his umbrella. Last time it rained he ruined it, and forgot to get another. So, hoping it doesn't rain that heavily, he forms a cloud over his head and starts running the direction of Yui. It's currently a week or so after the sports festival, and his class was using that time to catch up on whatever they had to miss, like more battle training and such. He had no idea what they are going to do today, but he hopes it's not as hard as all the other lessons. Izuku squeaks as he tripped, quickly reacting by using his cloud to keep him up. He glances around, and below his line of sight. He expands his cloud, crouching down in front of a box with an umbrella over it. He looks in, to see two small kittens shivering inside. After a second of thinking, he picked the two up, taking the umbrella and looking on it for a name tag. Hitoshi Shinso was written on the handle of the umbrella. He closes it, tucking it under his arm as he used the other to keep the two kittens held to his chest. The cats meowed, and Izuku assumed they were hungry. He hopes someone has cat milk at school for some reason. He starts to run again, stopping in front of the Yui gate to catch his breath. He was almost late. He had no time to actually walk through the school, so he decides to take a risk and forms a cloud for him to sit on. With the hero classes being somewhere in floors 3 to 6 this year, he had no choice. The other floors had stuff like storage classrooms and also held support course labs, stuff like that. He jumps on the cloud and lifts it up, going to the 3rd floor. He quickly finds his classroom and grins. Izuku saw his seat and his friends crowding around Hitoshi's new desk. Due to the sports festival, 2 students got moved up from Class B, Hitoshi Shinso and Nito Monoma. Shinso, you shouldn't be sitting on your desk. It's school property and is not made to be sat on dash. Oh come on Tenya, loosen up a bit. Izuku laughs, making his classmates jump and look his way. Izuku. Achiko comes over and opens the window, which he immediately went through. He shook off some water and got rid of the cloud, setting the kittens on his desk. Thanks, Achiko. He smiles. Tenny stared over at him. Izuku, you're soaking wet and are those kittens? You shouldn't bring your pets to school. Tenya, chill, I found them in a box on my way. I couldn't just leave these poor kittens there. The older sighs. Alright, I can let this pass. What are you going to do with them? Izuku shrugs. Dunno, maybe keep them, or give you guys one. Oh, and Hitoshi, I found your umbrella. He says, passing Hitoshi his umbrella. Alright, take your seats. Their sensei's voice orders. Izuku and his class start finding their seats. Sensei Aizawa looks over at Izuku. Midoriya, if you're going to bring kittens to school, tell me. Izuku shrunk into his seat a bit as he walks over. The kittens meowed at him and started to climb up his arm once in a close enough distance. To his surprise, his sensei just sighed and let them relax in his capture weapon. Anyways, Aizawa-sensei walks back to the front of the class for announcements, looking like he was ignoring the kittens which laid in his capture weapon. Today we'll be going back to the unforeseen simulation joint to actually do rescue training. A few zones are being rebuilt for a better idea of rescue training for the future years, so we won't be going in those. Suit up and meet me at the bus. The students got up and started to leave the room. Izuku felt someone gently grab his shoulder. Midoriya, those kittens are hungry, so I assume you found them somewhere. You can have them back after class. Izuku nods and runs back out to catch up with his class. The first thing Izuku heard when he came back home was his mother's crying. He pushed the door open and walked inside, closing it behind him. Mom. He glanced around and decided to walk to her room after a second of trying to find her. Mom, are you okay? He asks when outside her door, waiting a moment before deciding to walk in. He was greeted by his mother sat on her bed, trying to muffle her cries. Izuku was immediately by her side and started calming her down. The kittens decided to crawl on her lap while it was happening. What's wrong? Inko rubs her eyes and points to a calendar as a reply, hiding her face in her hands once Izuku looked over at the calendar. Oh, it's today, huh? Izuku sighs, staring at the current date on the calendar. May 5th. Are you in the mood to visit? Izuku asks once Inko's cries started to quiet. It's been a while, he states. Inko stayed silent for a moment, before slowly nodding at her son. Okay, Mom, just calm down and get dressed. We can spend as long as you'd like there, I don't mind. It's supposed to be his birthday, it's understandable this happened. Izuku picked up the kittens and eked out after a second longer, and to his own room. Izuku set the kittens down on his bed before getting changed. He decided on a light blue, worn-out sweater with cloud designs on them. He had no idea how he got it, but he liked it. He decided on normal black pants and his classic red shoes after a moment of trying to find some pants. Quickly combing his wild, aqua-tinted hair, he picked the kittens back up and met Inko at the door. Passing her a tissue, Izuku softly smiles. It's okay, Mom, you can cry. The walk to the cemetery wasn't as negative as you'd think it would be, it was. Still bad though. They had decided to walk, with the distance not far. Once Inko had seen the kittens with clear eyes, she had started to ramble about her brother, and how similar they were, and Izuku didn't blame her. Messy, gravity-defying hair? Love for cats? Quirk? Izuku could honestly go on, but it wasn't the time. He was always compared to Oboro and he felt somewhat proud to be like him. His uncle died like a hero, it would be stupid not to feel proud. Onde the two reached the gravestone, Inko stared down at it. You know, during high school he befriended his entire class and the other, but only 4 actually got close to him. Izuku listened, a bit curious on why she brung it up. You'd know them, all being pro-heroes. Izuku, please, whatever you do in school I wanna care about, just don't die like him and leave so many people behind. Izuku caught Inko before she could fall and patted his mother's back. Mom, they'll be fine, I promise. He sighs. And even if it does happen, we both died a hero's death, most likely both saving people. That's something you should be proud of. You dying? No, not that. Izuku sighs. I meant you should be proud of both of us thinking of others before ourselves. You'd have 2 direct family members who died saving lives, you should be proud he did. He smiles. Even if he did lose his life, he allowed others to carry on living theirs. That's when the crying started. Some of this chap is just a filler, and credit to the person on Tumblr who did the photos by Oboro thing. The week of deciding internships was hard, especially with the students who had a large amount of requests. But for Izuku, it was harder. To his luck, he had 4 teachers send him a request, and had to think hard about his decision. After a bit of asking around, he decided on his internship. Because the hero course internships are 2 weeks long, he had been able to fit in 2 pro heroes he could learn from, and both of them work at UE-, but he was allowed to choose the time and such, having one keep him for a week and a half, It was a bit hard to decide on who to go to first, but eventually decided on his own homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa. Due to them both basically fighting quirkless, it was good to learn from his teacher even more for Izuku. He had heard that Hitoshi got an offer from him too, but went for gunhead with Achiko unfortunately. Currently, it was time for his class to go off to their separate internships, and the whole class is currently at the train station with Aizawa-sensei talking to them about quirk laws, rules, and even more that the hero course needs to be aware of at their age. While his classmates had their hero costumes and bags, Izuku didn't need to bring anything since they already had it sorted. Class will soon separate to their separate internships, and Izuku was left with his black-haired sensei. Midoriya, let's go. I'm an underground hero, so, for now we won't be going outside for hero work. We will be working with your ability to make clouds, and how long you can keep them up before getting congested or sick. He started to walk off, and Izuku followed behind him. Hi, sensei. But I've actually timed it a while ago. I can keep clouds up for around an hour with one of the good strips that will block out any sickness. Without him I can only keep a small one up for around 3 minutes. The Revent nods. Good to know. Maybe we can find a way for you to manipulate your clouds and maybe the weather for them. Izuku stares. That would be so cool. But Eve never tried. Aizawa nods. I guess you could say that. Have you ever tried changing anything in your clouds? Izuku nods. Yeah, actually, I tried to use anything but moisture in the air, but that didn't turn out too good. Clouds are mostly air, you should know that would fail. I used a bit of air. A bit is not enough. Izuku sighs. This is going to be one hell of an internship. Midoriya, focus, you're not going to get anywhere if you keep getting distracted. Izuku weakly nods, staring down at the small cloud in his hands. He's been feeling sick for a while, but decided not to mention it. Aizawa-sensei had decided to bring him to a spare room in his house to train. Currently, the greenette started trying to change the weather in his clouds, and only got one a bit darker so far. He glared at the cloud and focused harder, his glare sharpening every second he stared at it. He felt a spark of electricity and squeaked, moving the cloud away from him. He heard a small chuckle behind him but ignored it. Midoriya, sit down, this would be a bit easier if you haven't been making a large cloud for 20 minutes beforehand. You look nauseous and you need food. Aizawa sighs, erasing Izuku's quirk for a second. Izuku plopped down on a chair and yawns. Do you think that changing the weather in my clouds takes away energy? Or something from me? Izuku asks, taking the bento offered to him with a thank you. I think it depends. Maybe if you try making it rain you'll get dehydrated. Lighting probably would take away energy. I guess we could find out tomorrow. Aizawa mumbles, earning a nod. Tomorrow? Izuku tilted his head. Yes, tomorrow. I start my hero work at 9 and end at 3 in the morning. You need to have a rest before we go. Aizawa states. Izuku was about to speak, but was cut off again. It's 5, Midoriya. If you go to sleep now you'll have 4 hours of sleep and more energy when we go out. Izuku sighs and rubs his eyes tiredly. But sensei, I don't need any sleep. The Ravenet stared for a moment sternly. Take a nap, come on. Izuku stood up and stretched, following his sensei to another storeroom where a bed was kept. Take a nap, and when you try staying awake, try thinking on how to improve your technique and quirk. Izuku sighs and nods. Hi, sensei. He mutters before the door was closed. He fell down on the bed after eating of course, and wrapped himself in the blankets, accepting defeat. He started to doze off, but quickly realized something. Wait a dim minute. Midoriya, wake up. Izuku groans and buried his face in the nearest pillow. You need to get dressed into your hero costume and cake up properly. Izuku groans again as a reply. He felt the pillows get taken away, so he tried hiding himself in the blanket before it was also taken from him. Sensei. He pouts. Get changed, the blanket was thrown back at him, and the pillows thrown on the floor. Izuku got up and searched for his case, quickly getting changed before walking out. He sat on the couch and waited for his sensei, who he assumed was drinking coffee. Once he did come in, Izuku turned to him. Sensei, you're 30, right? Aizawa nods. And you went to UE in Class A? The same response came from him. Not to assume anything or insult you, but did you know my uncle? I've noticed you've been a bit softer on me sometimes, and I doubt you're just going soft. Izuku, well, had a habit to notice a lot of things and connect the dots fast. It was clearly seen just by how fast he came up with a theory. Izuku saw his sensei stop, then slouch down a bit more. We can discuss this later, but since you're so desperate for an answer, yes, I did know him. His teacher chugged down the last of his coffee and set the cup on a table. Anyhow, let's go. Izuku nods and stood up, grabbing his bow staff and sliding it into its slot. So, how long will we be out again? Izuku asks. 6 hours. His sensei replies. But if you get too tired, we'll come back. He adds, earning a nod from Izuku. Now, do you know how to do parkour? It had been a tiring night for Izuku, and he only lasted for 3 hours before starting to get tired. At times he would slip from a rooftop and had either Aizawa-sensei or a cloud catch him. He had good enough luck that he didn't fall when they found some thugs doing illegal stuff. Thankfully, they hadn't found any mutant quirk users with a strong quirk. Since it was the underground, Izuku was exposed to a few people using drags too, like Trigger, a drag that temporarily boosts somebody's quirk dangerously. He only ran into a group of people using those with his sensei, and currently, they're in a fight with that group. Loud Cloud, be careful. Eraserhead says over to his intern, his long capture weapon wrapping around one of the group members. He surprisingly swung the thug around with ease and threw him at another team member. Sensei, one of them has an illusion quirk. With it boosted with Trigger, it's dangerous. Keep your eyes on the white-haired one. Izuku turned and spun his staff in his fingers, using his clouds to take some force from any attacks. Another has a telekinesis quirk. I can handle him. He heard his sensei groan in annoyance. Fine, but don't hurt yourself much, he says, knocking out another thug. So far they knocked out 4 of 6, and the last 2 had dangerous quirks by the drag, Trigger. It took a bit for Izuku to take down the telekinesis quirk user, but he did by the time his sensei took the other down. Once the criminals were tied up, Izuku let out a sigh of relief and leaned back on the wall behind him, closing his eyes. Tired? Aizawa questions. My head also feels sticky. Izuku replies. He felt his hair get brushed to the side, then some bandages being wrapped around his forehead. You need to take more care of yourself, you got hit in the head. Aizawa mumbles. You also look tired. We can go back, you need to be awake tomorrow to train. You lasted longer than I thought you would though, it's 1 in the morning. Aizawa calls the police, then picked Izuku up. Sensei, you do care. Izuku laughs. Aizawa rolls his eyes. I thought you knew that already. He mutters. But I'm your favorite, right? I'm not supposed to choose favorites. The next few days went smoothly in Izuku's opinion. It was a great internship with Aizawa, more than he originally thought. There was a schedule to follow, but it wasn't strict. In Izuku's opinion, it was somewhat similar to his usual workout schedule, but harder. Midoriya, I said you can have a break. Show you to size. Go sit down or whatever, I don't care. You look sick and I don't want you to push yourself right now. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder, and another took away his staff. But sensei, I like training, and I like getting stronger. That's what this internship is about, getting stronger, but you can't overwork yourself. Go sit down, you can train later. If you need me, I'll be napping. Izuku sighs and nods. Since I'll try not to wake you up. He walks out the room and walks around, trying to find something to do. Izuku hasn't really had time to look around that much, being busy with sleep, training, or just being out with his sensei. He hadn't had time to snoop around or anything. Aizawa's apartment wasn't at all bad, and it was homey in Izuku's opinion. Photos lines the walls, And he had 3 cats that would constantly sleep or meow. Izuku liked it. Speaking of cats, Izuku felt one nuzzle his leg and crouched down to pick it up. Well, hello, present meow. He chuckles. What trouble shall we cause today? All he got was a loud meow in reply. Ah yes, the worst of all, snooping around. The cat meowed and purred as Izuku started walking, scratching behind the cat's ear. There was a few photos of Aizawa during his time at Yui, and Izuku loved them, seeing his sensei as a teen made him less threatening since Izuku could always imagine a teen Aizawa when he was doing one of his logical ruses. Looking at photos on the wall escalated into looking in drawers, and eventually finding some old yearbooks from when Aizawa was a teenager. One caught Izuku's eye, so he decided to take it out and sit on the couch with the cats. Oboro's photo book was written in marker where a stuck-on label was, and Izuku couldn't help but be curious. Oboro? Must be a coincidence. If my uncle was friends with my teacher's mom would have told me. Izuku mumbles, flipping the photo book open to its first page. The first thing he realized when he opened the book was that basically none of the photos were set in order. The first one was just the top half of somebody's face, light blue hair flowing around his head like a cloud. No way. Izuku gapes, glancing down at a few other pictures. Izuku squinted at a certain dark photo, probably taken under trees. He could just about see everything. A cloud. His eyes widen. After a second he snaps out of the staring and looks down at the other photos. I was wondering when you'd find that. Izuku squeaks at the deep voice of his sensei and turns around. Sensei? Sorry, I got bored and saw this in dash. Boy, shush, I don't care. I was going to show you that at some point anyways, never did answer your question about knowing Oboro properly. Izuku nods and turned back to the photo book once he calmed down from the mini heart attack he had. A few have my face in it so you would find out anyways. Aizawa sighs, sitting down next to Izuku. How far have you gotten? Oh, I just looked at the first page. Izuku replies silently. If you're wondering why one of those pictures are so dark, he took that when we were at a training camp. Izuku nods. Figures. Usually Quirk training camps are surrounded by trees and nature. Aizawa looks over Izuku's shoulder to look at the pictures. Is that present Mike? Izuku laughs, spotting a picture of a blonde-haired teenager with as many glasses and goggles on his face. He was grinning and had the same looking shades present Mike wore up to this day. Yep. You can see Midnight in the background too. And you behind him? Izuku assumes. Oh yeah. Back then Tensei didn't know us, so that's definitely me. Tensei? Ida Tensei? Aizawa nods. So, have any pictures of baby Tenya stored somewhere? Izuku smirks. If you leak it to your classmates you can't tell them where you got them from. My lips are sealed. Sensei, how long until we're there? Izuku asks, glancing around the bullet train they were currently in. I told you, you don't need to call me Sensei. And we'll be there in about 5 minutes. We're in Hosu, but the train station is pretty far away. Aizawa replies, leaning back in his seat. It feels strange calling you by your name, especially without Sensei with it. Izuku sighs. It's only fair, but you can call me whatever you want anyways. Aizawa shrugs, hiding the lower half of his face in his capture weapon. I guess it is, you don't act like just a teacher to me, and I bet I would have known you since birth if that incident didn't happen. Izuku mutters. Anyways, what are we doing anyways? Hosu has a lot of criminals. It's good for you to fight in there since you'll get more experience. Aizawa replies. Izuku was about to respond but something cut him off. Passengers, please stay calm and in your seats, we'll be stopping soon. Izuku was about to panic a burr before there was suddenly a Nomu, which had broken through the train trying to run from a hero which was following it. Midoriya, you have permission to use your quirk, and any classmates you run into do too. Try staying out of trouble. Izuku turned to Aizawa, only to see him already kicking the Nomu at its weak spot, the brain. Izuku reacted fast, and ran to help, quickly doing what he did last time to make the Nomu temporarily inactive. Midoriya, go find your classmates. 3 of them are in Hosu and could be in danger. Izuku made a cloud and jumped onto it, making sure his phone was in his pocket before flying himself through Hosu. He eventually landed and got rid of the cloud. He was greeted by a group of toddlers running into him. Some recognized him as a hero due to his hero outfit, standing out against normal clothing. The other half kept panicking and cried into Izuku's arms. Izuku had crouched down and started to calm down the toddlers in his arms. "Shoo, everything is fine. Us heroes are protecting you. Don't worry, the baddies won't win." Izuku smiles, tracing circles on one's back, who was heavily crying. Izuku theorized the kid had some sort of a hydration quirk. There was a loud bang, and Izuku knew they had to move. He made a cloud and set the kids on it, holding another in his arms. He started running, making the cloud follow next to him. "Mommy!" He heard a child cry. Izuku sighed. Some heroes really need to actually calm the children in the area down. "Okay, you all, I need you all to be heroes and stay here, be brave. I'm going to find some more of you to make you all feel safe." He smiles. A few calmer toddlers weakly nodded. Izuku expanded the cloud and set the last child down, running towards any signs of crying or panicked children. He felt eyes on him when he ran around, picking out the children, ranging from ages 1 to 13, and setting them all in a safe area. "Okay, 10, 15. Izuku started counting all the children he found. "There's 29 of you." His eyes widen. There was another bang, and Izuku started running again with the cloud next to him. He held a few hands, trying to keep slow but also fast to get away from any chaos. He stopped at an alley and froze at what he saw. A few children started to whimper, and he tried to shush them as fast as possible. When he went to confront the others in the alley, he felt small hands hold him back. He glanced down and saw a monochrome-shaded toddler start to hold him back. "No, don't buy," he cried, gaining the attention of the 3 others in the alley. He felt 3 sets of eyes on him and ignored it for a moment. "Shoo, it'll be fine, I won't leave you, it'll be right over there." He kneeled down and hugged the boy, setting him on a large cloud that held half the children. "Keep their eyes from inside the alley, please," he whispers to the older children, who nodded. He turned back and set the cloud safely to the side before taking out his staff defensively. "Stain." "Right." He stared up at the creepy man, who held out his blades, ready to strike. The man completely ignored what Izuku said and glanced over at the 2 clouds of children. "Why do you keep those children here? You should know it's not wise currently." He questions. I can't just leave them alone. Most of them are toddlers and haven't even manifested a quirk." Izuku replies, glancing over at 2 bodies. "Tenya? Tensei? Midoriya, please, stay out of here and protect those kids." Tensei pleaded. "You don't need to fight, help is on the way already." Izuku shook his head. "Quirk." Tenya hesitated before replying. "It's blood-related. He stabbed my arm and cut Tensei's cheek. A small amount of blood made us paralyzed." Izuku thought for a moment, spinning his staff. "Well, there's 2 possibilities. Either it relies on blood type or the amount of blood, and from what you said, I assumed he liked the blood." "Yes." Stain charged at Izuku, who quickly dodged, trying to knock Stain off his feet. Stain kept in place and sliced down where Izuku was. Izuku jumped out of the way and smacked him on the back with his staff. He tried to keep this as far from a real fight as possible. Izuku dodged attack after attack, keeping a distance from the kids so none of them could get hurt. Izuku started to feel sick, but pushed himself to make another cloud, which turned a dark gray and started to produce rain. It took a bit, but while the hero killer and Izuku were fighting, it started to produce lightning too. From the corner of Izuku's eye, he saw Tensei shift. Izuku smirks, Stain's quirk must have worn off. There was a harsh kick to Stain's side, and Izuku looked over to see Tensei had gotten up and started fighting again. "Tenya, you got permission to use your quirk by Eraserhead. Once you get up, get fighting if possible. I need to protect those kids." Izuku shouts over to Tenya, who by now is at the other end of the alley. "Oi, Ingenium, mind heating the place up?" Izuku got the rain cloud and slammed his staff down on it. It separated into separate clouds, and water was everywhere like fog. There was noises of engines starting, and some water started to evaporate. The area started fogging up, and Izuku decided to get rid of the clouds. Stain had gotten out of the situation a bit fast, and threw a dagger where he assumed Izuku would be. Izuku was on the other side, and his eyes widened when he saw a kid had snuck off the cloud and walked to the battle. Stain was going to stab the kid. He reacted fast, falling to his knees to the height of the small toddler. He felt the dagger impale itself into Izuku's back, and the fog started to clear. The child started crying, catching the attention of Stain once more. The vigilante's eyes widen at what he was aiming for, seeing the toddler clearly. Tensei took that as an opportunity to tackle the hero killer, taking some ropes he carried to tie him up. Tenya started to shift around, and stood up. Midoriya. He starts to shuffle the direction of Izuku, letting his brother take care of the hero killer. Tenya, I'm fine, take care of the kid. Izuku ignored the knife in his back, and went to help Tensei. Midoriya no dash. Tenya Ida. Take care of the children. Izuku started stripping Stain of his weapons, checking any places he thinks could keep another before helping tie Stain up. Stain rolls his eyes, letting himself get captured. Well, at least it was by a real hero, he thought. Tensei picked Stain up as his brother called the police, letting Izuku talk to the kids. The one that had been targeted hadn't stopped crying, and had jumped into Izuku's arms once able to. Shoo, it's okay, you're all safe from the meanie, he says to the toddlers. The one in his arms pulled himself up to look over Izuku's shoulder. I sorry. The child sobbed, eyes flashing light gray. Izuku felt a pinch at his back, and the sound of a dagger fall on the floor. Izuku crouched down and picked up a blood-soaked dagger, tracing circles on the child's back. Shoo, you don't need to be, Izuku smiles. Look, you're my hero now. He wiped the blood off the dagger and let the 3-year-old look at it. Waff. Izuku chuckles at the reaction. Look, you have a quirk, and you saved my dear back from cramping. He jokes. The child sniffles and wipes his eyes. But I dash. Ran in without thinking? Izuku guesses. The child nods. No, many heroes have a story, and the best always say they ran into action without thinking. You tried to save us, that's something heroic. The child buried his face into Izuku's shoulder and sniffles. Izuku calmed the toddler, and set him back on a cloud. He felt a pair of tiny hands on his back. He glances behind him and sees another kid with her hands on his back. Now, what are you doing, Missy? He asks with a chuckle. Hero. She answers. Izuku felt warmth at his back, and the tiny hands retreat. Mama said I'd take pain away. Izuku smiles. Aw, you didn't need to. He chuckles. But I didn't do much. Izuku turns and picks her up. You saved me from crying in pain, that's for sure. It took a bit, but eventually the police arrived. By then Izuku was hidden with the toddlers, who had taken a liking to him. It didn't last long, and the kids soon were asked to move aside for a second. Izuku got up, squeaking when he was pulled from the floor. A winged Nomu? His eyes widen. He looks down, feeling a weight on his foot. Hey kid, do you trust me? The child nods. Ready to fall? I promise my quirk will catch you. The toddler squeaks but nods again. Izuku made a cloud under them, ready to also jump, but then the Nomu suddenly stopped and started falling. Izuku quickly got out of the Nomu's grasp and fell on the cloud with the kid with him. He lowers the cloud down as he heard the hero killer scream something about fake and real heroes, before jumping down and getting back into police custody. The older kids were keeping the youngest from running over and swarming Izuku. He felt a doctor pull him to a cot and lay him down, sending the toddler away after a bit so they could make their way to the hospital. Izuku glanced to the side and saw the Ida brothers, one also in a cot while the other was sat on a chair, leg broken. Izuku sighs. Well, I signed up for this, didn't I? He thought before deciding to relax. May as well get hospital visits over and done with. Kuroji has been feeling off lately, as if something was wrong. Currently, he sat at his bar, a glass of alcohol in his hand as he watched TV. Usually, he'd never drink and hadn't had alcohol in a few years. Ever since there was an incident with Tamura as a child, he never drank anything to get himself drunk, even if he did have a high tolerance to alcoholic drinks. Owning a bar, it was weird, but he never cared. Kuroji, tell me you're not watching the sports festival again. Tamura sighs. I am not. Kuroji replied, grabbing the TV remote and changing channel before Tamura could see what was on. He took a sip of his drink and looked away from the misty blue-haired man. Is that alcohol? Kuroji laughed nervously under his breath and drank the rest of it, quickly hiding the bottle the liquid came from. No, it's just juice. He lies. Juice? You hate juice. Tamura states, walking over. Kuroji silently groans, finally feeling some minor effects of the alcohol. What do you mean? I like juice. Kuroji replies, looking over at the younger. Whatever you say. Anyhow, Master has some interest in that Cloud kid who was with Present Mike at the sports festival. He says he could be a threat and would mess up his plans. Tamura sighs. Apparently we got to kidnap him. No. Kuroji stood up and slammed his hands on the bar, before clearing his throat and sitting back down calmly. I mean, why do we need to exactly? That teenager doesn't look like he's much of a threat. Kuroji, we saw that kid take down a Nomu. Tamura sighs. He's a threat. He could take down you if he wanted. Your quirks basically collapse against each other, and without a warp gate we are both screwed. Kuroji thought and sighed. Yes, my apologies. I've forgotten about that incident. Izuku woke up to whispers surrounding him, each trying to be as quiet as possible. The voices were childlike, and Izuku felt small hands try poke him awake. He yawns and opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a bright hospital light. Mimi! He's awake! One cheers, setting off all the others. Izuku glanced around, only to see a group of toddlers surrounding his bed. Another few group of children surrounded Tenya, and Tensei was off to the side to see how his brother was healing and such. Izuku felt something shift in his arms and looked down. He saw 3 toddlers had occupied his arms. Well, hello there, you problem children. He laughs. The 3 look up and stare up at him. How are all my heroes doing? One tilted his head. But I was on your leg. You were brave, Izuku smiles. The 3 giggle. We're okay, Mr. Cloudy. One of them grins. What are you all doing here? He asks the group, only to have them all start talking and screaming at the same time, wanting to be heard over each other. They were shushed by a white-haired woman who walked over. Hello, sorry about the kids. A few of them were separated from the daycare or their parents during the attack. I'm their teacher. The ones who were saved by you wanted to visit, and the others wanted to give you gifts. She chuckles. Izuku smiles. Oh, you all didn't need to. He laughs. I never wanted a fan club. The toddlers started to giggle. He's funny. Izuku heard one say over to her friend. Anyhow, I don't think I told you my name. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and my hero name is Loud Cloud. I go to Yui High. He saw a few toddlers stare up at him in awe. Bnha? My brother is at Yui too, Todoroki Shudo, he's a first year. Izuku stared up at the lady for a moment. Oh, he's in my class actually. The women smiled at him. How has he been? He really needs to socialize more. He's been giving us all the cold shoulder ever since the semester started. But he's actually talked to me and he's pretty ice. He's actually told me about you. The woman rolls her eyes but smiles. Okay, away from my brother and me, they want to stay for a while, so sorry if these kids annoy you. Izuku shook his head. Why would these lovelies annoy me? He turned his attention to a kid with magma-looking hair, who started asking him some questions. Fuyumi-sensei, can we do it? A child asks her sensei. Fuyumi nods, and a small amount of the toddlers ran outside, dragging in a few bags full of paper and boxes. Well, you've been out for a while, and they wanted to make something big for their new heroes. We did paper crafts, dioramas, paintings, and some things with cotton wool. Fuyumi explains. It's a large class, and some wanted to make 2 for you, and those 2 brothers. Izuku nods. That's sweet of them. Fuyumi nods. Before turning to her class, separating the crafts and giving them to its creator, Izuku tried to sit up, but was pushed back down by the toddlers in his arms. So, he grabbed a remote on the side of the bed and sat himself up. He saw a few toddlers run over to the Idas, giving them paintings and some papier-mâché statues. Another few had made dioramas as best as they could, most likely having a lot of help from their teachers while making them. They wanted to be a little extra and made a lot. Fuyumi laughs. Some made simpler things and a lot decided to make something with papier-mâché. I ended up helping a lot. She picks up a small cloud statue of papier-mâché. They also wanted to try and make Somon sitting on this, but I said it was too hard. Izuku sighs. Well, they tried and the effort is enough. He smiles, thanking one of the toddlers who had passed him a small circle made out of wool, which had been pressed down by soap and water. There was a small cloud in it, and Izuku liked it. After a bit, a nurse walked in the room. Sorry, but I'm afraid you need to leave. Visiting hours are over. She sighs. You can all come back tomorrow if you'd like, none of you caused any trouble. The toddlers whined, but Fuyumi stopped it. We can visit again, don't worry. She smiles. The toddlers in Izuku's arms whined a bit more, but allowed the teacher to pick them up and set them down. The kids waved goodbye before leaving. Sheesh, those kids really know how to be extra. Well, there was like 30 kids in that class. Look, one made me a papier-mâché cloud. Izuku smiles. Tensei laughs. Ah, that's cute. It has a small smiley face on it. Izuku nods. Yep, and I'll cherish this forever. If I break it, I'll never forgive myself. Izuku smiles, setting the papier-mâché clouds to the side with a few other gifts. Before Tenya could voice a question, the door opened again. 3 people walked in, one, Aizawa-sensei, another was a dog-looking cop, while the last was Principal Nizu. Nizu waved and smiled as Aizawa glared at Tensei. Midoriya. How's your back? Good, I hope. Nizu says, walking over to Izuku's bed. Izuku smiles back at him. It's okay, can't feel it, but I think it was that kid's quirk or it's just gotten healed. That's good to hear. Although the doctors did say the stab was deep. Nizu sighs. I can't believe you. Couldn't you have made a cloud to protect the child and yourself? Izuku frowns. It was on instinct, I wasn't thinking. Nizu stares at Izuku for a moment, eventually replying. Well, you truly are a hero. Nizu was cut off from saying more when the dog cop started speaking. All right, please don't carry on the conversation. I have things to say to you 3 who fought the hero killer, he starts. Tensei shrunk down in his chair. Firstly, what posse'd you, Ingenium, to bring a student to the fight? Tensei squeaks but thinks up a reply. Well, it wasn't on purpose, we just ran into Stain and he couldn't get out without getting hurt. The cop stared for a moment. You are getting paperwork for that, woof? The cop turned to Izuku. Can you explain how you ran into the scene? Well, I was rounding up kids that were separate from their carers, and when I ran from a Nomu with them I looked into an alley and saw Stain with Tenya and Tensei, and those 2 were both paralyzed. Izuku explains. The cop nods. Now, away from that, woof, we need to discuss more. On one note, both you students were given permission to fight and use your quirks, so I can't punish you both for that, woof. On another side, there were witnesses, and not just the children, who had recorded the fight. You have been leaked to the media, and currently it's impossible to cover up. For this you both need to make a public statement about the fight and what happened, woof. The cop explains. The 2 students nod. After a few more sentences, the cop exited and Nizu and Aizawa cornered Izuku. Aizawa shook Izuku by the shoulders. Don't scare us like that. That knife was deep. He glares a bit, and Izuku's sweat drops. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking and I don't think I could have made another cloud anyways. Izuku mumbles. Nizu sighs. Now, since you've missed the last part of your internship with me, during the school week you need to stay back until we get all I wanted to teach you covered. Nizu says. Izuku sighs. Hi, sensei. Izuku and Tenya stood outside their classroom door, expecting questions once they walk in. They glance at each other for a moment, before just deciding to walk in and get it over with. As their classmates immediately bombarded them with questions. Tenya pushed past their classmates, dragging Izuku with him. Izuku stayed as close as possible, trying to avoid answering the questions. They sat at their desks, unfortunately a far bit from each other's. Questions followed them both to their seats, but were silenced as All Might walked through the door. "I am here to start your class." All Might smiles. "Get changed. Hero costumes aren't needed, but you can wear them if you please." It hadn't taken long for the class to get changed and follow their teacher to the area they'd be training in. It had ended up being a factory-looking set, with piped everywhere and small buildings around the place. Izuku was sure this would be easy. "Today is rescue training," All Might announces. Tenya put up his hand, confused. "Shouldn't we be going to the USJ for this? Since this SI Rikyu training, we should go to a place made for it." All Might nods. "Good point, but today is a different type of rescue training. I'll be sending off a SOS from a platform in this set, and Sai is just like a race. The first person to show up wins and had saved me." The blonde explains. Izuku grins. "So, it is going to be easy," he thought. All Might took out a stack of cards. "Now, hand these out. The number on your card determines which few students will go first." Izuku took his and looked down at his card. "Now who's first?" Izuku's hand shot up, followed by another 3. Shiro, Monoma, and Bnha had also gotten the first card. "Alright, look at the back of your card, and you'll find a letter. That letter is what your starting point is." Izuku turned his over. He was set at what he assumed could be one of the furthest points. They got led to the set as a screen came on for the others to watch. Izuku made a cloud and found his starting point easily. From what he's seen, there were more buildings at some point, which he assumed was to mess up whoever had some sort of telekinesis or flight quirk. Izuku stood on the platform. He was told to start on, ready to make another cloud. A bell went off and Izuku felt a vibration in his pocket. He created another cloud and jumped on it, pulling out his phone to quickly check the location. He put it back in his pocket and started to move closer. He passed Bnha, who had slipped a few times on her acid. Bnha notices him and squeaks, slipping off the place she was on. Izuku pushed her back up with a cloud before continuing to find All Might. "Who do you think will win?" someone asks, staring up at the screen. Hitoshi shrugs. "I'm betting on Izuku. With his clouds he can travel on, it's likely he'll get there first or at least second." Katsuki replies. "Good point, but Shiro can latch onto stuff with his tape." Achiko says. "Also Bnha is pretty fast with her acid, Karo." Tsu adds. "It's all even, Karo. If Monoma can Izuku's quirk, that is." The others nod. But all Izuku needs to do is ride on a cloud. Katsuki points out. But there's obstacles that he needs to dodge that the others travel with. Tenya mumbles. "They're all pretty close to reaching All Might, so we really can't be sure on who'll win." Ojiro nods. "Izuku is literally using his cloud as a hoverboard." Achiko states, staring up at the screen with an amused expression. Izuku smirks. "Almost there." He glares over at the direction All Might is supposed to be standing. He felt his cloud falter and silently cuss it. Yoink! He felt somebody tap his neck, making him trip a bit. Before he could fall, he made a small cloud and bounced off it, landing on the roof of one of the buildings. "Wait, Monoma dash." He started, sighing when he saw Monoma try use his quirk. Izuku stood there for a few seconds before making another cloud. He thought for a moment and smirked. The end of the cloud darkened, electricity cackling from right behind it. He felt a small boost and carefully avoided faceplanting on a building. He saw Shiro, with Bnha following from behind him as fast as possible. Before he knew it, the round was over. Young Shiro has came first. All Might announces. Izuku smiles and congratulates Shiro. "Came close, but you're better," he says. Shiro laughs. "Hey, I only won because I was falling and you were on a cloud. You're second though. Good job, man." Shiro smiles back. "I can't believe exams are coming up, it still feels so early in the year." Achiko sighs. Tenya laughs. "Well, some training exercises are considered fun, and we tend to forget about other lessons and focus on the more exciting ones. We must have lost track of everything." Izuku nods from beside Tenya and Hitoshi. "Michim. Although Eve been getting sick a lot, Everything was fun and Eve been focusing on more exciting and important stuff. I forgot what I even had for breakfast last week. He laughs. Katsuki snorts. Good job, Izuku. Anyways, what do you think exams will be? He saw Monoma walk by as he said it. Oh, Kendo said she has a friend from the year above. It's likely it's robots or teachers apparently. The blonde butts in. Since the original Class A has experience with villains, we need a challenge, and everybody passed last year with robots from what Eve heard. Oh, thanks Monoma. Monoma smiles at the thanks and walks off. So, if it is teachers, who do you think everyone will be up against? Katsuki questions. Tenya shrugs while Izuku thinks, a finger to his chin. He starts to mutter. Well, due to quirks, weaknesses, fears from what I've seen and others, I have a rough idea of what first-year teachers we could be up against. It would be cruel for us to go with teachers we don't see often. The others kept quiet and started to listen. It's likely Jiro would be against present Mike, due to her quirk giving her over-average hearing, and with the similarities in their quirks. Hitoshi will most likely go against a more silent hero, like Snipe or Aizawa-sensei. He continued, ending at himself. And it's likely for me to be against either present Mike, Snipe, or Ectoplasm. There are obvious weaknesses that can be used against me and those can use it against me. The group was silent for a moment. I didn't know you were so smart. Tsu gapes. Oh, smart? Nah, I just analyze quirks in my free time. Izuku smiles. Thanks for thinking that, though. So, why do you want to join the League of Villains? Tamura asks, directing the question at a black-haired, burnt man. Kuroji watched from behind his bar, stumbling a bit as he wandered around. He didn't know when the habit started, but whenever it was too silent somewhere, or if he was nervous, he'd walk around. Currently, Tamura has started to interview anyone who wants to join the league, and so far they got a nice amount of villains to join. The only one left was who Kuroji had nicknamed Burnt Chicken Nugget. He didn't know why, and just did, and assumed it's just his drunk mind being stupid. So far, they have enough to attack Yui again, but only a small amount of it. One who introduced himself as Mr. Compress is one that Kuroji just didn't like, even if he was keeping others under control. He wasn't the only one Kuroji had a problem with. For a while, he's had a bad feeling about Tamura, and with the league getting bigger, he assumed it was just because he has power over the whole league. Others, like that Toga girl, made him uneasy, and the only exception was a kid nicknamed Mustard. The kid was only about 12 and shouldn't even be near the league. Kuroji glanced over at Tamura, flinching when he felt his arm get stabbed. Himiko. He glances down at the shallow wound, glad to see it wasn't bleeding much. He grabbed a cloth and started to wipe away all the blood. What? I want to know what it's like being in mist. The blonde-haired teenager says, liking the blood from her knife. So? You can't just do that to Kuroji. Tamura states, glaring at the girl who had started to activate her quirk. Himiko had her hair start to float and lighten, her skin started to darken, but soon it stopped. I had enough blood, is something wrong with my quirk? She questions. Kuroji sighs and walks off to wrap up the stab wound. Yep, those new villains were going to be a handful. Nem. Hizashi looks over at his friend who sat down on the couch. The Ravenette's face was hidden behind her knees, and she hadn't moved for a while. The blonde noticed a few of his co-workers glance her way, before leaving them to talk. Shoyuta sat next to him, deciding it was a friend matter. What's wrong? The two stood up and walked over, Siashi sitting down next to her while Shoyuta had stuck to the end of the Nothing. The woman mumbles, trying not to look over at her friend. Namuri, you're obviously upset, what's wrong? Is it Midoriya? Shoyuta asks, frowning down at her, who had started to nod. How can you look at him? He resembles Oboro too much, he even has his quirk. Namuri sniffs, looking over at her friends. But, it's not him, and it's hard to remember that he took on Oboro's hero name. Aren't you two the slightest bit upset you see him every day? I can't stand looking at a kid who resembles him so much. Hizashi frowns. You're right, it's not Oboro, it's his nephew. That kid took after him a lot, even when it's obvious that Midoriya wasn't even born when he was alive. He sighs, not really knowing how to go with his reply. And that means Midoriya is his own person, not Oboro. They may be similar, but you need to remember it's not our best friend we went to school with 15 years ago. You can't just avoid Midoriya and hope it'll turn out good. Don't keep your mind in the past. Midoriya is not Oboro. Shoyuta continues. Nomuri sighs. It's hard. It's you talk with the kid, it won't be as hard. He has his own personality, hobbies, and mindset. Just because he looks like him and has his quirk doesn't mean they're identical. Hisashi nods at Shuta's statement. Yeah. He can actually focus on stuff, that's one thing that's different. He laughs. Nomuri sighs. I guess, I'll think about it. I've decided Eraser Mike is canon in this FIC and nobody can change that. If you do not pass your final exam, you won't be attending camp, so try your hardest. I was right. The teachers in front of the class looked over at Izuku and Monoma with a questioning expression. Oh, he thought it would be teachers. With the help of me. Monoma explains with a small smile. Nizu lets out a chuckle. Smart as ever, Midoriya. Now, time to pair you all up. The small principal cheers, sliding its way down from Aizawa's scarf. First, against Aizawa are Todoroki Shuto and Yaoyorozu Momo. Next up, Snipe, the students who will go against him are Hitoshi Shinso and Monoma Nito. For Midnight will be Kota Koji and Siro Hanta. Ectoplasm will be against Azui Tsuyu and Tokoyami Fumikichi. The principal continued to talk, and Izuku tuned it out until his name was called. Finally, Present Mike versus Kyoka Jairu and Midoriya Izuku. Izuku noticed that Nizu hesitated before calling his name. The principal continued to explain what would happen, and said all the battles would be going on at the same time. If a team finished early, they were free to watch the others' battles if there were more going on. While the principal did this, Izuku started to list off all present Nick's weaknesses in his head, making a cloud and shoving his hand in it to grab his notebook. Oh, and Midoriya, try to go easy on him. Izuku looked up and tilted his head as he flipped to the present Mike page of one of his notebooks. The explanation soon ended, and everyone was led to a bus each so they could reach their destination. Apparently the Kie they'd be going to is far, so Izuku assumed it would be somewhere present Mike had a weakness. Izuku sat down next to the blonde, reading over his notes on the pro hero. Midoriya, what have you written down in there anyways? The pro asks as Kyoka sat down next to Izuku. Oh, whatever I got to see about pros, I guess. You have entomophobia, right? The fear of bugs? I remember once when I was 7 there was a news channel recording a battle, and you wouldn't go anywhere near bugs, especially spiders. Izuku says he may as well get some information now. WL, bugs and arachnids are creepy. You can't blame me. The pro pouts. The two teenagers laugh as he turtled into his directional speaker with a small, embarrassed blush. Good point. You don't need to be embarrassed, Mike-sensei, it's reasonable. Eve heard you had seizures when you talk many bugs. Izuku mumbles. I did and it was a horrible time. Don't you dare find some way to get bugs on me. The pro lightly glares and Izuku laughs. I doubt we can. Anyhow, I'm going to nap before we get to the area, Midoriya, you can plan if you want. Izuku nods, and Kyoka shifts a bit to GT comfortable. She closes her eyes after a bit and Izuku turns back to Mike. Anyways, you can read through the journal if you want, it's just some analysis Eve done. It wouldn't hurt to let you. Izuku smiles, handing his hero analysis journal to Mike, who flipped through some pages before going back to his. I didn't expect your analysis to be so good when you have time to explain everything. You're right, I can't stand bugs and I am deaf. It's easy to see, actually. Izuku reached up and pulled Mick's headphones off. You got hearing aids, just like Kaken. Your headphones are thick, but if you look close enough you can see there is something under it. It's also pretty obvious. Quirks have effects on the holders, and your ears most likely can't stand the volume of your voice. Like, Kaken's ears can't stand his explosions. I'm guessing you deafened yourself when you were in Yui. It's impossible to do it as a baby because babies' bones are softer, and I wouldn't be surprised if you went past your limits when you were a teenager. Also, Shoyuta showed me some pictures when I was at the internship. Izuku rambles. Mike blinked for a moment. Yeah, actually. I was in my second year when I deafened myself, but Eve had problems with hearing for longer. I just thought it was what everybody heard for a while. And, Shoyuta? Izuku laughs and replies. Yep, Shoyuta, you should know he would tell me at some point. As long as I don't call him Shoyuta when everybody can hear me, then it's fine. Mike smiles. You can call me by my name too if you want. To be honest, it's strange since you resemble my uncle? That's understandable. When that all started, I almost made Mom think I was him. And your name is Yamada Hizashi, right? Hizashi laughs at the other bit. It nods. Yep, that's me. Izuku smiles. Your first name means sunlight, that's nice. Hizashi nods. Don't tell anybody, but Shoyuta would call me sunlight or sunshine a lot, and not just to get my attention. Izuku laughs. Is that why there's a double bed in his room at his apartment? Are you two married? I was busy though, so I couldn't really be there when you were awake or just there. Hizashi childishly pouts. Izuku nods with a laugh. Hizashi, Midnight Sensei was one of your friends in Shoal too, right? The blonde nods. Is there any reason she hasn't talked to me yet like you or Shoyuta? Hizashi sighs and nods again. Yep. Sho and I talked to her about it, and she says it's just hard to look at you when you resemble a dead friend. Izuku nods, expecting some sort of answer like that. Before he could as anything else, the bus stopped. Hizashi smiles. Good luck beating me, I doubt I'll win to be honest. He passes Izuku back his hero analysis journal and shook Kyoka for a second, then left the bus. Come on, Jiru, we're here. Izuku smiles and picks her up. She started to move a bit, and got up when she noticed she was being carried after a bit. She mumbles a quiet thanks and walked next to Izuku to the entrance. The two talked with each other for a plan while they were waiting for the exam to start. Once it did, they were greeted by yelling. The exam started. Kyoka winces, and allows Izuku to make clouds around her ears and earphone jacks to muffle the noise a bit. The two walked in and looked around. A forest full of bugs? I guess they were originally going to put me with somebody else, and not with present Mike. Kyoka nods. This will make this a bit harder, but that's fine. You party poopers. Izuku squeaks and held his ears. So, since I'm a close-distance fighter, I'm guessing they put me with Mike because he's a long-distance fighter. If we can muffle his voice, I can get close enough to attack him, and you can use your heartbeat to dash. Fun. Aren't you going to start attacking? Izuku tried to muffle the voice even more. Kyoka had understood what he was saying and just nodded. Can't you make clouds wherever you want? I need to see the place though and get a bit close since it relies on taking the moisture from a certain part of air. I've learnt I can change the weather on them too, so maybe we can use that to our advantage. Todoroki Shuto and Yaoyorozu Momo have passed the exam. Maybe dash. I am getting bored. Shut up, you oversized bird. Kyoka snorts at what Izuku screamed back, and heard a similar noise from far away. You're mean. Yes, I know that. Izuku turns back to Kyoka. Now, what were you saying? Maybe we can make his directional speaker malfunction by getting water dash. No, too risky, it might electrocute him. But if I'm careful, I can get it wet and not hit the speakers or wires to detract him. Kairoka nods. Good plan. Anyways, now dash. Hurry you up. Izuku's eyes widen, not having his ears covered at that moment. He didn't want to overuse his quirk and had a plan including a large cloud. He felt a pain in his ears and squeaks. Midoriya. Kyoka panics a bit but calmed down after a bit. Let's just get on with this shitty plan. Ida Tenya and Ojiro Mashireo have passed the exam. Azuitsuyu and Tokoyami Fumikage have passed the exam. Izuku made a small amount of thick clouds to sever his ears, which were badly bleeding. The two then start to put their plan into action, only to realize it could fail easily. Izuku started collecting bugs to put in the cloud for a short time, and only started with the plan when they had enough. around what Izuku would assume. 60 or so bugs were in there, and a few non-deadly spiders hung around the top of the cloud. Time is almost up. Izuku frowns at the lie and just starts the plan. Mike seemed to notice the cloud creeping behind him and stepped back from it, to be confused when it floated above him. Izuku got rid of the cloud and kicked all the bugs and arachnids out of it. They heard a girly screech and decided to look at the result. I guess we didn't need my quirk after all. Izuku walked up to his sensei and handcuffed him. Mike had bugs and spiders crawling all around him, and he wasn't taking it well. Midoriya, Izuku, and Jiraiya Kyoka have passed the exam. Shiro Hanta and Kota Koji have passed the exam. Izuku immediately took the cuffs off and started to get all the bugs and spiders off of Hizashi. Jiraiya, can you go and find first aid? He asks as he got all the sutures off. I think my ears are still bleeding. He took the clouds away, to be shocked at the amount of blood he lost. Kyoka ran off to go find the first aid in the bus as Izuku pulled Hizashi up and led him to the same location. Holy crap, I didn't mean to be so loud. Your ears are covered with blood. Izuku winced at a loud noise in his ear. Stop shouting, Jiraiya and I have already passed. I'm not shouting. I must have done something to your ears, like minor deafness. Hizashi replied. Izuku sighs and nods. We can talk to Recovery Girl about it, and hope she can do something. Hizashi Yamada. Izuku let out a small giggle as Ji saw Hizashi get whacked over the head by Recovery Girl's cane. If you were any louder, he would be as deaf as you. She exaggerates. Izuku rolls his eyes. I'm serious. It's pure luck you aren't deaf like him, but you will have trouble hearing. Recovery Girl sighs. Well, tomorrow we can go get him checked over again, and get him a trial for hearing aids. Inko won't mind if I bring him out for a bit. Hizashi squeaks. Call her, and make sure to mention you almost deafened her son. Recovery Girl glares at Hizashi, then turns to Izuku. I know Japanese sign language. Don't worry, at least I know a way to communicate if I did go fully deaf. Yes, at least. Please don't be so loud next time, Izuku sighs, following Hizashi around a clinic of some sort. Don't worry, I won't. I almost deafened you, and I don't want to do anything like that to a student again. The exam day had passed, and it's currently the weekend. Hizashi had already booked everything required to get hearing aids, and after a few days he would be allowed to get his own after a trial to see if it fits and works. Hizashi currently was in his civilian persona, and drew little attention somehow. Why did I even get put with you? Oh, your classmates were all paired already. You were going to be against All Might, but it was too risky, since you don't have a fighting-based quirk and would just use your strength, so you and another two got swapped over. The blonde explains, walking to a door and knocking on it. He led Izuku in after the door was opened and sat down, pulling Izuku with him. So, who is it today? A white-haired woman asks, turning to them with a soft smile. She seemed around 20, and Izuku assumed the hair color is related to her quirk. Izuku, I accidentally gave him a bit of deafness. A bit? You need to speak up so I can hear you. Izuku deadpants. Good point, but still. The doctor laughs and turns to her computer. Okay, let's see through Yamada's first. Complete deafness related to your quirk, and you're nearsighted. But I don't need to talk about that. She mumbles. Remember, you need to book another appointment for you soon, to check if anything happened to your hearing aids. The blonde nods. Anyhow, Midoriya Izuku, correct? She asks in a loud voice. Izuku nods. She grabs something and walks over, gently keeping it in Izuku's ear to look through. You busted his eardrums, not as bad as it could be though. We have everything we need already set up. Since it's caused by a quirk, it's easier to figure out everything. She took the object out and places it on a table. My quirk allows to analyze medical issues, and if you don't mind, I need to use it on you. Izuku nods for her to continue. She smiles, and her hands glow a midnight blue. Okay, I think I know what we should start out with. Tell me what is best and I can give you a week trial. A week? Hizashi questions. Yes, a week. I've heard you Yui students are going off to a camp when the new term starts, so we can shorten it down to a week. Remember, hearing aids are not waterproof. If you want to swim, then you'll need to take them out or get them waterproofed here. We got a quirk for that. It permanently makes it waterproof. Yep. Mine are, and it's great. You really want one to swim deaf. Hisashi smiles at Izuku, who nods. How long will this take anyways? Izuku sighed, looking down at the kittens tugging on his pants. The two meowed and tried climbing up his pants. He picked them up in his arms, taking out his phone. Cloudy, guess who's coming with me today? Eraser, the kittens? Eraser, bring them food if you are bringing them in. Cloudy, bingo. Smiley face. Don't worry, I'm bringing food. Izuku walked around and grabbed some cat food, shoving it in his pocket with his phone, then went out to get to school. He wandered to the nearby bullet train station. When he found the cats, they were closed, but he did usually go that way to school since it's pretty far. He took off his bag and opened it, making a small cloud inside to put the cats on. He left his bag a bit unzipped when he put it back on, with the kittens inside. The ride took a few minutes, but eventually he had gotten off and started to walk the short distance to U. He took the cats out when he was on school grounds, getting rid of the cloud and zipping his bag up once the kittens were safely held in his arms. Izuku made his way to his class, a bit nervous on what his results are with the exam, due to there also being a written portion. Unlike some others, he decided to study by himself, while others went either Yaoyorozu or Ida. He didn't want to rely on others' help with it. During the written portion, he saw a lot of the more dumb classmates actually answering all the questions, so he assumed everybody would pass that part if they could answer all those questions. Izuku turned up to his class at his usual time, 5 minutes early. Usually Ida would tell him to be earlier, but he stopped after realizing it wouldn't work. Everybody felt how sought Izuku's clouds are, and he'd usually sleep on either a cloud or hammock in his room. Midoriya. Kyoka smiles. How's your ears? She asks. Izuku shrugs and decides to reply verbally as well. My ears are okay, but am mostly deaf like Kaken now. I'm on my trial for hearing aids. He points to the object over and behind his ear. She nods. Thanks for protecting my ears, by the way. Mike-sensei was loud. He didn't mean to be too loud, he just got excited he was winning. He explains. Kyoka nods and turns back to who she was talking to before. Izuku looks down at the kittens in his arms and makes his way over to his seat, setting them on a cloud on his desk. They meowed and started to reach for Izuku's face, standing up on their back legs to try get some hair that fell down a bit. Deku! Izuku turned and saw Katsuki with his eyes wide. Are your ears okay? He asks, looking over them. My ears are fine, I just have hearing loss. Kaken, we match. Katsuki sighs. Trial PRD? Trial PRD. Get your own waterproofed. I will. The door slid back open and the class quieted, walking around to sit down in their assigned seats. Izuku looked over at the door and saw Aizawa-sensei with some papers in his hands. The cats meowed, wanting to climb him up sleep in his scarf. Izuku sighs and directs the cloud over to him, which he got rid of once they were gone from it. The cats jumped on the man and claimed his capture scarf to sleep in. Aizawa didn't seem to mind and walked up to the podium to announce the results. Congratulations, all of you passed the written portion, surprisingly. Kaminari, Siro and Mina groaned at the comment, which was mostly, obviously, directed at them. Some others lightly giggled at the comment, and the fact it was easy to see cats nuzzling his scarf. Now, I have some comments. Not all of you passed the physical portion, so you'll be getting more criticism than others. Firstly, Midoriya, what was going in your head when you didn't cover your own ears? I didn't want to get sick. Whatever, anyways, Ashido and Kaminari. The teacher continued on, giving constructive criticism a little too harshly. Congratulations, you are all going to camp. The teacher ended, an uncomforting smile across his face. The class shrieked at the reveal. The summer camp is the training camp. It makes sense. Izuku calls out. The class turned to him. Those who hadn't passed obviously need more training than whoever did. It would be illogical if they don't get trained. I'm guessing there are some special classes though. Aizawa-sensei nods. Yep. All who hadn't passed. He looks over to a group of students. will be doing remedial classes with me, from 7 in the afternoon to 2 in the morning. The grin widened while some students' eyes widen. You're cruel. Izuku comments. I know that. Hey, we should go to the mall at the weekend. We can get our camp stuff over there. Mina yells out to the class with a wide smile. The majority of the class agrees. Some others need a bit of convincing, but they ended up with 15 of them going. Some others, like Todoroki, have family issues, or something already planned for the weekend. Izuku decided to go. Where should we go first? Achiko asks, looking over at her friends. Izuku shrugs. I'm probably going to the clothes store, pharmacy, then food court. Pharmacy. Achiko. Izuku stared until Achiko realized what he had to get. Oh, I'll come, I don't want to rely on you getting me those strips. She smiles, Izuku returns one back. Sure, let's go to get some clothes first. I'll get you some stuff. You said you were on a tight budget and you look like you're uncomfortable in those clothes. He motions towards the clothes she currently wore. Achiko blushes in embarrassment. You don't need to. But I want to. Izuku replies. Hey Tenya, wanna come along? He looks over at his dark-haired friend, who smiled at them. Sure, but I need to get Tensei another first aid kit in case he gets hurt while out again. Izuku nods. He really needs to be careful. The trio walks off, first to a clothing store. Izuku was pleased to find his favorite, sleeveless hoodies. Hey Achiko, want to get one? He asks, taking a peach fading to purple-styled one, with bunny ears and tail sewn on it of course. She smiles. You really don't dash. Do you want one? Tenya repeats. Achiko sighs, knowing her friends won't give up. Yes please. Izuku nods and threw it over his shoulder, having a feeling it would fit her. He grabbed another, with a orange and black fox design. He saw Tenya choose one of his own, a wolf one with a tail that would drag like the fox one. Izuku grabbed a purple cat one that he had a feeling would fit Hitoshi, while Achiko picked one black and white bear one for Todoroki Dash, who Izuku still wasn't sure if he was in the friend group or not. Dash. Izuku glanced at it and noticed it was Danganronpa merchandise, an old, but still famous, horror game. The group wandered around, picking out shorts, hoodies, caps, and shirts. Tenya offered to pay. Tenya, you don't need to. I'm rich, Izuku, I want to get rid of some money by buying stuff for my friends. Tenya smiles. Fine, but I'm paying for my fox hoodie. The group paid for the clothes and wandered off. Izuku had immediately thrown his hoodie on, which the other two chuckled at. The next stop was the pharmacy, and Izuku took a bit, before finding the strips he needed. Well, he didn't need them, but they got rid of a bit of nausea. He had his custom ordered. He wandered up to the counter and Tei placed their items on the counter. Oh, before I forget, I have an ordered box of strips to match my quirk, under the name of Izuku Midoriya. The lady at the front nodded and wandered to the back room. Hey, Izuku? Izuku turned to his friends. Yeah. He asks with a small smile. Why does your quirk give you that sickness thing anyways? Achiko asks. I've already explained mine. Oh, it's because of the amount of air in my body, and due to the fact I take moisture from the air dash. Izuku continues with an explanation while the lady took out his order. Soon she came out, and the trio started paying for their items. Off to the food court. Izuku laughs, leading the group to the food court. The two others laugh along with him and follow. The group separate to get their food. Izuku turns to a shop and starts ordering. He pays and started to sip on his raspberry slushie with his curry in his hand. Izuku jumped a bit when he felt a hand around his neck, but kept his mouth shut and expression blank. Oh, you're that kid from the announcer's booth, in the sports festival. A hero course student, right? Can I get an autograph? Shigaraki, you should know I wouldn't give out my autograph to. He glances around. An old friend. That's right, I'm an old friend. Don't break character, or you'll feel your neck decay. Izuku spotted his class at a table, and sent a panicked look at anyone who looked his way. Of course. Tenko. He nods, saying the first name to come to mind. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. Now, I want you to talk to me like a good friend, not like someone you just met. Izuku nods. Now, down to business. The dusty-haired villain started to talk about Stain, quirks, and his hate for heroes. Izuku itched to grab his phone, but decided not to. Izuku answered any questions as truthful as possible, thankfully being saved after a bit by Monoma. Oh, hey Deku. The blonde smiles, walking over. Who's this? Oh, dear Midoriya and I are old friends. Monoma put his hand behind his back. Midoriya, huh? Must be before you got all your friends to call you Deku. He says. Monoma glances over and saw Shigaraki panic a bit. Oh, yes, I met him when he was 1. Thanks for the intel. Now, go over to that nice mall officer over there and admit you're Tamura Shigaraki, the villain who led the USJ attack. Monoma smiles wider, and Shigaraki froze, taking his hand from Izuku, then wandered off. Monoma. Thank you. Izuku smiles, thankful he took a risk and also copied Hitoshi's quirk. Also, how'd you know? He was a villain? Or didn't know you? You looked uncomfortable and seemed to shift around a bit. His hand was around your neck like it was something to do with his quirk, like a 5-finger touch quirk. The blonde explains. Oh, and call me Nito. This is just a filler. Soon enough, the trial PRD of having hearing aids was over, and Izuku had his own. They weren't that expensive, and were great, also being permanently waterproofed by a quirk. Currently, the class had started chatting about doing some endurance training, which was really just swimming in the school pool. To Izuku's disappointment, it was Mineta who suggested it, most likely to see the girls in bikinis, which is actually against school rules. Their request had been accepted, and soon enough everybody met up at the pool in swimsuits. Izuku had suggested to do some racing, or maybe some pool games. Most of the boys agreed with the racing, and only 2 girls had decided to join a race, being Tsu and Kyoka. Tsu had decided to go against Nito and Izuku. Luckily, the strips on Izuku's nose is waterproof, so he was free to use his quirk. He slapped one on Nito's cheek once his quirk was copied, and got Red to jump in the pool. Tenya called out a countdown, and once announced to, they all jumped in the pool. Izuku, holding a lot of air in his body, was faster, even without using his quirk. After halfway, Izuku formed clouds on his feet and pushed himself a bit faster, managing to reach the end on a tie with Tsu. Nito came last, and took 3 more seconds to complete. By then, Tenya started handing out drinks which he brought with him, being orange juice, apple juice, iced tea, and some Coke. Izuku chugged his Coke down once it was handed to him. Great job, Midoriya, Azui. Tenya smiles. You may have came last, Monoma, but good job too. Nito smiles at his friend. Thanks. The class started a few more races, while Izuku decided to sit on a cloud, putting the bag of drinks and snacks next to him. Izuku had started to hand the drinks out once certain people looked thirsty, or just finished a race. Some others decided to play some stupid stuff like Marco Polo, or just some volleyball in other lanes. Izuku. Izuku squeaks and turns around. Shoyuta. He smiles, knowing nobody else would hear him over some talking. His class was being loud, and started screaming about scores and random stuff. He threw Kirishima over a drink before turning back to Shoyuta. What's up? Shoyuta pulled him away and back inside, but still allowed Izuku to hold up his cloud outside. Hisashi wanted to know how you are, for one and a few other reasons. Due to the nature of your quirk, it would be harder to train it. We covered a lot during the internships. Because of that, you'll most likely be sparring with a pro, so be prepared. A towel was thrown over Izuku's shoulders. Lastly, the principal wanted to have one last lesson, so dry up and tell your classmates you're going. Izuku nods and walks out. He explains it to Achiko, and got her to announce that he's leaving. Tenya took the snacks and drinks, placing them down on a nearby chair. Izuku walked back in and followed Shoyuta to the principal's office, waving goodbye when his sensei walked off. Izuku turned to the door and lightly knocked, hearing a gloomy, "Come in" from the other side. Izuku walked in, closing the door behind him. The principal waved from behind his desk, gesturing Izuku to sit down. Izuku does as asked and waited for the principal to talk. Hello, Midoriya. Today, Isn't like my usual lessons, and I had to deal with this before you go off to camp due to reasons. The principal shakily smiles. Nizu, are you okay? Izuku asks, noticing the shaking. The white mouse dog bear-looking principal nods. Yes, I'm quite alright. This is just a hard subject for me. Now, throw on a shirt and dry your hair, you need to be dry for lessons. Izuku laughs and nods, taking a spare uniform shirt offered to him. He throws it on and starts drying his hair with the towel over his shoulder. Now, on to the lesson. Nizu tapped away on his laptop and turned it to show Izuku. Student deaths and risks. Izuku's eyes widened and shook a bit. I can see why it's such a hard subject. Yes, and I have no doubts that it's hard to cover for you too. Now, we're starting off from the youngest to oldest. This will require no assignment or anything, I just want you to know some of this. Izuku nods and starts reading the writing on the screen. Why am I learning all this? It used to be in the curriculum as hero deaths, but it's for third years due to gruesome descriptions and images, and I need to show you this when you're still in first year. Nexu replies gloomily. The lesson continues on, eventually giving multiple reasons for why certain rules and such have changed. Now, I know this one is hard for you, so I left it for last. As you noticed, you haven't seen your uncle on this, and Eve left him for last as it must be a sensitive subject. Nizu sighs. Oboro Shirakumo, aged 17, died protecting children from falling debris by a harsh hit to the head. Izuku shook a bit, but continued listening. He was one of the most heroic students Eve ever seen, and I know you've heard this, but you two are very alike. Izuku read through the rest on the screen. And he was one of the only students who died under me during their work studies, which is why that activity has been moved up to third years only. Although, this year it may change. The greenette nods. Work studies are like working for an agency, right? But it's more for experience before becoming a pro and such. Nizu nods. Yes, but no missions usually. It's like being a vigilante in some way, but you're licensed. You can take down any villain you see, but unless there's a specific reason for something you want actually be sent out by whoever you're with. He explains. Now, on to another part, risks. As you know, everyday heroes risk their lives to save others, and I'm not just talking about licensed heroes. Mostly students who attend UE have a bigger record of running into situations that can kill them just to save somebody. Risks, like death and permanent injuries, are common in some way. Around a handful of students have permanent injuries in the range of 1 to 5 years here, while only a few end up dying. Nizu continued with the lesson, occasionally stopping to catch his breath or have some tea he set on his desk. With the amount increasing every year there was a knock on the door. Yes, come in. Nizu smiles. Izuku turned around to see a skeletal-looking man walk in. Izuku looks him over as Nizu greets the man. Wait. All Might, is that you? The man squeaks and sours out blood from his mouth. Izuku apologizes for suddenly saying it and grabs a napkin, passing it to the man. The man clears his throat and wipes off the blood with a thanks. You figured it out that quickly? I guess you're smarter than you look. Nizu chuckles. Though, I should know you're smart enough to realize his identity fast. All Might sighed at Nizu. Should we really dash? He's trustworthy, All Might. Nizu interrupts with a smile. All Might stared at Izuku for a moment. My name is Yagi Toshinori, or as you know me, All Might. A few years back I got severely injured and got deflated too. I had multiple surgeries, and it only made me able to do hero work for a certain time. It used to be 3 hours, but now it's 1. He explains, lifting up his shirt a bit to reveal a nasty scar. Izuku winced. I see why that has such an impact on your working hours. I'm guessing it decreased even more after the USJ? Toshinori nods. Yeah, since I overused my muscle form and kept it for a solid few hours, my time decreased. Toshinori explains. Anyhow, Nizu, I need to talk with you. Is it about? Yes. Toshinori nods. Midoriya, would you like the lesson to continue now or later? The two turned to Izuku. You two can talk, we can do the lesson the day before I go to camp. See ya, Nizu. Izuku smiles, hopping off his seat S&D walking out the door. This isn't a toilet stop. Mineta whines, shifting in his spot. Izuku chuckles and forms a cloud to sit on. But come on guys, gals. He makes it larger and makes a wall behind him so Shoyuta couldn't see him. A few of his friends hopped on. We obviously stopped for a reason, and it wasn't for a bathroom break. Well, aren't you smart? A voice came from behind. Izuku turned around to see a cat-dressed woman in red. Oh, it's Mandalay from the Wild Pussycats. Izuku stared, eyes darting to another figure who hopped down from somewhere with a light blue version of Mandalay's hero costume. Pixie Bob. He gasps but stops himself from fanboying. Wait. Crap, hold on tight. Izuku squeaks, moving his cloud the direction to where he presumed the camp would be. His friends all squeaked and tried to keep themselves from falling. Izuku heard the two female pros introduce themselves, and eventually dumped the rest of his classmates down where the forest is. Izuku already presumed that they were allowed to use their quirks. Tenya sighs in relief. Thanks, Izuku. I don't want to be thrown down there. He mumbles. Izuku smiles. No problem. Anyways, this is my limit on how many people I can have on a cloud, so let's go before the others yell that it's unfair. Izuku laughs, speeding up to get to the camp quicker. We should get to the camp in about 20 minutes, I can't see it yet. Izuku informs. Nito sighs. I'm really hoping it can go by faster. He mumbles. The others agreed. Currently, Izuku had around 7 people on the cloud. Kyoka, Nito, Tenya, Achiko, Hitoshi, Momo and Mina. Katsuka didn't want help and Shudo decided not to join the cloud once it was made. Anyways, what do you all think camp will be like? Mina asks. Hell. Izuku replies. This is a training camp, not some normal one full with fun. We will be pushed past our limits, and most likely will be told to do stuff ourselves. He adds. Mina sighs. I forgot it's a training camp. She mutters to herself. Achiko laughs from beside her. The group started talking, saying what they expected to do in camp, and what they think everything would be like. Izuku put his own thoughts and statements into some conversations, but eventually got a small headache from so much noise. He reached behind his ear and turned the volume on his hearing aids down to focus on using his quirk. He still heard some talking, only being mostly deaf and not completely, but it still helped. Izuku had started to lose more of his hearing as he hung around more loud and destructive quirks, so it wasn't a surprise it happened. Present mix quirk started the deafness though, nothing else, and the rest just started making his hearing worse. It took a bit, but eventually the group reached the camp itself, only what Izuku would assume, a few minutes before the pros. The group got off the cloud and walked around, greeting the other 2 pros who had waited for the others. They clearly weren't expecting students to arrive so early, and had offered them some food they were eating. The group hung around the camp as the rest of the class, and the other pros got closer. The pros came first, as expected since they're using a bus. By then the group were all having some lunch. It didn't seem to shock Shoyuta. How? Exclaimed Pixie Bob, shocked. Izuku laughs as Shoyuta sighs. His quirk is like a transport quirk. Himke's clouds, Pixie Bob. The pro sighed. Where's the rest of the class? Mandalay asks the group. Oh, we ditched them, I can't hold too many people on a cloud at once, and some didn't want to get on. Izuku explains. Ragdoll stared. Wokel, can you make one right now? The one you were sitting on looked fluffy but I didn't know it was a cloud. Izuku laughs at her question and makes a cloud in his hand, directing it over to the pro. It's so fluffy. She squeals. That's because my quirk doesn't make it like normal clouds. The group talked for a bit, and eventually Izuku noticed a kid at the bus. He excuses himself from the conversation and walks over. The kid was sat at the back of the bus. Izuku sat down next to him with a smile. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku held his hand out to shake. The child looked at it for a moment, but shook it. Izumu Kota. He mutters back. I'm guessing one of the wild Pussycats is related to you? Kota nods. Auntie takes care of me. That's nice of her. Izuku comments. Kota stared up at Izuku for a moment. Why do you want to become a hero? You look too nice to fight villains. Izuku chuckles at the question. I want to help people and make them feel safe. Izuku explains as he makes another cloud in his hands. Does having a cloud with you help you feel safe? He jokingly asks as he gave it over to Kota. Kota stared at it. Cool. He states, poking the cloud. It's fluffy. I can make bigger ones. Really? Can you do it now? Kota asks. Izuku had a feeling this was out of character for him. Sure, where do you want to go? Izuku asks. I dunno. Izuku thought for a moment. Well, we can wait and see. He made a cloud for Kota to sit on and psyched the kid up, putting him on it. Kota squeaked. Izuku expanded it so he wouldn't fall off. Ready? Kota nods at Izuku's question. The cloud started moving, going outside of the bus before it started to speed up. Kota squealed, liking the speed. Mandalay looked over and her eyes widen. Kota, are you okay? She asks before noticing what was happening. Once she notices, she smiles and turns back around to Pixie Bob. Izuku followed Kota, who was giggling happily on the cloud. After a bit, Izuku picked him up and set him down on the floor. Aw man. Kota pouts. I can make you another cloud later if you want. Kota smiles and nods. Yes please, those clouds are fluffy. The boy runs off to entertain himself after that. How'd you do that? Izuku turns around to see Mandalay staring at him with wide eyes. Do what? Izuku asks back. Get Kota to like you. He hates heroes, especially hero students. She says. Oh, Midoriya just has that effect on kids, they always love him. Show Yuta answers. I can say you're wrong, but I'd be lying. Kids just love me. Izuku sighs. It took another 3 hours before the rest of Bnha arrived, just in time for dinner. Pixie Bob complimented their skills, flirting a bit with Katsuki and Shudo. Izuku couldn't resist laughing at that. Currently, it's the second day when they actually started to train themselves in their quirks. Izuku ended up with Kota attached to his side, watching as he made clouds as big as he currently could. Mandalay had been glad Kota had started interacting with a hero student, even if he absolutely hated the others. Izuku had ended up being the one to keep him busy, whether it be by using his quirk or just playing with the kid. At other times, he'd be training or catching up with sleep. Kota had dragged him to his secret base a few times when Izuku should be sleeping, so Izuku would usually nap when he has free time. Midoriya, try mixing with the elements, then you may be able to change the weather in your clouds. Shoyuta says, walking up to Izuku. The greenette looks up at him. Why do I need to change the weather in my clouds? It could be useful, like a small boost if you're riding on them. The ravenette walks away, leaving Izuku to train. He waved his hands around a bit, making an average-sized cloud. His head throbbed as he started to mix different elements. Kuroji, are you okay? The mist man groans and looks over to the source of the voice. Compress, Eve already told you that I'm alright, it's just a small bit of nausea. Kuroji sighs, looking away from the man. Compress rolls his eyes. Stop being so stubborn and tell me what's bothering you. Why should I? You're not my boss, you're just another stupid member of the league. Kuroji snapped his mouth shut immediately after he had spoke. Compress glares. Anyhow, Shigaraki wants you. He turns away and walks off to interact with Dabi and Himiko. Kuroji sighs and sets whatever objects in his hands down. He walks away from the bar and to the direction of where he assumes Tamura is. He lightly knocks on Tamura's door, opening it and walking in after a second of shuffling behind it. Kuroji, I need to talk with you about something important, I got a plan. Tamura says when the mist man walks in. He closes the door behind him and turns to the 22-year-old. What do you need? Well, first, I need you to use your quirk for this. Zuzu? Are you okay? Izuku looks down at the small, black-haired child behind him. The greenette shoves his hands in his pockets and pulls his sleeves down. I'm fine, don't worry, Kota. Izuku smiles. The child didn't seem convinced, and sighed. You're telling me later. He mumbles. And Aizawa says training is done. He adds. Izuku nods and took a hand out of his pocket to mess up Kota's hair. The child shook away from it with a pout. Hey. It takes ages for my hair to get like this. Ko, you usually wear a hat over your hair anyways. It really won't matter. Izuku laughs. He walks off after a pout from the kid, then a small, amused smile. He walks to where he saw a large group of students crowd. He walks by most of them and stood at the front. Alright, for the third day of training camp, like last time, you'll be cooking your own food. Quirk usage is encouraged. You may find something out about your quirk that you didn't know about, and become more creative too. The group of two classes sighed. Even if they expected it, Tay still didn't like they had to cook. The majority of both classes aren't great cooks, and only a few could actually become some sort of chef if they wanted. Today you'll be making sushi and miso soup, but if you'd like, you can make something else if you wish. Those are just what we have more ingredients for. Ragdoll explains. The pro heroes explained more, and mentioned cookbooks were set around the kitchen to look in. Izuku decided on making some sushi and katsudon for him and Kota. Everybody knows that Kota currently would only eat if Izuku brought it to him, so it wasn't uncommon now to see Izuku bring Kota some food every once in a while. Izuku was lost in his thoughts when he heard some squealing. Fire! Fire! Mina squeaks. Izuku laughs and turns around, only to see an oven on fire. He stared for a moment and makes some more liquid-like clouds spray from his hands. Be more careful, girls. You're lucky I'm basically a walking fire extinguisher. He says with a small laugh. The three girls who had said it laughed nervously. Thanks, Midoriya. Kendo smiles. Izuku turns back to what he was cooking, only his wrists to be held by Mandalay. Midoriya, your wrists have burn marks. Are you sure you want to cook? I could cook for Kota and you. Don't worry, Mandalay. I'm fine, my wrists are just a bit tender from experimenting with lightning. Izuku explains. The pro sighs and nods. All right. Actually, I can continue cooking, you can go get Kota. She smiles. It's been a long time since he's made some sort of a friend, and I have no idea where he runs off to. She laughs. Izuku was about to refuse and just tell her where he ran off to, but got cut off by a finger to his lips. Your wrists can't go near heat again right now. You go get Kota and play with him if you want, I can continue with your katsudon and sushi. Izuku thought for a moment and nods. Thanks, Mandalay. Izuku ran off, making a cloud under himself. He felt the top of the cloud go through his feet and frowned. Must be from too much quirk usage, he shrugged. He moves it around with him on it, and was pleased to see he could still ride it like a hoverboard. He lifted himself in the air and started to find Kota's secret base. He looked through his memories a bit and found his way pretty easy. Ko! He calls out, stepping on the ground from his cloud. The cloud disappears, and he starts walking around. Zuzu! Famous. Izuku laughs and walks the direction the voice came from. He walks in the cave, and sees water spraying around. What are you up to now? Izuku laughs, walking to where Kota stood. Kota looked up at Izuku and smiles. New thing. He drags out. Izuku snorts. If you want to know how to use your quirk well, I can help if you want. Mine was complicated after the first try at making a cloud, and yours looks more simple. Kota stared at Izuku for a moment. I want to make more water, he says. Izuku nods and makes a cloud behind him. Take all the water from this cloud. I'm assuming it works similar to mine and takes all the moisture and water from the air. Kota nods a bit. When it's dry, it's hard to make water, he says. When it's dry, then I assume it can take some from your body. He mumbles. Kota then decided to start and turned around. He put hand in the cloud to check how much water he assumed there is. Watery, he comments, taking his wet hand out. He put his hand out in front of him and activated his quirk. To Kota's surprise, when there was a large amount of bundled up water close to him, it was better. The cloud's size started decreasing and eventually decreased into nothing. Kota turned back to Izuku and looked up at the hero in training. Can we go back? I'm hungry, he mutters. Izuku smiles and picks Kota up. Let's go then, you little water hose. He laughs. Kota stiffens a bit but smiles. Today, you'll all be doing the test of courage. Well, anyone who doesn't need remedial classes, that is. Pixie Bob explains. Tiger, here, will be inside the forest with a selection of students, while the others are walking through then back here. The group scaring will, obviously, be scaring anybody who passes them. The group walking will be going in pairs. Tiger, from beside Mandalay and Pixie Bob, nods and looks over the two classes. It's currently 10 at night, and the two classes have been called to do one final thing before going to sleep, or do remedial classes. The cross-dresser started to pick out students from each class, putting Izuku in the scaring team. He paired up with Nito and walked in. The group had 2 minutes to find a place and set up traps. For example, the vine-haired girl used two vines to set up a tripping trap, and Hitoshi used his dapture weapon to get ready to tie their yearmates up. Izuku didn't have much to do, but decided on some sort of a smoke screen. He made up some sort of fog in his hands, and started to fog out the floor to help some others with their traps. After a few more seconds of waiting, the first pair walked through. It ended up being Tokoyami and Tenya. Izuku could see sparks come from Tenya's exhaust pipes, and that just fogged up the area a bit more. He giggled silently and shifted around. He kept low to the floor and hardened clouds around their ankles. He heard Tenya squeak. He giggled again and snuck up behind them. He places his hands on their shoulder and quickly got out of view once they turn around. This continues for a bit, but eventually Izuku starts to get tired from keeping the fog up for too long. The fog faded away, and the ground was now partly soaked from the amount of water he had put in to make the fog. Another group walked through. But then it stopped. Izuku knew the next ones were taking their time, hearing voices frown down somewhere. He couldn't shake off the feeling that something is wrong. He took out his phone and texted Shoyuta quickly, getting a reply a minute or so later. Cloudy, Sho, I got a bad feeling. Something also feels like it's messing with my quirk. Cloudy, I think villains are here. My quirk only started to mess up when that missed one is near. Eraser, it could just be something else, but I'll watch out. It wouldn't surprise me if the villains found out our location. You can sit out the test if you'd like. I'll text Mandalay. Izuku stared down at his phone for a second and put it back in his pocket, deciding to sit out and talk with Kota. He walks through the forest and found his way to Kota's secret base again, but something was. From what Izuku could see, some sort of mist fog had started to spread around, sort of like Midnight's quirk. He stared down at it for a moment, then sped up to where Kota would most likely be. He hopped back down on the floor and looked around. Zuzu. Izuku walks to the side of the cliff to see the familiar silhouette of Kota. What are you doing up here? Auntie said you are down there. Izuku could see Kota point to where his yearmates were, doing the test of courage. The greenette picked Kota up. Well, him sitting out. My quirk drained me. He faintly lies. Kota stared up at him. Does that mean I can use my quirk now? You said if you're near it would be better so I don't get dehydrated. Izuku butts in. Kota nods. We can if you want, but you don't need to ask me. If you want to replace your parents as the water hero, you can train by yourself if you try not to get hurt. A while ago, Izuku had found out about his parents and such, managing to convince him that heroes aren't that bad. Kota smiles. But you help me a lot. He says. But you can't always rely on me. Izuku laughs. Kota rolls his eyes. Anyways, if you do want to use your quirk, feel free to. Your aunt and the rest of the Pussycats would encourage you anyways. Kota nods. Okay. He put his hands out in front of him, and water started to spray from them. I was going to get up here for a good view of the forest, but I guess I can stop and fight two stupid little wannabe heroes. Izuku squeaks and turns around. Kota did the same and scrambled to hide behind the teenager. Izuku stared up at the giant man in front of him, eyes wide in fear. He shook a bit, but ignored his fear and put his arm in front of Kota. Hide, this might get messy. Izuku mumbles over to Kota. The ravenet shook behind him, and his hands started to produce water unintentionally, fear triggering his quirk a bit. Izuku took that as an opportunity and made the water float behind him. He took the moisture in the air and the oxygen, starting to form some sort of foam in his hands. Kota started to walk backwards and made his way behind some rocks as Izuku grabbed his staff from his back. He had grabbed it before the test of courage, thinking he'd need it. The muscular man laughs at Izuku's actions. "Oh, you're on the list. Guess I'm not going to kill you yet." Izuku pants, glaring up at the muscular man. Kota hadn't had a chance to move from his place behind the rocks, and Izuku was starting to feel sick. He was losing his stamina, and unfortunately nobody had found him yet. "You're really determined, kid. But soon enough, you'll fall down like the weakling you are." Muscular laughs. Izuku had found out his name after a quick minute of analysis. Izuku frowns, pushing through the sick feeling in his stomach. He reluctantly creates a large cloud, using the last of his energy to turn it into a storm cloud. He looks down at the frost and gets an idea. He pulls a bit of the cloud off and makes IR disappear, trapping some of the mist in the forest in a new one. He squeaks as a fist came into contact with his stomach. He heard a crack, then a scream. Zuzu! Water droplets came into contact with Izuku's face. He sat up from where he was thrown and directs the mist cloud to Muscular. He pulls it over Muscular's head, making the man breath in the mist trapped inside of it. "Kota, get out of here, please. You got the chance." Kota stared over at Izuku, the water from his hands still harshly spraying at Muscular as he did. "Zu, watch out, dash." Izuku groans and shifts around from the unknown place he sat. A hand lightly slapping him awake. "Wake up. Shigaraki won't like it if you stay asleep." A girly, high-pitched voice says. Izuku lets out another small groan and slowly opens his eyes, blinking multiple times from a bright light being shown on his face. He looked up at who had woke him up, eyes immediately widening. There stood what he assumed was a villain, with bright red eyes, fangs, and platinum blonde hair in messy buns. "Well, hello there, Aizu." The female smiles creepily, fangs easily seen over her other teeth. Izuku gulped and glanced around, panicking. Izuku tries to shuffle back, but his back just came into contact with the wall. He looks away from her, avoiding eye contact with any villains as he looked around. He seemed to be tied to a chair, in some sort of bar. The mist villain which Quirk was so against, stood behind the counter, cleaning a cup. Izuku felt a sick feeling in his stomach, but ignored it and continued to look around. Some sort of what Izuku assumes was a fire user, sat down on a couch with a man in a Deadpool-looking mask. Another man with a mask was sat at the bar, and Shigaraki was next to him. The girl who woke him up had decided to announce he was awake as the teen himself had started looking around. "Kuroji, you know what to do." Izuku heard Shigaraki say to the mist man. The mist man himself nodded. "Yes, I'll. You all can go and recruit more villains." The mist replied to the young adult. After a minute or so of the villains interacting, the group walked off and outside the bar. Izuku knew what they were doing and he didn't like it. But at least he could gather information on the mist villain. Kuroji walked out from behind the bar, and Izuku noted he actually had a physical body that the mist didn't cover. Izuku heard a ringing in his ear and winced as the villain walked over, two objects in his hand. Izuku started to struggle as he got closer. "Calm down, I'm not going to hurt you," the man says firmly. Izuku stayed still, but he did doubt that. Izuku shook as the villain came closer. The mist refused to cooperate, as it seemed, refusing to get near Izuku. A gloved hand was seen where the mist previously was as Izuku felt something weigh down his ear. "Can you hear me properly?" the villain asks, copying what he did with the other ear to the one that he hadn't been close to. What are you doing?" Izuku squeaks, tensing. The villain chuckles. "Your hearing aids had fallen out when you arrived. I'm just making sure you can actually hear me," he explains. Izuku calmed down a bit, but his heart was still racing. Oh. Izuku stutters. "I can hear perfectly well, thank you." The mist villain nods. "No problem. Now, I need to ask questions, and I'd prefer if you'd answer them honestly," he says. Izuku nods and shrunk back a bit as the questions started. Hey, focus. Izuku squeaks at the voice and starts to pay attention to the mist villain in front of him. It had been 2 days or so since he got captured, and so far, only one villain had been somewhat nice. Kuroji was okay, and so far he was Izuku's favorite. It was like Kuroji couldn't help it, and it was just a natural thing for him. Currently, Izuku was put in a room beside what was said to be the Nomu factory, but thankfully barely anything eventful had happened. Oh, sorry, Kuroji. Izuku mutters. Kuroji clears his throat. As I was saying, since you don't seem aggressive, I guess I can wrap up all your injuries now. If you were aggressive, I wouldn't bother. Izuku stared at the villain in surprise. The named villain holding something behind his back. Why are you even bothering with me? Izuku asks. It had been his question for a while, but he didn't want an answer until he was sure there was something strange happening. The mist villain stared at Izuku for a moment, then untied an arm. If I'm being completely honest, I have no idea. He states, starting to treat the stab wound on Izuku's arm. I've just been feeling off, and am just unsure on how I should act. For now, you can think of me as an uncle or something. Don't ask questions and just say I care. Izuku nods, staying silent as Kuroji treats the wounds on his arm. He kept his head down and decided to just think and not speak. He winced as certain wounds were touched. As usual, the mist refused to get near Izuku. Soon enough, his wrists were tied again, and his shoulder got disinfected. Toga had visited a few times, and left a few stab wounds around, while Shigaraki instead had decayed a part of Izuku's forehead. The wound left by it was wrapped up, and the blood had soaked through a bit. Tamura wants to speak again, so we'll be going back to the bar. Kuroji warns, activating his quirk underneath them. Izuku nods and squeezes his eyes shut. He opens them to see the villains in a panic and to hear a knock on the door. Kamino pizza dealvoi. Izuku heard a crash, and the door had clearly been blown off its frame. He didn't know why or when, but as that happened from beside Izuku, Kuroji had pulled the green net up, cutting the ropes keeping his hands together. He was held and hidden by Kuroji, being protected by the mist villain. Izuku glanced around and saw mist cover them, making it so nobody could hit them without a portal sending them somewhere. Damn it! That mist guy has the kid! Izuku heard a pro groan. He heard multiple people shuffle around, and a few pros attempted to get to the pair. Izuku had been trying to block out the noise by then, explosions and quirk usage making large amounts of noise he'd rather not hear. A hand went behind his ear, and he heard his hearing aid's volume decrease enough that Izuku could still hear, but not enough that the loud noises would startle him much. There was a lot of panicking and a large amount of pros had started to fight with the league, excluding Kuroji of course. None of the pros went for him and observed, waiting for the man to drop his guard a bit. Kuroji, warp us out of here. A voice hissed after around 5 minutes of constant battling around them. There was a bang, and Izuku saw Kuroji fall to the ground almost immediately. Got him. Come on, Deku, we can go. Izuku heard the rough voice of his friend say. He turned around with wide eyes, only to see a group of students like himself, including Katsuki. Kaken, why are you here? He asks, backing up a bit. To save you. Now let's go. Izuku shook his head at Katsuki and looked down at Kuroji. The man had fallen unconscious, and it seemed to be from something hitting his pressure points. As the two friends talked, several league members had attempted to get through and take Izuku with them, wanting to run to get away from the pros. Izuku let out a deep sigh and reached behind his ear. He turned the volume down completely and ignored Katsuki, ready to fight still. Izuku's blood ran cold when he saw a man approach All Might from the corner of his eye, with no eyes and no hair. Tissue covered his features, and on his face you could only see a mouth. Izuku didn't know why, but he stayed put, stood next to Kuroji. He made a cloud and summoned his staff from, ready to fight. He saw multiple pro heroes had ran to get Izuku, but got distracted with some villains. Katsuki and the group had been pulled away by a pro, but nobody could get to Izuku. The greenette looks around to see Shigaraki in a panic, but he tried to stay calm as he looked at the man Izuku started to fear. The potato face villain, who Izuku saw somebody mouth, "Sensei," to the man, had stood up from where he was sat, and seemed ready to fight. Izuku turned up his hearing aids, curious on what was happening. "Your time is up, all for one." Izuku heard All Might yell at the villain. Izuku assumed that was the villain's name, well, at least villain name. Izuku started to shake a bit, and watched as All for One had got ready to fight. All Might charged at the villain, throwing punches at the man as hard as possible for him. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder, and a bullet. He coughed and collapsed, looking up to see purple eyes. Looking down at his stomach, he saw a bullet had pierced through, and Izuku had no idea how far it went, or how damaging it is. The man that had shot him had a mask and hood on, so Izuku couldn't see who had shot him exactly. Izuku's head snapped to the side as he saw villains start to disappear from the battlefield, strangely. He glanced at the all-for-one villain, who had seemed to panic a bit. Izuku sat next to Kuroji, putting pressure on his wound. He glanced down at the man to see mist slowly start to fade, but didn't have time to stare as he felt a torturing amount of pain overcome his body. He gasped for air, and looked around. A certain prose looked at him with wide eyes as some sort of dark green fog started to creep its way up his body. Midoriya dash. Midoriya. He heard the familiar voice of Present Mike yell. Izuku looked over and wiped the tears dripping from his eyes. He tried to stop it all, but he couldn't, and eventually let himself cry from the pain he was in. "Get the mist villain arrested while you can." A police officer had yelled as Izuku's vision slowly started to fade. While he had time, he looked down at the mist villain next to him and lightly gasped, followed by a cough of blood. He sniffed, with eyes wide at what he thinks is a hallucination. His voice was quiet, but you could still hear him say, "Uncle?" He, missed at sure, reversed. Izuku lightly groans and shifted a bit, eyes squeezed shut. He, new Quirk, Kumo Oboro. Alive. A Nomu. The greenette heard an unidentified man speak. He groans a bit louder and opened his eyes, squinting. He could still hear. Hasn't someone taken his hearing aids out yet? The greenette frowns at the bright light that greets him, and looks around. Zashi? Show. He questions in a raspy voice. He heard a sigh of relief. Izuku, you worried us so much. Hizashi squeaks. Izuku felt himself pulled into a tight hug by the pro. You have no idea what happened. You could have died actually. Izuku nods and frowns. Where's Kuroji? He asks, looking up at Hizashi. The warp villain? Izuku nods. Yeah. He made sure I stayed alive when I was with them. He's an okay person. Izuku mumbles. He heard Hizashi sigh. He's right next to this room. Something came up, and we aren't sure if there are any side effects. Shoyuta explains from behind Hizashi. Izuku glances around and sees who he assumes is Midnight, talking to a doctor. Is this a hospital? What happened? What were you all talking about when I woke up? Izuku asks in a panicked voice. The doctor walks out, and Midnight walks over to help explain. Yes, this is a hospital. You got stabbed, shot, and your forehead was disintegrated. You went through surgery a while ago, since the bullet hit one of your organs. No lasting damage though. Midnight explains. Izuku frowns, scooting a bit closer to Hizashi. To answer the other question. You know that all for one villain who battled All Might. Shoyuta asks. Izuku nods, remembering. Well, his quirk is the power to steal and give away quirks, also hold them and use them for himself. When he was force-activating Kuroji's quirk to send the League away somewhere, he accidentally took the warp part, he explains. Izuku nods. Wait, warp part? Kuroji was a Nomu, but he isn't anymore. He had his own mind, but 3 quirks put into one. All for one had separate the warp quirk from Kuroji and accidentally gave it to you when he panicked to give it back to Kuroji. You can visit him next week, you should know who Kuroji was. Izuku shook. I have another quirk now? He stutters. Hizashi nods, and squeezes Izuku a bit. He'll be helping you learn how to use it, and maybe Kuroji too, if you wish. Izuku thought for a moment, and nodded. Wait, Why are you all letting Kuroji off the hook so fast? Izuku wonders. Midnight jumps. Oh, that's what I forgot to mention. Kuroji isn't being let off the hook completely. Some stuff will be set to help his trauma, his quirk will be re-registered, he'll be doing community service at times for a few months, and he'll be watched over. Midnight explains. Izuku stared up at her for a moment, but nods. Who is Kuroji, anyways? That's something you'll find out when you can see him. Are you sure you want to see him? A nurse asks. He hasn't responded to anybody, and dash. Please, let me in. I know he's actually been responsive and not at all rude. Izuku sighs. He had been warned a few staff members of the hospital would rather not have a villain taint a future hero. It was stupid. The nurse sighs heavily and steps aside. Izuku rolls his wheelchair to the door, pushing it open. He rolls in and directs the wheelchair to one of the sides of the hospital bed. He closed the door behind him and turned to the former mist man. Hello? Izuku greets, shaking slightly. He heard a small groan, and the person laying down shifted a bit. He saw a hand reach for a remote, and the bed sat the man up. Hello? The man replies, pulling the pillow from his face. Who is it? Izuku's eyes widen. He gulps and looks up at Kuroji. It's me, Midoriya. Izuku replies. Kuroji opened his eyes. Midoriya. He repeats. Yeah. I Izuku, Midoriya Izuku. You are what's your name? Izuku stutters. Kuroji shrugs. I'm not sure. The former villain replies. But I think the doctor called me. Shikuro? Shikumo? Shirakuro? I'm not too sure. Izuku stopped breathing for a second. Did he say Shirakumo? Izuku asks. Kuroji stayed silent and still for a moment, but replied. Yes, I think. He also said my first name, and I think he mentioned a sister? Remember. The man frowns, actually starting to face Izuku. WL. What do you remember? Izuku asks, eyes widening at the face that greeted him. Bluish-white hair floated around Shirakumo's head like a cloud, and you could see some sort of stitching under his bangs. Kuroji's eyes seem to be mismatched, one being a bright, glowing yellow, while the other is a misty, soft blue. Freckles were littered all over Shirakumo's face, standing out against his olive-tan skin. Shirakumo hums. Not much. It's kinda just a mess for me. He says after a moment. Wait. Were you the kid the league captured? I remember a bit of capturing you. Izuku nods at the question. He saw a hand reach up to his forehead. Is your head all right? Shirakumo asks. What about your arms? Izuku stayed silent for a moment and smiled. I'm all right. There will be scars, but no actual long-lasting damage. Shirakumo nods and smiles a bit back. That's nice to hear. He mumbles, hand retreating. The two sat in a comfortable silence for a moment, and Shirakumo was the one that broke it. So, you have warp gate now. Izuku shrugs. I think it's just a normal teleportation quirk now, since your original quirk was separate from it. I can still use my clouds, so it obviously is a separate quirk now. The brunette nods. He was about to say something when there was a knock on the door. A man in a doctor's coat walking in after a moment. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. I'm here to check up on Mr. Shirakumo, so may you please leave. Izuku nods and waves goodbye to Shirakumo. He gets out of the room to be greeted by Hisashi. Well, how was it? I think it went well. Izuku smiles. Soon enough, Izuku was completely discharged from the hospital, being sent out with crutches. Currently, he was sat down on the couch at home, looking through his hero analysis journals. The news was on, and Inko was listening to the announcement that Yui will be turning into a boarding school now. She had been thinking about her decision the entire time it had been on, and eventually decided on something. The woman was snapped out of her thoughts when she heard a knock at the door. She pushed Izuku back down as she got up. You can keep writing, dear, I'll get the door. She smiles, walking up to the front door. She opens to be greeted by the familiar face of Shoyuda Aizawa. Oh, hello Shoyuda. I assume you're here to chat about the dorms? Inko asks. Shoyuta nods. Yes. And also something else. Inko looked at him with a confused face. Come in, she says, stepping aside. Izuku, is here. Inko informs. Izuku looked up from his book and nodded. Hey Sho. Izuku greets. Shoyuta smiles and walks in. Shoyuta sat down on the couch. Inko sat down beside him. Before you speak, I need a reason why I should continue letting Izuku attend you. He had fought with real villains 3 times, and had gotten kidnapped. My own brother died while attending Dash. Inko please, Shoyuta sighs. You and I both know that Dash. Know what? Inko asks in a stern voice. Izuku frowns and sets his book down. Mum, it was my fault I ran into the fights. Sho told me to stay out of them. Izuku half lies. Inko sighs. Izuku, stay out of this please. Inko he should dash. Aizawa, are you done yet? A soft voice asks from the front door. Is everything all right? The door opened again, and a man walked through. Kuroji. Izuku looks up at the man who walked through. He smiles, returned by the man who had walked in. Call me Shirakumo please. I think it might help with my memory if you use my actual name. Inko stared at the Bnha who had walked through the door with wide eyes as Izuku talked with him. Why so fast? I thought it would have taken longer for you to use that name. Shirakumo shrugs. I guess. It just feels right, although I still haven't decided if my first name is right yet. Kuroji isn't really a name that feels right to me, so let's just use Shirakumo. He poorly explains. Izuku nods. Well, I'm glad to see you're already getting better. After a moment, Shoyuta decided to speak. Anyways, about the dorms. It's to protect the students, as you probably have guessed. Students could easily be kidnapped off campus, to use against Yui. He continued to talk as Izuku dragged Shirakumo over to where he was sitting. The 2 Cloud Quirked users started to silently talk with each other as Inko and Shoyuta talked about Yui. I guess you have a good point. He can move into the dorms. Inko decided with a sigh, after a long talk. But what about Dash? He can stay with you if you'd like. The other option is to also move into Yui. Both are effective when trying to get his memories back. Shoyuta cut in. Inko stayed silent for a moment. I think I have enough of a reason to let Shirakumo stay at Yui. I have enough memories of him, while Izuku has none. They can visit too. Shoyuta smiles. Thank you, Inko. Now, all you need to do is sign this. He took out a permission slip and handed it over to Inko. All right. Before I forget to ask, where will Shirakumo be staying? She asks. It's more likely that he'd be with the students. I think it would be better if Izuku and Shirakumo are in the same area. The warp quirk could be dangerous, and Shirakumo has no idea on how to control his quirk. Shoyuta started to explain, and the 2 mentioned ignored them. After a while, Shoyuta had to leave. Shirakumo had been left with the Midoriyas until Izuku and him move into the dorms. Wait, I don't think I've introduced myself yet. Inko smiles, turning to Shirakumo. So, if you make a cloud in an area with dry air, it's likely it'll just be mist? Shirakumo asks. Izuku, from beside him, nodded. Yeah, most likely. I tried once, and it didn't work well, but I'm not sure if that's the case for every time. Izuku explains, looking up at a building. Shirakumo followed his actions, staring up at it with wide eyes. That is such a big building. He mutters. Izuku nods from beside him. Yeah, just for my class and you, it's huge. Izuku squeaks back. He glanced around and saw most of his classmates had also arrived. Midoriya, Shirakumo. Avosi says from behind them. The 2 squeak and turn around only to see Shoyuta. Sho, don't sneak up on us like that. I didn't. Never mind. Shoyuta sighs, handing a paper to the pair. There's the room plan, and Shirakumo, tomorrow we'll go shopping so we can get things for your room. Zuku, you can come along too if you want. The 2 Cloud Quirk users look down at the paper. I'm still really confused on why I'm going. With Izuku's class. Shirakumo mumbles. Show you to size. I've already told you, with both of you being unfamiliar with a quirk, it's easier to put you two together. I don't know how to use a transportation quirk, or cloud quirk, and you two need to learn how from each other. You can't get in the teacher's dorms, Izuku, and you both need to learn in your free time. Shoyuta explains before walking up to the front of the crowd of students. He started off with a small explanation about the dorms, and eventually looked towards a group of students and called them out on breaking laws. Soon enough, he started to explain what happened to Izuku and Kuroji, then lead the group to the dorms. It took a bit, but eventually everybody could start to decorate their rooms. Boxes of stuff was already set in the rooms, besides Shirakumo's, since he doesn't really have anything. You don't need to help, really, you can go do something else if you want. Izuku smiles, turning to Shirakumo. They had gotten up to his room, and naturally, Shirakumo decided to help unpack. It's just a natural thing I do now. Tamura was always so childish, and got me to help him with a lot of stuff. I'm helping. Shirakumo smiles back, taking a box off a stack. Izuku thought for a moment. Well, if you want to help, you can set up my shelf first. I need somewhere to put all my journals and books. He replies, taking another box. He looks through it and pulls out his laptop. He sets it on his desk, which the room had, and starts to look through more boxes. Eventually he got to his pillows and blankets as Shirakumo was setting up a shelf. It didn't take as long as expected to set up Izuku's room. He finished faster than half of the class, as it seemed. His room had been set up like it was at home, with hero posters around, as well as merchandise. His journals were put on the shelf Shirakumo set up, and some other books were put under it. Currently, Izuku was up to his 14th notebook, and was nearing his 15th. Thanks, Shirakumo. Izuku thanks, folding up some boxes. No problem, it wasn't that hard. The Bnha replies. Those journals took almost a whole shelf. I'm rather curious on what you've written in there. Mind me looking? Izuku just got up and pulled off a few from the shelves. These are my 1st, 5th, and 13th notebooks. Feel free to read them. Those are some of the best. For now, I'll go and see what my classmates are doing. You can chill in here if you want. Izuku passes over the 3 books, then turns to walk out the door. He found his class in the common room, talking. Everybody had finished soon after him, and had came down to interact. Izuku. He felt himself he brought in a bone-crushing hug. I'm glad you're all right. Ive heard about the Kamino incident and about all your injuries. Izuku looked up and grinned. I'm a stubborn guy, none of those injuries would be enough to kill me. I wouldn't let it. He laughs. Thanks for worrying though, Tenya. Everybody has. Ever since we found out you were kidnapped, everybody has been worried sick. The Ravenet states, letting go of the warm hug with a sigh. How's Kuroji? I've gotten some details on what happened exactly. Izuku thought for a moment. He's alright. He seems confused about everything though, and is just trying to process everything. Before Tenya could reply, Bnha had exclaimed, That's it. The group of 1A students turned to her. We can do a room contest. She adds on after a moment. Izuku thought for a moment. Sure, but we can't go in Kuroji's room and knock when you get up to mine. The greenette tells her, to be replied with a nod. Alright, I'm off. I'll be in my room, obviously. Izuku announces, deciding to walk back to his room. He pushes open the door to see Shirakumo laying down on his bed, staring at the pages in his notebooks. Izuku laughs and closes the door behind him. My class wants to see my room for a competition, so don't be surprised by a knock. Izuku informs. All right. Shirakumo nods. Hey Midoriya Izuku. Izuku, I mean. Is this your hero costume? Shirakumo asks, pointing at a page. He turns the book for Izuku to see. Oh no, actually. That's where I got my inspiration from. That was actually yours. I'm guessing that's the first notebook. Shirakumo nods. Yes. Is there any painkillers around? My head is starting to hurt. He mumbles. Izuku nods and opens a desk drawer. Michim. These are chewable. He says, throwing Shirakumo over the box. Anyways, I gotta do something. Just ask if you need anything. We can all be heroes. Just believe in yourself. A child, around the age of 4, had cheered. His messy, light blue hair curled around his chubby cheeks, and a large grin was sewn across his features. When I get my quirk, we'll be great heroes. The kid giggles, looking down at his slightly smaller, blonde friend. You'll be so cool, Kumo-san. The shorter claps his hands as he talked, smiling wide. If you two are gonna be heroes, I am too. A raven-haired girl grins. She seemed to be around 5, and looked to be their friend. All we gotta do is wait until Oboro's quirk comes in. The blonde nodded. I bet it'll be so cool. He's so confident and nice. The blue-haired boy blushes a bit at the compliment and laughs. I bet it'll be soon. I'm almost 5. The boy announces. I want a quirk like Sissy. He adds on, eyes sparkling. Her quirk is cool. I'll be happy with what I get though, I'm not picky. Maybe it'll be storm clouds, or even strong telekinesis. The blonde stumbles over his words, but managed to say it almost completely right. Yeah, maybe. He had felt sick for weeks. The brunette hadn't attended school for a while, and apparently his friends had gotten worried. Kumo-san had been kept in bed, and only was allowed out of it for the day when his sitter had cancelled. He had to go back to school. It had been almost 2 years since Kumo had turned 5, and currently, he's a few days away from being 7. The doctors had confirmed he is just a late bloomer, and that he's definitely not quirkless. A few had even said that late bloomers usually have strong quirks, even if it didn't seem like that. Shirakumo Oboro. Present, sensei. The boy says loud enough for his teacher to hear. His friend, the blonde, turned to him and smiled, glad to see his friend at school still. As they grew, the blonde had started to wear braces and glasses. It had been confirmed he has slowly started to lose his hearing too, but if he was careful, he wouldn't need hearing aids. Until he's older. Hey quirkless. Move. A boy says, shoving Shirakumo out the way. He felt himself slammed into the wall and glared at the boy who had shoved him. It was a known fact that he's a late bloomer in the school, and was obvious due to his hair seeming to float around his head unnaturally. Leave Hizashi alone. The brunette screams, pushing his way past a crowd. His blonde friend, Hizashi, had bullying problems, and usually it ended up in fights. Shirakumo hadn't caught any serious fights of his up until now. What are you gonna do about it? You're just a useless piece of crap. The bully, a 6th grader, the brunette glares at him. Shut up. HM? What was that? The 6th grader asks, moving closer to the duo of 1st graders. I said shut up. The brunette snaps, eyes flashing a blinding white. He shut his eyes, expecting to be punched or something. Kumo-san, was that you? He heard the soft voice of his friend ask. Shirakumo hesitantly opened his eyes, greeted by a wall of gray-looking, what seemed to be clouds. Yeah. It is. Sushi it is. We can all be heroes, together. Smile for the camera, Shoyuta. Oh, looky here. It's the nursery brigade. I'm an uncle? Congrats Inc. Shirakumo woke up with a flinch, head pounding. He breathed heavily, digging his hands in his hair. Voices echoed in his mind, annoyingly. He hated this. He really did. Of course, he did want to know about himself, but it was horrible. All the memories, hallucinations, and migraines made him change his mind every time. It had been 2 weeks since he could sleep properly. His sleep schedule was ruined by his memories, and some stupid amnesiac medication never even helped. Shirakumo let out a sigh, and looked over at his nightstand. Just one more time. I'm sorry, All Might, but I can't accept your offer. Izuku sighs, looking over at the blonde man. He had just been offered something someone would kill for, All Might's quirk. All Might hadn't retired, and his quirk is still strong enough to pass on, but his time was running out. Excuse me? All Might, I'm sorry, but I'm not suited for your quirk. I already have 3, and more people than me deserve one for all. Izuku smiles. He had found out the mist and portal path of Warp Gate had separate, and ophically, Izuku has 3 quirks. I've heard of the big 3, and I can name 2 in there who are better suited. Ugh. Sun Eater I think would be good in power levels and strategies on HWO to use it, while Lemillion would have the confidence and power to also wield it. The greenette stood up and turned around, walking out of the door. He left All Might alone, and made his way back to the dorms. Shirakumo? Are you alright? Izuku asks, turning to the man who sat down on his bed. Izuku, I'm okay, I've just had trouble remembering what comes back to me. The Bluinette replies with a small frown. I promise, I'll tell you if something's wrong. These are things in the story about some of the main characters. Also I'm in school writing with my phone here, so sorry if there is spelling errors. I usually write on my tablet. Izuku. His hair is made out of 20% cloud. He doesn't mumble anymore, but he tends to ramble a lot when you get him talking about something he likes. He doesn't just make clouds, something to do with this will be in next chap. Before he got his quirk, he was sick, which was a side effect of manifesting it. He naps a lot, but it's not seen in the chapters. If he gets annoyed or angry, his hair will be darker as well as any clouds he makes, and his eyes will be too. He's 5 feet 8 inches in this story, smiley face. He once was called Little Brother during class, and nobody let him forget it. Shirakumo. He loves cloud gazing and would commonly zone out watching the clouds. He prefers soft clothes over others, like sweaters. He feels uncomfortable in tight or uncomfortable clothes in general because he's so used to soft things like his clouds. His hair is 65% cloud. He makes clouds around his body as a nervous habit. A lot of people tell him it's cute. His personality is very soft and people love it. His yellow eye glows when he's annoyed or angry. His hair turns as dark as a storm cloud when he's angry or annoyed. His hair looks a bit orange when he's nervous. He only lets people touch him if it's for comfort of if he's comfortable with that person. Aizawa. He's commonly seen smuggling sushi into school with Nemuri. He is nearsighted and got special contacts made for him so he can use eye drops and not damage anything and such. He's hella gay. His hair is very smooth and usually kittens nuzzle it, which makes him happy. He is easily embarrassed. He doesn't actually sleep a lot, he just fakes it. He is our IPPD. He's very smart. He's deaf and nearsighted, and was a selective mute when he was younger. He cries easily. He says he doesn't choose favorites, but he has a lot of favorites. His hair is usually very curly and knotty when it's down. He turtles into his directional speaker when he's embarrassed or scared. He's a disaster by Nemuri. She's commonly seen smuggling sushi into school with Shoyuta. She's very good friends with Tensei and pranks with him a lot. She would never actually stalk children or anything, which is why she's allowed to be a teacher. She is taken and forever will be. She has a kid in class 1. She's slinny mostly due to her quirk, and eats a lot because of it too. He met the rooftop trio and Nemuri in first year, but didn't hang out with them until Shirakumo's death because he wanted to comfort them. He's very good friends with Nemuri, and commonly pranks with her. He never really knew Shirakumo much, so he doesn't really compare Izuku to him in any way. He thinks of Izuku as another little brother and Achiko as a little sister. Izuku is his brother and you can't tell him otherwise. He once called Izuku little brother during class, and nobody let him forget it. He's very protective over Izuku sometimes, but it's not really seen much in the story. He's hella bi, believe it or not. He has ADHD, but it's hard to notice. He once called Achiko little sister. This time with more characters. Izuku. Both him and Tenya are commonly seen sneaking Achiko's family money. Despite being boys, they usually sneak Achiko female clothing and such. They hide them in her drawers. Izuku thinks of Shirakumo as a brother instead of an uncle, even now. Izuku is a great hugger. He is very observant. He sneaks all his friends' stuff they need with Tenya. Achiko would die for Izuku and Tenya. Achiko loves hugging Izuku and Tenya, since they are good huggers. Achiko drags Izuku and Tenya to sleepovers a lot. She goes to Izuku and Tenya to cry, being best friends. She constantly thanks Izuku and Tenya for anything they do for her. Both her and Izuku work on training their quirks together due to having the tiniest bit similar quirks. She doesn't trust Shirakumo much, but decides not to say anything about it. He has MPD, which is why he doesn't talk to people much in case his other personalities take over. He doesn't like socializing much unless necessary or with good friends. His more confident personality takes over to socialize, and when he saved Izuku from Shigaraki, he's aiming to be a rescue hero. He's shy when none of his split personalities take over. He's very smart on his own. He doesn't trust Shirakumo much, but decides not to say anything about it like Uraraka. Tenya. He is a good hugger. Both him and Izuku are commonly seen sneaking Achiko's family money. He and Izuku sneak friends things they need a lot. He goes overboard with giving presents. He's very jumpy but recovers fast. He wears contacts with his hero costume. He doesn't trust Shirakumo, but gets along with him well. Shudo. He doesn't talk with Izuku and the group much, but he's still friends with them. He appreciates the gifts he's given, but he doesn't need them. He doesn't like Shirakumo. He doesn't think he should trust a former villain without a good reason. He started avoiding Izuku. He doesn't trust Izuku as much as before Kamino. Mina. She is one of Izuku's good friends, but hangs out with other groups more. She is commonly seen trying to snatch a cloud whenever Izuku makes one. She once tried to spray acid on a cloud. It didn't work. She found out Izuku's clouds are flammable. Momo. She isn't best friends with Izuku, but they get along well, even with the whole group. She commonly goes to Izuku for advice on how to use her quirk to be more effective. She is thinking of changing her hero costume. Like the others, she doesn't trust Shirakumo much. Kyoka. She avoids Shirakumo as much as possible, like most of the others. Like most of the others, she doesn't think Shirakumo can be reformed. She's a deech but somehow still Izuku's friend. He doesn't trust anybody yet, but gets along okay with Izuku. He has no idea on how to make clouds. He doesn't know how to feel finding out he was once a hero in training. He doesn't believe he even is Shirakumo Oboro yet, but is willing to find out. He, like all people related to the Midoriyas, is very sensitive and cries a lot. Izashi. He doesn't trust Shirakumo, but thinks it's possible to have him reformed. He tries to talk with Shirakumo, but is always brushed off. He feels uncomfortable knowing Izuku has warp gate. Shoyuda. He doesn't trust Shirakumo, but thinks it's possible to have him reformed. He hates the fact that Shirakumo has been a villain for 15 years. He has started to ignore people more after Kamino. Nemuri. She doesn't trust Shirakumo, but thinks it's possible to have him reformed. She is one of the only 3 who actually interact with Shirakumo like a normal person. She doesn't know how to feel about Shirakumo being a villain for so long. She has started to talk with Izuku, smiley face. Be ready for more Shirakumo soon, winky face. Also, I couldn't be bothered to write a fight scene, so sorry. Izuku frowns, looking up at the ectoplasm clone in front of him. The class was told to create ultimate moves, and so far, he could only think of cloud cover, one that he hadn't even came up with. Midoriya. A voice broke him out of his thoughts. If you're having trouble, experiment with your warp and mist quirks maybe. The real ectoplasm suggests from afar. Izuku shook his head. No thanks, I'd rather not, currently. Izuku glanced around at everybody else in class, analyzing their ultimate moves. He held his hands out and made a small cloud, thinking on how he could make a move with clouds. He thought for a moment, and spread the cloud out a bit. It disappeared after a moment, with Izuku realizing what he could do. He's seen Achiko levitate herself using her quirk, and he knew he doesn't need to just make clouds to lift himself up. He waved his hand and lifted himself up, happy with the result that he wasn't at all falling. The ectoplasm clone looked up at him, ready to catch him if needed. Is this an okay ultimate move? I copied Achiko a bit. The real Ecto thought for a moment, walking over. As long as there's a noticeable difference, I think it would be okay. Izuku felt himself fall as bit and thicken the moisture holding him up. There was a faint white around him, and some clouds had fully formed in some places. Yes, like that. You can also direct yourself. No? Try that. Attack my clone. Izuku nods and stopped for a moment. He aimed a kick at the ectoplasm clone, directing him forward at a high speed. Ectoplasm clapped. Good job, though, I do want you to think of a move with your other quirks. He sighs before walking off. Hey Kumo. The Bluenet turned to Izuku after a moment, taking his eyes from the book he had been reading. How do you, use your warp quirk anyways? This. Shirakumo shrugged and stood up to put his book away. Well, I remember that it was a natural thing to me. But I have found out that the cloud quirk and warp one are almost opposites. Yours might be different though. Would you want an explanation? This. Izuku nods. Well, instead of focusing on one area and grabbing something from the air, you more have to take it from your body? And don't direct it in one area. I don't know, it's hard to explain. Shirakumo laughs. He waved his hand around behind him. Izuku started to focus. More of a dash. He was cut off as he was suddenly across the room. Holy, what happened? He asked himself. It's like that warp quirk is linked to the both of us. Maybe, Izuku thought. He had focused on the warp quirk. He stood up and grabbed a new notebook, which he labeled Villain Vigilante Analysis. He saw Shirakumo look over his shoulder as he flipped to the 6th page. He grabbed a pen and sat down on his bed, starting to write in the book. Name, Oboro Shirakumo. Alias, Kuroji, Kumo, Shirakumo. He grabbed some whiteout and got rid of what was already written in the next section. Quirks. Cloud. His quirk allows him to create clouds in a specific area, depending on the amount of moisture in the air there is how big the cloud can be. Warp. This is strange and it may be something else, but it seems instead of just taking his cloud quirk, a bit of the warp bit had stuck with him. This allows him to teleport to specific places using his mind and a wave of the hand. It seems like he doesn't need the coordinates now, and just needs to know where he wants to teleport. This is a theory. That's actually accurate. I was trying to create a cloud to give a better explanation by thinking of the place, but I guess it also misfired. Wait, how do you make clouds again? Shirakumo questions, sat down next to Izuku. Should we tell Shoyuda? Izuku asks, ignoring the question as he turns to the Bluenet. The man stayed silent for a moment, thinking. I don't know. On one hand, we can't be completely sure it was me, and it could have been you by accident somehow. On another, it could be me and it could be dangerous somehow. Shirakumo sighs. Oh God, I need some alcohol. He mutters. Izuku shook his head and whacked the back of Shirakumo's head. No drinking alcoholic drinks. He frowns. The Bluenet squeaks and nods. All right, no alcohol. Shirakumo sighs. To be honest, I don't really think it was me. I don't think it's possible for quirks to be linked like that. Maybe it was just you by accident. Maybe you can warp others like a normal type teleportation quirk. Izuku shrugs. Maybe. Let's not experiment with the warp quirk. So, we can experiment with the mist? That would be easy, and you need to learn how to use more than just cloud. The Greenette sighs at the question. Fine, we can try. He says, green and black mist starting to creep up to his face. Ha! You're a real laugh riot, buddy. A green-haired female laughs, nudging Aizawa-sensei. Izuku silently giggled as the unnamed pro-hero teases his teacher. Let's get married. No. Aizawa replies, glaring at the other pro. Izuku, just do it. He sighs, turning to his student, who had already started to mumbles internally. Izuku jumps at his name being called and looks back up at the two pros. After a moment, he realizes who the other Grenette is. It's Miss Joke, the smile hero. You're an underground hero, right? Izuku asks, pushing past Aizawa. The man rolls his eyes and stood back so his student could detract Ms. Joke. The woman nods at Izuku's question. Though I do help a lot in the daytime. Hey, future husband. Who is this? She asks Aizawa. The man just stared at her for a moment. Oh, Midoriya Izuku, I'm obviously Shuda's favorite. He smiles while Aizawa had started to talk to the class. Ms. Joke snorts at Izuku's introduction. Favorite? Keep dreaming, kid. She laughs. Anyhow, I gotta go back to my class. Try to get Eraser to like me, will ya? She says in a joking tone, turning to a crowd of students behind her, and starts to explain what is currently going to happen. Izuku took that as his cue to turn back to Aizawa and listen to his explanation on how the provisional licensing exam would happen. He only listened to half of it, busy with his thoughts. After a moment, his eyes widened in realization. He held his hand up. Yes, Midoriya? Aizawa asks, turning to his student. Won't we be at a disadvantage? Our quirks have been broadcasted on TV, well, excluding mine. Can you tell us any tips? Izuku asks, already knowing the answer was a no anyways. I can't tell you any tips, but yes, your classmates will be at a disadvantage. Now, get inside and change into your hero costumes. Aizawa instructs. Izuku glanced around and saw his classmates getting a bit nervous, well, more than they already were. The class walks in and finds their way to the change rooms, leaving their cases on a rack. They were led to the auditorium, which was absolutely packed with students. The only people who seemed to have personal space were the workers and teachers. Izuku tried to physically distance himself, and had made clouds around him so nobody could invade his personal space. He saw many others do it too with their own quirks. The man up the front started talking, yawning in each sentence, and he was obviously exhausted. He had said multiple times he just wants to sleep. Izuku honestly didn't blame him, he looked horrible. After a while, the man stopped talking and gave the crowd of students 2 minutes to figure out a plan and what area to go, with there being different places like in the USJ. Izuku glanced around, and to his surprise, his whole class turned to him. Midoriya, where do you think we should go? Karo. Tsu asks. Nito, from beside her, had started talking right after. With all our weak points and disadvantages, you're the only one everybody else had barely heard of. And Ash. Nito, calm down, you'll figure something out for us. Izuku smiles, patting his friend on his back. Now, anyways, we know almost everybody will stay together with their schools, and will immediately go for us since they know all your quirks. Our advantage is that I got 3. With my mist I could get us out of a situation if it will actually work for once. With my teleportation I could get us away from somewhere if it decides to cooperate with me, and my clouds could help with dash. Midoriya, please, we don't have much time. Alright. My plan is that we split up into 4 teams of 5. It gives us a disadvantage, but also an advantage at the same time. Nito, Chako, Hitoshi, and Tokoyami, you can be with me. We can all easily support each other's quirks. The rest of you, Eve written down who'd be a good choice team with. Izuku reached into his pocket and passed around a sheet of paper. We all have earpieces as support items, right? Izuku asks. Everybody nods after a moment. Good. If anybody needs help, I can teleport them away or use my mist. I just need to know your location. I got a limit though. I can only use my teleportation on others 2 times, and myself, 3. My mist is hard to see through and manage. But they are only last resorts. Izuku continued to explain his plan, making sure none of the other schools could hear. Eventually, he started to assign areas. Alright, so it's settled. My team, let's go to that zone over there. He points over to the construction zone, where there was large amounts of metal and such, perfect for their quirks. The others were sorted, and just before the bell rung, an extra strip was slapped on Nito's cheek. Let's go, Izuku grins, leading the group over to the construction zone. Izuku glanced around nervously. The team had temporarily been split up due to a different school. Some sort of ninja-looking group had split them. Midoriya, I think I need some help here. Some girls are trying to trap my team and we can't get out, I don't have enough fat left to make anything. Izuku heard Momo say over the comms. Where are you? I'll make sure to bring food over. There was a bit of silence before Momo had told Izuku her location. Izuku notified his team what was going on and rushed over to the city zone. Momo, Shoji, Tsu, and Kyoka were trapped by a group of girls. Izuku assumed one would have an intelligence quirk to trap them in such a way that Momo couldn't find a way out. It took a bit of fighting to find the right building, but eventually Izuku found the right place. He climbed up the building high, a cloud under him in case he fell. He looked through a window and caught sight of a girl sipping on what seemed like. She was giving what Izuku assumed would be instructions to her group. He decided to listen in for a bit. Tokoyami, Chako, Nito, Hitoshi. You all pass without me. I'll pass by myself. Izuku HSD stuck around for a bit, but soon broke into the freezer. He set off as much mist as he could inside the area the group of girls were. They seemed to panic. Izuku took the opportunity to break in and turn the freezer temperature down. He noticed the mist was faltering and quickly got out, deciding to teleport in the freezer. Izuku! The two conscious girls cheer. Izuku smiles at them and took off a bag from his back. He had added it with his hero costume just for today in case Momo-sama needed it. He threw it over to the black-haired girl and turned to Tsu and Shoji. I got no ideas, Momo. You need to create something when you're done eating. It'll get Tsu and I out of here, he says. He held his arms out for Tsu. Shoji carefully handed her over. I'll make sure Tsu and I pass. You three worry about yourselves, he says. He held Tsu a bit close and worked himself and her out of there. He felt a wave of nausea hit him but ignored it. He set Tsu down and shook off his jacket, wrapping the fluffy thing around her. Tsu seemed to slowly warm up, and Izuku kept his guard up as she slowly recovered from the cold. Tsu woke up with a small croak, having fell asleep from the cold environment of the freezer. She slowly opens an eye and glances around. Midoriya? Karo. Midoriya turned around and looked over at Tsu. He took a moment and smiled at her. Hey, welcome back to the land of the living, he says in a joking tone. Tsu ribbited in reply to the bad joke. The green-haired girl attempted to stand up and took a moment. The weight on her shoulders made a difference, huh? She started to shrug the jacket off her shoulders, wincing at her choice. It started to feel a bit cold. Midoriya put it on her properly. I'll keep you warm, but you'll have a disadvantage. Is that okay? Tsu nods at the question. Great. Now let's go and get points. The rest of our class passed already, he explains. Tsu's eyes widen, realizing how far behind they are when an announcement was heard. 10 spots left. Midoriya gulped. Let's go quick. The two greenettes started running around, eventually running into a school. The two glanced at each other and started to slowly take out what seemed like the worst fighters. 8 spots left. Midoriya flipped a second year over his shoulder. 5 spots left. Tsu tapped a few pads with the ball they had been given. Her belt lit up. 2 spots left. Midoriya kicked a guy in the stomach, quickly tapping the pads with what ball they were given. No spots left. His belt had lit up right before. Tsu smiles at him, and they slowly make their way to the waiting area. They need a bit of a rest. Izuku let out a sigh of relief at what happened. Shoyuta would kill him if he didn't pass. He was supposed to have an advantage. And he did, thankfully. Tsu had given him his jacket back once she was completely warm. He took it with a smile, telling Tsu that she should get some sort of warmer in her suit. Eventually, the next round started, and Izuku was glad to hear that it would be something he's be good at, rescue. He had planned to be a fighting and rescue hero, and it would be stupid to be horrible at Rizus when planning to be that type of hero. All the pads were taken off, and instead the actors they'd rescue would give them points. It was the actor's responsibility to keep track of the points. There was a moment for a break, but it was soon gone as the exam started once more. The teams had split up, and Izuku decided to go alone. His first choice on location was the city zone, and so he ran over. The city, like how he had seen it before, had been absolutely wrecked, and debris was everywhere. Izuku had a small sense of déjà vu, but he had no idea why. He decided he probably saw a formulaire set up on the news of something. He let out a sigh and created a cloud under him, ready to dart across the zone. Wowza! Your students really are something, huh, Racer? Ms. Joke rhetorically asks Shoyuta, in a surprised tone of voice. Shoyuta shrugs, staring down at the rescue areas below. They aren't anything special, he mumbles. Ms. Joke rolls her eyes. I'm still surprised you have 20 students. Not at the start of the year. One was expelled and another was transferred to the other hero class while Monoma and Shinso joined. Shoyuta explains. Ms. Joke nods. Oh. She hums. Who do you think will be at the top in your class? For the exam, of course. Shoyuta shrugs. But Kogu has a temper, so certainly not him. Todoroki seems to have some bad blood with a student from Shiketsu, so I doubt him either. Monoma and Shinso aren't as good with rescue as many others, they might pass but just barely. What about that green-haired kid? Azui or Midoriya? Azui has the talent for rescue where she is, being in a water zone and all. She'd pass, I bet. She doesn't seem to be that good with emotions, but she would know. Oh, I'm talking about Midoriya. You seem to have taken a liking to him a bit. Ms. Joke interrupts. Shoyuta stiffened a bit at being called out. He has more potential than half the class, that's for sure. He'd be great at rescue missions containing children, but due to all the children being actors, he'd most likely get a worse score than he could if this contained real children in a real battle. Shoyuta replies. Ms. Joke nods, continuing with the questions. The Ravenet lets out a sigh, already wanting the questions to stop. Izuku sets down the child actor with a small smile. The kid hadn't gotten that hurt, only a few fake scrapes and bruises. The class from Shiketsu had set up what is safe to assume, a med bay for those who were saved. Izuku had gotten what he would assume is an okay score. He didn't count it all though. He had saved a few but didn't always have his points said. Hey, Greenie, could you help a bit? A person from another class asks. Izuku turns to the student and nods, creating a large cloud for an amount of the injured to lay on. He had decided to prioritize the actual rescue part of the exam, and decided fighting a pro and their agency would be stupid. He had luckily heard from some blonde third year that the exam always has a pro to attack during the rescue part. A new one is always there every year. Izuku suspected that the pro would be in the top 20, like all the others. He heard a door slam open, a large, metal one. He gulped and glanced that way, to be greeted by the gang Orca agency. He immediately made the cloud larger, and instructed a few others to put some more of the injured on it. He felt a bit sick, but ignored it. As soon as the cloud was filled with people, Izuku starts to move it to a more safer area. Other students with quirks to help had started to bring all the rest over to a specific spot. Izuku wasn't stupid. Gang Orca could easily get them. Gang Orca, Quirk, Orca. Izuku glanced around to find a spot to set the people. Weaknesses, dry biomes, heat. He can dry out easily. The greenette's eyes narrowed, and he got ready to fight. He knew he said he'd focus on rescue, but it wouldn't hurt to fight a bit to help the others. He called over a few members off his class and left them at the cloud, creating another two to stand on. One of his feet were on one small cloud, other on another. It would decrease his risk of getting sick, while making a single cloud would increase it. He glanced down at the floor after a strong gust of wind knocked him back. Some guy from Shiketsu had decided to show off. Izuku felt a cold, tickly feeling up his arms, as if he had gotten hit by water. He frowns. They should really start to realize that rivalry is stupid. Hey, that Midoriya kid looks kinda scary like that. Ms. Joke comments, looking down at the student. And? What do you want me to do? It's his quirk, Joke, but he can't use it properly. Shoyuta sighs, watching as the black mist crept up Izuku's body, a neon green highlight being seen in it. Really? I thought his quirk was some sort of physics quirk or something. Ms. Joke shrugs. Shoyuta rolls his eyes. He has more than one. He creates mist and clouds. Shoyuta poorly explains. Ms. Joke nods. Ooh, sounds cool. I mean, it's kinda lame but cool if you know how to use it, I bet. Ms. Joke shrugs. Focus on your own class. You haven't been watching them at all. Shirakumo felt small patches of a soft object start to form around his face, a nervous habit for the man. He felt the patches slowly increase in size, but stopped it as he wandered around the one dorms. Something felt wrong. Ding! Izuku smiles at the sight of his name on the giant screen, said screen showing who had passed the exam. Unfortunately, Katsuki and Shudo hadn't passed due to anger issues and a rivalry. Well, they could still get their license in a different way. The crowd of students, including Izuku, started to separate be led through a door. Those who hadn't passed had been led somewhere else, for their remedial sessions to be explained. Izuku bet. More than half of those who passed were from Yui, Izuku's class, obviously. This year, only 25 were accepted. Izuku started to feel lucky he passed after found that out. He grinned as he was led to a photo room, where separate people were called out by their scores. After a moment, Izuku heard his name and followed a woman into a room for his photo to be taken. Click. Izuku smiles, looking at the picture on his phone of his license. He put his provisional license away and got out of the camera app and into his contacts. He smiled, looking for a certain person. He tapped his screen for a moment and turned his phone off after. He put it in his pocket and followed his class into the bus. You're the hero of a hero now. Shirakumo let out a small snort, looking down at his phone. The image loaded, and the Blunich could clearly see a picture of a card, a provisional license for heroing, he guessed. He smiles slightly at it, eyes watering the slightest bit as he typed a reply. If I'm your hero, I guess I'm a really bad villain. Ha! Were you crying? No, my eyes were just sweating. Sure, you totally weren't proud of me. I've only known you were my nephew for a few weeks. How can I be proud of you when I dash? Shush, you were either crying happy tears or you were crying proud tears. Izuku grins, looking up at the Bluanette, who rolls his eyes slightly. Shirakumo's yellow eye brightened as he smiled the slightest bit. Shut it, Izuku. I just wasn't expecting to be called your hero. So, you cried happy tears because of that? Hush, you're no better, I bet. Rain cloud. Izuku comments with a snigger. Shirakumo rolls his eyes with a chuckle. Just get something to eat and have a shower. You must be hungry and you smell horrid. Izuku loudly snorts at Shirakumo's pun. All right, Mama Bear. The heroes have been quiet lately. Toga comments, looking down at the dusty, metal floor as she swept. They haven't even tried to locate us, from what Eve heard. Dabi glances over at the blonde-haired teen. Do you think Kuroji is in Yui? Our spy had said some teachers have been talking about him. Toga adds. Tamura rolls his eyes. Spies, Toga. The red-eyed man corrects. And they probably put Kuroji in Tartarus. He turns back to the bar. They had obviously changed locations, to another bar of course. They had to keep a theme in Tamura's opinion. What makes you say that? Mr. Compress asks. There is always a small chance that he is still Dash. They caught him. What else would they do with a villain? But all that missed. Maybe he had gotten away. Sensei said he did something, but I don't think it's a good something. Tamura sighs, resting his head on the bar. Spinner raised a brow. It might be a good thing. Maybe he got Kuroji away or is getting him to trick the good guys. Good guys? Spinner, you're sounding like a kid. Dabi snorts. Spinner seemed to frown. Still, though, Tamura stayed silent for a moment. I guess it's possible, but it's unlikely. Tamura says, ignoring the bickering. When's the rescue mission? Toga, we don't even know where Kuroji even is. He could be in America for all we know. Mr. Compress exclaims. Or a mental hospital. Dabi butts. Or at a dash. Stop that. Tamura growls. You're getting annoying. He stayed silent for a moment. But I guess that could be true. He stood up and took out his phone, his pinky up. He walked away from the group. Now shut up. We need a report from our spies. He tapped on his phone for a bit, then brung it up to his ear. There was silence, and then Tamura's phone vibrated slightly. It stopped after a moment, and it was easy to hear the slight talking. What's up? A raspy-ish voice asked through the phone, seeming to suppress a yawn. Did you get them? Tamura asks. There was silence for a moment. Midoriya and some other guy are usually in Midoriya's room. It's taking a while, but Eve already copied a whole notebook. I can send the file over now if you like. Tamura thought for a moment. Which one is it? Toga leaned over Tamura's shoulder, and he gently pushed her away. Hero analysis for the future, the third one. Geez, he's a dork. Who writes that on their hero diary? Tamura rolls his eyes. Are there any currently important heroes in there? The adult asks after a beat of silence. Mostly rescue heroes. There's also ones like Edshot though. Endeavor is there. Backdraft to Dash. Send it. Send any that are important. Tamura then hung up. What about the other? Toga asks. I'm getting to it. Tamura glares lightly. Shigaraki? Are you all right? Mr. Compress asks, concern lightly laced in his voice. Tamura lets out a sigh and stopped. I'm all right. I'm just angry that Kuroji had been taken. He's been my caretaker since I was 8, you can't blame me. And Sensei too. He mumbles, just loud enough for the masked man to hear. After a moment, he decided to ignore what had happened, and tapped on his phone once more, making one more call. The general department is boring. The business is weird. Support is getting smarter, remember that. And the hero course is getting stronger. Kuroji is most likely to be in Yui. Then the girl hung up. Tamura smirked. This is the big 3 of Yui. The strongest students in the hero course. Aizawa sensei introduces, waving a hand towards 3 students at the front of the classroom. The class looks at the trio in awe, Izuku included. He has heard of the big 3, but never had the chance to actually meet them. His calculating misty green eyes sweep across the trio. The blue-haired female is quite obviously Heido Nijire. From what Izuku has heard, she's quite strong but nosy. The blonde seems to be Togata Mirio. Izuku had some thought of him being related to All Might somehow. He glanced over at Shudo, who also seemed to be theorizing. He lightly laughed and turned back to the front. He was surprised at the last. All Might did it. The indigo-haired male, the last of the big 3, looked pretty bulky, and Izuku could see Quirk scars all over his fingers. One for all, no doubt. He seemed to shake in his shoes though. He didn't turn away or anything, so that was good though. The 2 others started to introduce themselves, Togata being loud, and Heido always seeming to bounce with every word. When it came to Amajiki Tamaki's turn, he had started shaking more. Izuku frowns. He waves for him to come over when he could. Izuku's hand shot up. Sensei, may I assist? Amajiki? Togata and Heido seemed to be pushing him a little too far here. The 2 mentioned jumped a bit in surprise. Hey, no we aren't. We're trying to boost his confidence. Heido exclaims. In the wrong way. There was a sigh. Just do it. The Ravenet teacher replies. He seemed tired. The greenette ignored it. Izuku grinned and got up, pulling the taller out of the classroom. He let go and closed the door behind him. The older teen still shook. He thought for a moment and made a small, ball-shaped cloud in his hands. He tossed it to the teen, who caught it effortlessly. That should last a while. It could be like a stress ball. Squeeze it, tear it, do whatever. It'll always come back together anyways. I know All Might isn't a great teacher, so I assume he's trying to make you push past your fears? Instead of helping you work around it slowly? Izuku asks. The indigo-haired teen nodded slowly, seeming to stare at the cloud in his hands. What's this? He asks in a mumble, stuttering slightly. That's a cloud, well, one's my Quirk makes anyways. It has more volume and such to hold. If you ever need any, come get me. The teen looked down at the greenette, coxing his head slightly like a puppy. It's better to slowly work past fears by starting with little things. Public speaking is definitely not starting with little things, so if you'd like I can say what you'd like to the class. We need to get that over with, then if you'd like I can't help with more social skills. Like interacting with children. There's a daycare I know. The kids are nice. Izuku smiles. He seemed to ramble as if he planned it, but Amajiki had the thought he didn't. Are you sure? You don't need to. Tamaki whispers. Well, your friends sure aren't helping, All Might isn't either. Somebody needs to. Izuku replies. He can't expect for you to instantly be social when you got some extra training, Izuku hinted. But he did. He sighs. Amajiki seemed to have finally processed what Izuku knew. He spluttered for a moment, until Izuku made a cloud in his mouth. It's still water and breathable, don't worry. The greenette smiles. I found out on accident at first, but then he offered it to me. In Midoriya Izuku, news to meet you. Izuku held his and out to shake. Amajiki hesitated, but shook it. Oh, sorry, am I talking too much? Izuku asks, evaporating the cloud. Amajiki looked down at his bag and stuck his hand inside, pulling out a water bottle. Don't dehydrate yourself, please. He mutters, offering the bottle to Izuku. Izuku seemed a bit shocked. It didn't take much to get Amajiki to even slightly start warming up to him. Thank you, Amajiki. My offer is still up, by the way. Izuku took the plastic bottle and drank some water out of it. Amajiki threw it in a nearby bin when Izuku was done. No problem. And that would be nice if you don't mind. Amajiki squeezed the ball of cloud slightly, trying to look the greenette in the eye. Amajiki Tamaki was happy. Midoriya did as he said, and became his voice for the introduction. Mirio and Nijire seemed a bit disappointed that he didn't seem to try pushing past his anxiety, but he was, really. He stood behind Mirio the whole introduction, whispering what he wanted to say to the green-haired teen. It was nice. Question: who is your favorite character in this book? Also, we're starting to focus on the big three more. Can't let OFA be forgotten, and we need a team to get airy. Also, Eve decided to not cast a vote on the work studies thing. I went online and used a Wheel of Fortune. Also, I'm adding more current teen stuff in soon. Like trans, gay, stuff like that. Guess what? One traitor is almost being revealed, winky face. Also go send some love to @nerdyauthor on Wattpad. They're currently underrated and I love their story. Kuroji felt horrible. He hadn't expected being kept at Yui would somehow hurt him this much. His arms ached, and a headache was slowly creeping its way into a minor migraine. What had happened? You ask? Absolutely nothing. All the classes had done. Well, the hero ones had only come back from their training with the big three. The brunette didn't know why he felt so tired and sore, but brushed it off as slightly pulling a muscle by accident. He rubbed his tired eyes, feeling eye irritation start to annoy him. Shirakumo? You ready? A cheery voice asks from outside of the brunette's room. Shirakumo took a moment to process it, still being tired. Oh yeah, I am. He put on a smile and got up, pulling on a set of gloves as he walked towards the door. He opens it to be greeted by Uraraka. Let's go. Amajiki Tamaki is stressed. All Might had been a great mentor, but grasping one for all had been a challenge and still is. Due to getting the second quirk so late into the school year, he had been tutored by this retired pro called Gran Torino, and yet, one for all is still a task to control. There wasn't much progress. Due to a placeholder for a week or so, it had gotten too strong since the placeholder had been a hero student. All Might nor Gran Torino could handle the power. So here he was at Sir Nitai's agency beside Midoriya. From what he's heard, Midoriya had attempted to get an internship there. Of course, as many others were, he was turned down. So there came the second option. Midoriya, what is the second option exactly? Tamaki asks in a mumble, also being turned down. He had quit from Fat Gum temporarily. Midoriya turned to him and smiled, not seeming at all bitter even if Kirishima got Sir Nitai's internship instead of him. Fat Gum, of course. A strength enhancer and a defensive quirk are more similar than you think. Tamaki stared at him, hoping he'd elaborate. Midoriya snorts, starting to walk the way to a train station. Fat Gum's agency wasn't that far, but still far enough in the city that you'd need a rain to get there. Let me put it this way, what do you do with your quirk, not your original one, when you use it? Midoriya asks. Tamaki thought for a moment. Break my bones. Midoriya frowns. Yes, but you also strengthen your skin and bone. Only your quirk would be able to break them at this point. Fat Gum fattens himself instead of strengthening his skin, but it's still effective. You also make yourself stronger, of course. Due to the fact Fat Gum gets large, he also subconsciously pushes himself to be stronger, even if his quirk is more defensive. Also, if you work hard enough, you can create an immunity to harm to your organs to an extent the only way something bad could happen would be all for one. Midoriya explains. He was about to ramble a bit more, but Tamaki stopped him. Please don't continue. I appreciate it, but you're going to dehydrate yourself. Tamaki looked in his bag and took something out. He threw it to Midoriya and zipped up his duffel bag. Midoriya caught the object with ease. Thanks, Amajiki. He took a long sip from the water bottle. But at least let me help you some more. Tamaki hesitated, then nodded. Whoa, what's with the hesitation? Midoriya rhetorically asks in a joking tone. Anyhow, how are you thinking of your quirk? What are you thinking when you use it? How to stop an egg from exploding in the microwave? Go big or go home? What goes on in your mind, Kiki? Tamaki smiled slightly at the nickname. Well, I think of it like using my transform. Focus it on two parts of my body mostly, but the same limbs. Like my hands. Tamaki answers. Izuku frowned. Stop that. It's good you're focusing it on two parts though, otherwise your bones would be shattered beyond repair. I suggest to also put some of your quirk in your organs to toughen them up, like I said. Spread it throughout your body, not just in two places. Make sure you put it in your lungs. Apply it to your spine, arms, hands, legs, anything effective. Make sure to focus it on your arms and legs a ton. You need to get more bulky to do it minorly on limbs, like 2 at once, like you've currently been doing. Midoriya explains. Tamaki thought for a moment. I've never considered that, he mutters. Your bones are breaking because you're applying too much pressure onto them. Spread it, strain your limbs, I'll help with your bones adjusting to it and be careful. Midoriya adds. Tamaki sighs. Back to Fatgum he goes. Someone felt annoyed. After the sports festival, she had been moved up to the support course. She's been in it for a while now, and she could help but feeling annoyed. Power Loader hadn't revealed anything or hinted any weaknesses and such. He hadn't let her make any dangerous items for the league. Apparently they didn't trust a girl who hadn't gotten into support the first time. Her sensei hadn't let her out at all, as well as the rest of the class. Somehow, the hero course had been more laid back. The hero course was allowed to roam, while all the other. Well, more the smart kids weren't allowed out to a traitor. Of course, they are entirely right, but they forgot the possibility there could always be more than one. Either they hadn't considered a hero student, or it's to see if any of the hero students looked suspicious. Hey, creepy, your phone is ringing. The familiar voice of Hatsum Mei yells, interrupting the girl's thoughts. The female let out a sigh and got up from her workbench, taking the phone power loader held out. It was a rule in the support department that every phone was to be handed to their sensei, and it was only given back for calls or messages after a skim through. The creepy dub girl had made sure all her contacts were untraceable, unnamed, and all her apps being normal games or social apps. Smart move on her part. The only named contacts had been her parents or family, and she had to recognize all the others. She took a look at the number and signaled to her sensei it would only take a moment, then walked out, answering the call. Her bare ears dipped down, and she waited for a command. After a moment of silence, she sighed. What do you need? She glances around, spotting a hero. Sis? She heard a laugh. I'm in the middle of class, and you know I can't always help with homework. She waits until the pro walked away. The person on the other line had obviously caught on. She took out some sort of device and tapped on it for a moment, telling somebody to keep the theme. That's not it. You obviously stole my umbrella when you moved and hadn't given it back. Another female had answered, a pout heard even through the phone. The other took a moment. Why would I steal your umbrella? I stole two's. Put him on if you can. He probably hid yours so you could get soaked. Use mine at home if you can't find yours. She hints. She heard a sigh. There was shuffling on the other line for a second. The female glanced around and smirked. She addered up at a camera for a moment, then completely changed her mood, figure shifting slightly. My God, I'm in class making a support item, what do you need? She kept her quirk activated for as long as possible. Why don't you get your other minion to do stuff like this? You and I both know, when you're going in the underground heroics course you need to have practice anyways. Anyhow, Krusty wants you to find Dead. The man on the other lines replies. She rose a brow, then realized she hadn't told them it's fine yet. Fine. But I can't get him out. Then she hung up and sighed, unactivating her quirk as the noise of bones popping into place was heard. She heard someone humming a tune cheerily, and the sound of shoes against the marble floor. She looked at one end of the hallway and noticed a brunette female, with quite short hair skipping the direction to Hound Dog's office. She put her phone in her pocket and laked up to the female. Hey, you Rarika Achiko, right? The girl turned around and smiled slightly. Yeah, she thought for a moment. Sorry, I'm not good with names, but I recognize you. What do you need? Uraraka asks, looking up at the taller female. I've noticed this is the time you hero students usually train. Why are you out so early? Uraraka took a moment to reply. Oh, I'm going to a therapy session. She replies. The other nods. Would you take a moment to come with me, please? I've designed something for your quirk. Of course, all it did was numb her joints a little and make her sloppy, but it would seem to work like a real, proper support item made by a non-villain. Uraraka thought for a moment and smiled. Sure. So, you both want to join my agency? The tall, chubby pro asks, looking down at both Ejiro Kirishima and Izuku Midoriya. Tamaki watched from the side, nervous for both hero students. He shook slightly, already feeling sorry for the one rejected. Fatgum had a history of only taking in one student every time they came, and would only keep the good ones. Tamaki was still unsure on why he was kept as an intern. Kirishima seemed confident that he'd get the spot, coming first in the sports festival in at least one round and all. Midoriya seemed slightly panicked. Kirishima had responded to the rhetorical question, while Midoriya kept quiet, knowing Fatgum knew the answer. Give me a reason to fill the spot with one of you. Be warned, I usually take in those with food, rescue, or defensive quirks. Don't worry, sir. Mine is defensive. Midoriya frowns. Excuse me, Fatgum, but isn't that kind of illogical? He rose a brow while Fatgum looks over at him with a grin. Oh, and tell me how greeny. Well, taking in defensive quirks mostly will hold you back. Due to chance, you could be called into a mission you are required to fight in. It's stupid to rely on one genre and type of mission. For all you know, you could be called into a rescue mission, but end up fighting the Yakuza or something, or even some guy like that one villain from years ago that stored quirks and used them against people. Defensive works wouldn't always work there. Midoriya began. Kirishima frowns. I get where you're going with the food-related quirks, with you needing to consume food for you fat, or with Kiki needing to consume certain food for certain abilities, that could help, but you could also explore working with other quirks, like mental quirks, like foresight or brainwashing, so you can't rely on just bringing food and having no idea on other quirks, but I think you've thought about that. Fatgum slowly nods. And the last. You are not particularly a proper rescue hero, and not all rescue heroes have rescue-related quirks, like 13, although their quirk could be used as it, it's not properly designed for rescue missions. Every quirk is a rescue quirk if you analyze and use it properly. Midoriya continued for a moment, until the pro had told him to stop. You two, leave the room for a moment please, I'm going to discuss this with Amajiki over there. Tamaki jumps slightly at the mention of his name as the two first years leave the room. There was a beat of silence. Tell them your opinion. It's your decision. Night Eye would be pleased to have Kirishima, due to the lack of close-range fighters who can defend. Fatgum grins. Tamaki shook slightly. Me? Are you sure? Fatgum chuckled and nods. Yes. Fatgum took out some paper and scribbled on the pages for a moment. He handed the now enveloped letters to Tamaki. Tamaki looked down at them. The left is accepted. Tamaki then felt himself get pushed outside the office. He felt two pairs of eyes land on him as he looked down at the letters. Kiki? Isn't Fatgum supposed to tell us? Midoriya asks. Being around an inch shorter than Tamaki, he didn't quite look up at his upperclassmen. Tamaki didn't say anything and shoved a letter in Midoriya's hands. He held the other out to the redhead, which he took right after. There was a ripping sound. Well, I can't say I'm disappointed, but you really deserve it, Midoriya. Kirishima grins. They'll try Kamui Woods, Night Eye, or another pro. Good luck with Fatgum, Midori bro. Kirishima pat Midoriya's back and put the letter in his pocket. He'll see you at school. The brunette stared down at the small bundle Yup in his arms, pulling the blanket away slightly to take a look at the child's face. The 16-year-old smiled down at the chubby face of his new nephew. A small patch of dark aqua hair was set upon his head, though it's clear that it would darken to green as the boy grew up. As normal babies have, his eye color was not yet developed, though he looked enough like Inko he had a feeling it would develop to forest green. The baby stirred, and some sort of short babbling sound came from the infant. The teen was sold. Oboro, the tired, feminine voice says. Oboro jumped slightly and held the infant close. After a moment he relaxed again. Where's Hisashi? Oboro glances over at his sister, attention still primarily drawn to the newborn. Hisashi is on a business trip. I was called to help instead. You were in labor for 9 hours, Inc. 9 hours. Oboro sighs. You were asleep for another 7. The doctors and nurses had made sure this kid is okay. Some nurse had a quirk that helped. Oboro explains. Inko stayed silent for a moment. Well, who is it? She asks. Oboro rose a brow, but then realized what she meant. The boy. If I remember correctly, you decided on the name Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. The teen replies. And the middle name? Oboro rose a brow. Inko chuckles tiredly. Don't tell me I forgot to tell you. Hisashi and I decided on his first and last name. It's your turn to decide, little brother. Last time I checked you had a list of names for us. Maybe you can choose from there. Oboro froze for a moment as Izuku started crying. Unlike other babies, he cried with tears. Usually newborns didn't cry with tears until 2 weeks or so. Oboro lightly bounced him. Izuku Amagumo Midoriya. Oboro had woken up by the familiar sound of crying. Not very loud, but not very quiet crying. He let out a small groan and pushed himself to get up, rubbing his tired eyes as he made his way to Izuku's crib. He lived with his sister and her husband, due to an unfortunate incident involving their parents. He had agreed to have Izuku share a room with him until a new one was installed. Boy, was that a somewhat bad decision. Oboro let out a yawn and looked down at the 1-month-old child, picking him up, lightly bouncing him. He held the child to his chest and walked out his room. Inko was covering the graveyard shift at work, and Hisashi was still on a business trip. So, of course, Oboro was babysitting his nephew. The cries soon vanished, but slowly. As Oboro made his way around the kitchen, trying to find Izuku's formula, he felt the child lightly grab his shirt. The child babbled nonsense, slowly starting to cry again as he got hungrier. Oboro continued to make his nephew his food. He made sure to support the child's head with a cloud so he wouldn't get hurt. He got hit with a small wave of illness, but he ignored it as he put the bottle in the microwave. Oboro shushes the child, trying to keep him quiet before he woke up any neighbors. After a moment, he took the bottle from the microwave, making sure it wasn't too warm before feeding it to the infant. Slowly, Izuku stopped crying, wrapping his small, chubby hands around the bottle as he greedily sipped on it. Oboro let out a sigh, letting the kid finish the bottle before burping him. He shifted his nephew to hold him properly, and felt the now bright eyes of the infant stare up at him as the cloud disappeared. The baby whines, growing used to the cloud that hovered under him. Oboro shushed him, and allowed the baby to pull his hand closer. He stared for a moment, amused. The child slapped his hand lightly, and from the small amount of time of knowing the kid, Oboro knew he was asking for a cloud to cuddle. He reluctantly summoned one, a small one. He made his way around the house, ignoring the nausea wave that hit him as he walked to his room. He fell down on his bed, slowing himself down so he wouldn't hurt Izuku, who he knew wouldn't let go of him after getting fed. He had figured that out after one long night of trying to get Izuku to sleep in his crib. He looked down at his nephew. He couldn't bring himself to get annoyed at him. Shirakumo woke up without a flinch this time. He instead found himself sporting a headache, minor, but annoying. He blinked a few times, getting used to his blurry vision. He glanced over at the pills on his nightstand. I am not him. He frowns. He grabbed the pill bottle and shoved it in his bedside drawer. Glancing at the time, he squints. There was a continuous beeping noise, his alarm clock. He shoves it to the floor with one hand, wrapping his pillow around his head to try blocking out that annoying noise. It didn't seem to work. But something else did. His head pounded, and his mind wandered off to the dream. Midoriya as a baby? Then, what did they put in that medication? He massaged his temples, throwing his pillow aside. He was sure those weren't his memories. Maybe implanted? They probably don't want a villain on their hands. He hasn't even been able to produce a single cloud yet. He could only feel sick. His eyes flashed white. He shielded them, eyes burning from whatever happened. He blinked a couple times. What was he thinking about again? He glanced around his room. Was it his room? Yes, it's not. He shook his head rapidly, wincing from the slight ringing in his ears. Letting out a sigh, he fell back on his bed and tried to ignore the irritating sound in his ear. He whined slightly, trying to get himself back to sleep. After a moment of trying, he gave up and got up from his bed. He made his way around his room, trying to find some melatonin. I do belong here. You is where the heroes are. The Bnha frowns and blinks a couple times. He was hit with a small wave of nausea and stumbled back. He put his hand on his bed frame, trying to keep himself up. He felt his stomach bubble and lied back down. Maybe he could fall asleep on his own. Why am I taking Kirishima's shift again? Izuku asks, looking up at Togata. He smiled down at the greenette. Sir and Tamaki are busy, and Kirishima is too tired from training. He said he'd take yours for you. He explains, making unnecessary hand movements like how Tenya would. Izuku sighs, staring down at the floor. After the exam, he decided to change up his hero costume. He had replaced the dark blue GI with a dark green and white one, which had a hood connected to it, just a normal green one with fluff. He kept his iconic red shoes and made sure to put padding on his feet and shins, as well as his wrists and such. Everything else was exactly the same, though he did replace the jacket with a new one which would react to temperatures, which was pretty cool. It's not that bad, Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku corrects. I'm sorry, but I don't know you that well. The blonde nods in understanding. Sorry, Green Bean. Togata sighs, obviously used to people let him use their first name. Anyhow, turn a corner and here we are. Izuku looked around, recognizing this as the place with most villainous activity recorded this year. He eyebrows raised in surprise. Is this a safe place for a first year of all things to patrol? He asks the taller. Togata shrugs. Sir said you'd be fine. Weren't you captured by villains? Izuku stiffens and walks faster. Togata frowns, but let him. If you got kidnapped by them and survived, you're gonna be fine. Izuku sped up, getting close to running so he didn't need to deal with the buffoon hitting weak points. He was caught off guard and out of his thoughts when a small figure bumped into him. Out of habit, he formed multiple clouds over the child, recognizing a kid easily even if he didn't look down at them. Footsteps were heard approaching, and he felt Togata flip up his hood, which had a half mask connected to it. Togata, you pretend to be the one with the clouds. I need to do something. Izuku instructs in a whisper. Togata frowns. This better be for a good reason. Togata had second thoughts about it, knowing Izuku was planning something, but did it anyways as Izuku picked the hidden child up and walked aside. Izuku set the child down as the footsteps got closer to where Togata stood, and made a shadow of a child in his clouds. Excuse me, my daughter, Eri, had ran from her punishment. Did she happen to bump into you? She is quite the delinquent for her age. The man looked around. Izuku noticed the most obvious feature, a plague doctor mask, and frowned as Togata stalled. He turned to the child. Hello, Eri, was it? He smiles. The timid girl nods, her cyan blonde hair covering her face. Izuku pushed it back and noticed a slowly growing horn. He blinked and created clouds around his hands as a precaution. I'm Loud Cloud, but you can call me Deku or Midoriya if you'd like. The child took a step back. Is that your father? Izuku asks, pointing to the dark-haired man. Izuku highly doubted it. Anel's adoption was involved. They were both pale, but both obviously had different shades of natural skin, his being tan, and hers naturally being light. Her eyes were bright red, and her quirk didn't seem to have any connection to her hands, while it was rather obvious the man did, wearing gloves and all. Her small horn was what Izuku assumed to be part of a mutation or transformation quirk, while the man's was obviously an emitter. Her light hair stuck out against her father's dark shaded hair. No resemblance was between them. The girl stayed silent. I won't let any bad men hurt you, and I sure won't tell him what you said. Eri, you can trust me, I promise, and I don't break promises. Are you okay? Your arms are bandaged and you look hungry. The light-haired child didn't budge until she noticed the man itch at his gloves. She was about to run for it, but Izuku stopped her and formed a harmless cloud in her mouth. Eri, I promise to help you if you let me. I'm becoming a hero and I want to help little boys and girls. Izuku had caught on to the vibe emitting from the man. He was dangerous. Eri kept silent until Izuku took the cloud away, hodling her wrists gently. She sniffles. Mr. Deku, if I went would you get me back? She asks, tilting her head. Izuku smiles. If you'd like me to, but I can't just go and get you if you don't tell me what's wrong. He frowns. The girl stepped closer to the greenette and clung to him. Izuku was taken by surprise for a moment, and noticed her nudging her horn the direction of her bandages. He reluctantly undone one of them, horrified at the sight. He didn't look at it anymore, and re-bandaged it. He noticed the girl looking rather dirty and hurt besides from the obvious injuries. He took a moment to notice the bandages were also on her legs. Eri, you stay right here, okay? I promise I'll get you in a moment. We can go get you something to eat, some new clothes, and have you cleaned up. The bad man won't be let off free. The good guys would handle it. She sniffles once more and let go, taking interest in a cloud. Izuku wasn't surprised, as kids usually love them. She nodded after a moment and sat down in an area the man couldn't see as Izuku walked over to Togata casually. Lemillion? What's going on? Is everything all right here? Is. Togata nods with a smile, signaling Izuku to get rid of the clouds, which he did. Yes, don't worry Loud Cloud, it's just a case of a lost child. Don't worry sir, we'll get the HRPS to bring your child back in no time. We unfortunately have no right to participate, as we are only first years. We promised to bring. Kairi, was it? Back to you. The man seemed sketchy, and no doubt Togata caught on to it. Excuse me, may we have your number and name? We'll also need a brief description of the child to bring her back to you. The man nodded slowly. Kai Chisaki. Eri has blonde cyan hair up to her lower back which is typically mistaken for gray or just cyan, red eyes, pale skin, and bandages on her arms and legs. She is rather clumsy at home, always bumping into vases and getting into trouble in the kitchen. She wears a gray dress usually, to not ruin much of her other clothes while some are getting stitched. She's 6. Izuku noticed he was explaining as much as possible, maybe to seem like a caring father wanting to give as much information as possible to get his child back. He nods and took out a notebook from a pouch, writing down the details to not seem suspicious. Is there anything else we should know? He asks, handing the man the notebook to write down his number. He didn't seem to trust them, but did so anyways. She is rather timid and shy. Because of my quirk and hers, it's hard to show affection so she may be overwhelmed by any affection you give her if you do. He hands the notebook back and Izuku puts it away. Thank you sir, the pros be right on her case. Lemillion, should we go back to the agency and report it now? The blonde nods. Izuku held out his hand to shake, but there was no shake. Excuse me. I'm rather intolerant to germs, if that's all right with you. Izuku nods, starting to get tired of acting. That's all right. I understand, sometimes that happens. You can go home, sir, we'll tell you right away if we see your daughter. The man nodded and reluctantly walked away. Izuku dragged Togata over to where Eri was. The child seemed to just be poking at the cloud he left behind. Midoriya, shouldn't we dash? No. Izuku interrupts. There is an obvious case of child abuse, and I have no doubts he's in or leads some sort of group. Mirio sighs after a moment of silence. That's Overhaul, obviously. I only got a rundown of him, but it's pretty obvious it's him. Let's get Eri cleaned up as much as possible and get her some stuff. Togata frowns. Izuku glares at him and evaporates any remaining clouds. He held Eri's hand. He'll go report to the agencies, then. You can take care of her then bring her to sir. Do you have enough money? I'm fine with dash. Togata, I'll be fine. If I don't have enough I'll ring my friend and ask for a bit. The blonde nods and passes Izuku an object. Press that button if you're in danger. There are heroes around here, so I guess we can cut patrol short. See you, green bean. Izuku grinned. See you later, Togata. So, as you all can probably expect, I'm giving up on this book. I just haven't been motivated enough to actually write stories anymore, and I don't think I'm as into MHA as I was before. I haven't even written or read anything to do with the manga anime since October to November, believe it or not. I won't just leave it up for grabs though. Before I do anything, I'm actually going to let you all decide on what I should do with this book. Clean it up and just let it die out. Y'all would be able to make your own outcomes and stuff. Give it away to somebody. I'll make sure it's somebody with a good writing schedule. DW. Don't want it dead again. Publish a chapter which summarizes what I was going to make of this book so you all know the ending and such. If the second option is what is wanted, I'll make a dot-point list on what was going to happen and send it somehow to who I'm giving it to. They won't need to just follow it, they could F with it as much as they want, but please try and stick to the storyline so there aren't many plot holes and neither of us get yelled at LMAO. Make sure to give me your Discord, Instagram, or just any username on platforms you're on because I can't use the one on here for some reason. Sorry. If y'all want, I can have somebody on AO3 continue it also though, or you can make your own. I don't mind. Here's the link. Remember, it's a rewrite, so the person might take a while to get to where I am. https www.wattpad.com story 257573450 UTM_source Android and UTM_medium link and UTM_content story_info and WP_page story_details_button and WP_uname ludo_cloudo and WP_originator 2073b8 key BBC QHQUV BGMI X SA QHXQM7WJ for 1 NSXEZRCQJ50 AC Vizel 5P Disturib Siba 9 LSB5 N6QR Rocio MIG BT and 6RCXHKG text. I decided to remake the story after getting back into the fandom, smiley face. https archiveoforon.org works 381318888